Southwest.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Some people call our kind of entertainment escape fiction. Well, that word has never been more appropriately used than to describe the story you're about to hear. It's about a man with a most unusual profession. A man who makes his livelihood by making escapes. But now, the great Ferlini is going to cap his exciting career with the greatest escape of all, even if it turns out to be the last escape. And if you think Houdini took great chances, wait until you hear what the great Ferlini has in mind.
That's right. I'm going inside that box in a bathing suit, and they're going to dump me right into the middle of the lake.
Joe, but that's crazy. It's too dangerous.
What you mean is I'm too old for it, huh? But I'll show you, baby. I'm not too old for the trick. Or for you.
Our mystery drama, The Last Escape, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Joan Lovejoy and Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you buy a mid-sized car, you expect certain things from it. Mainly, a reasonable combination of comfort and economy. Well, friend, Buick has a mid-size to meet your expectations. The 1975 Century Regal. It's a joy to look at. A joy to ride in, and Buick's new V6 engine makes it a joy to drive, especially past gas stations.
Buick Century Regal, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Sure, I've heard that phrase, give to the college of your choice. Good idea. And I know all colleges need more money, what with inflation and all. It's just that since I graduated, I've been so busy, not just with my career, but with the community affairs, too. I haven't found the time to reevaluate.
Take the time now and give more to the college of your choice. Now.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
Kitchen appliances are power tools, too, just as much as drills and jigsaws. Hi, Frank Lieber here to tell you True Value hardware stores have that kind of power tool, too. Kitchen appliances that help cooks create. A West Bend party percolator, for instance. It makes a lot of coffee, 20 cups, and then keeps it hot. If you ever had to make coffee for 10 with a 9-cup percolator, you know the advantage of that. It has a durable polypropylene body and a two-way spigot, just $9.99. And there's a Toastmaster broiler oven, one that cleans itself as it cooks. In one position, it broils and grills. Flip it over, and it bakes and roasts. It's just $32.88 at True Value hardware stores. And there's a Hamilton Beach 14-speed blender. It comes with 2 special plastic containers. You can blend food in them, then store them away in the refrigerator. Just $19.88. Kitchen appliances are power tools, too. Just a few of the values at participating True Value hardware stores.
We're in the glamorous Tropicana Supper Club. The music is playing, the palm trees are swaying, but unfortunately, the music is being produced by a sleazy 3-piece band, the palm trees are papier-mâché, and the Tropicana isn't in the tropics. It's New Jersey. If there is any glamour here, it's the glamour of illusion. And that's what the customers have come to see.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's what you've all been waiting for. Direct from command performances in London, Paris, and Rome, the man who defies ropes, chains, locks, handcuffs, steel boxes, and prison bars, the one, the only true successor to the immortal Houdini. Here he is, Bellini the Great! Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here with you this evening. You know, some people have asked me why I do these things. Why I continue to risk injury and even death in order to demonstrate my ability to escape from any bonds devised by mortal man. But let me tell you the reason. It's because of a deep, abiding love of liberty, to demonstrate the indefatigable spirit of man in his quest for personal freedom. A freedom which each one of us enjoys in this wonderful country of ours. And now I'd like to introduce you to a lovely young lady who is going to assist me in my demonstration this evening. Here she is, Miss Wanda Wilson. As you can see, Miss Wilson is holding something in her hand. It's a straitjacket designed to restrain the most violent madman. Madness, as you know, often increases the strength of its victim enormously. But this jacket has been created so skillfully that experts will swear that there is no way out of one. The great Houdini, however, once proved that it can be done. And tonight, before your eyes, I am going to attempt to duplicate his astonishing escape. Wanda?
Yes, Bellini.
Please ask two men from the audience to assist us.
Yes, Bellini. Well, how about, what about you two gentlemen? Will you help out? Oh, thank you very much.
Now, if you two gentlemen will just put the jacket on me. Yeah, that's right. I fold my arms around my torso, and then you secure every strap. Yeah, that's it. Just as tight as you can now. Yeah, that's right. Every single one of them. A little tighter. Tighter. Make sure there's absolutely no way I could get out of it. Thank you, gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to spare you the sight of my agonies, Wanda will place a screen in front of me.
Here it is, Bellini.
Wanda, can you come here a minute?
No, Tommy, not now. The act is on.
I've got to talk to you. Can you meet me later?
I don't know.
Please.
I'll try. That's all I can say.
All right, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, now one strap is torn or broken. The straitjacket is in perfect condition, but I am free. I'll tell you one thing about this escape. You don't have to be crazy to try it, but it helps.
Wanda, I'm over here.
Tommy, I can't talk too long.
Why'd you come out without a coat? You'll freeze to death.
Well, I couldn't very well have put a coat on. Joe would have asked where I was going.
Where is he now?
In the dressing room. I gotta get back there.
He really keeps tabs on you, doesn't he?
And you know how he is. What did you want?
You know what I wanted. To see you. To see you alone for a change.
Oh, Tommy.
They really liked your husband tonight, didn't they?
Oh, it's that kind of a crowd. They liked you, too.
Thanks.
I didn't mean it that way. I mean, well, you know what I think of you, Tommy. Your singing, I mean.
Is that all you mean? My singing?
Tommy, don't. Not here, not in this filthy alley.
Where, then? There's no place I can ever see you. No place at all.
But it can't be helped. Joe has to know where I am every minute. He goes crazy if he doesn't see me around all the time. Not that he's jealous. He thinks too much of himself to be jealous of me. He just has to know I'm around, admiring him, waiting on him hand and foot.
He treats you like a slave.
Tommy, I got to go. He's probably foaming at the mouth right this minute.
Wanda, please, listen. One kiss. One.
All right. Oh, Lord, why does someone like you have to come along now?
Hey,
Where were you?
I told you I went to get some cigarettes from the machine.
You shouldn't smoke. I never smoked in my life. You think I could have lungs like mine if I smoked? I got the lungs of a 20-year-old, you know that?
Yeah, I know.
Boy, I really felt good out there tonight. I could have done a steel box bust out tonight. That's how good I felt. Hey, you see that little guy who put me in a straitjacket? Little guy thought he was going to fix me. See how tight he worked the straps?
I was there, Joe.
The little guys, they're the worst. It's a pleasure to fool them.
Joe, what do you say? Are you just going to keep staring into that mirror all night?
I like what I see. Don't you like what I see?
I never knew anyone who liked to look at himself the way you do.
49 years old. Nobody would ever take me for 49. What do you say?
You're a Greek god, Joe. And speaking of Greeks, we're invited out to dinner tonight. Roscoe is buying.
Roscoe, he spoils my appetite. You hear him talk, the escape business is dead. He should have seen that crowd tonight, that's all I say. He's no different.
Well, he booked you into this job, didn't he? You ought to know if it's dead or not.
Only thing wrong with the escape business, it don't get enough publicity. That's the only thing.
All right, Joe.
Everything comes back. Old movies come back, old songs, even old clothes. Only you gotta make a splash. And I mean a splash.
Joe, you're not going to start that again, are you?
Start what?
With Roscoe. You're not going to start talking about that water business again, are you? I'm sick of that subject.
You're getting old, Wanda. That's your trouble. The water trick is the best idea I had in years.
Don't talk to me about age. You're no chicken, Joe, and don't forget it. An escape like that could be too much for you to handle.
So I'm no chicken, huh? Listen, sugar. I count 10 new wrinkles on your face since last week. Take a good look in the mirror.
Oh, stop it, Joe.
Go on, take a look.
You're hurting me.
Go on, I said. Look at yourself.
Stop it.
You calling old, huh? I'm younger than you, baby. I can't keep in shape.
All right. Let me go.
That's right. Turn on the tears.
Not everybody thinks I'm old, Joe. Not everybody.
You should have seen me tonight, Phil. I was the best. That crowd really ate it up. Didn't they, Wanda?
Yeah, it was a good crowd for that crummy joint.
Don't knock crummy joints, not if they pay off every Friday.
Listen, after tonight, I wouldn't be surprised if they booked me for another month.
I'd be surprised. You close next week.
What?
I told you it was a 3-week engagement, Joe.
Yeah, but you said... maybe it would go longer.
Well, that's as far as it goes.
Okay. Okay, we'll find someplace else, right? Someplace better than that crummy Tropicana.
Sure.
I'm telling you, Phil, the escape business is coming back. And when it does, I'm going to be right on top.
You're practically the only one left.
All I need is one good break, one good publicity stunt.
Uh-oh, here it comes.
Starting with that water trick again?
Yeah, that's right.
Thought you were going to stop bothering me about that.
I don't stop bothering you until we do it.
Look, Joe, you know as well as me that times are different. 20, 30 years ago, a good press agent could ballyhoo an escape artist right onto the front pages. Only Houdini's been dead a long time.
Sure, Houdini's dead. But I'm alive. Me, Joe Fellini.
It's one thing about you, Joe. You never had any trouble with false modesty.
Listen, what could Houdini do that I can't? I work with the ropes, the chains, irons. I can get out of boxes, bags, hampers, chests. I can do all the handcuff routines. Nobody does a faster straitjacket than me. Besides, you know that Houdini used a lot of phony trick stuff.
And I suppose you don't?
Sure, sometimes. I got my skeleton keys, my phony bolts, and all that other junk. But you know me, Phil. I do my best tricks with muscle and brains, right?
Sure. You're the greatest, Joe.
Yeah, I keep in shape. Ask Wanda here. 1 hour a day with the barbells. Yeah, I still got a terrific chest expansion. I can do this water trick, Bill. It'll be great.
You know something, Wanda? Maybe the only way to stop your husband from talking about this is to let him do it.
Oh, Phil, no.
All right, Joe, how do you plan to work the act?
I really do it up good, Phil. First, I'll let him handcuff me. I mean, genuine cuffs. all checked out by the chief of police or somebody like that.
And what makes you think I can line up the chief of police?
Then after I'm handcuffed, a rope around my body around 50 feet. Then they put me in a burlap sack and tie it up good. Then they put the whole works into a steamer trunk and dump me right in the middle of the lake. How's that sound?
Like sudden death.
Don't worry about it. 2 minutes after that trunk goes into the water, out I come. Then all I gotta do is swim.
And how do you plan to do it?
Oh, I ain't giving away no trade secrets, Phil. All I can say is I got a new gimmick that'll make it more sensational than even the water trick Houdini did.
Phil, you can't let him go through with this. It's a trick for a young man.
I can do it, I said. Just tell me when we start, Phil.
I'll tell you when, Joe. As soon as you can prove to me that you can swim.
It's really a miracle. I never thought you'd be able to get away from that guy, Wanda.
Oh, Joe finally went someplace he couldn't take me.
Where's that?
To a men's gym. He went to swim in their pool.
What for?
Oh, he's going to do a trick. He calls it the water trick. He gets handcuffed and tied and all that, and they dump him into the lake in a big steamer trunk.
Ooh, that sounds pretty dangerous.
Well, the only danger would be Joe getting too winded to swim to the surface. I know he can get out of the cuffs and the ropes and all that, but...
It seems to me that if the slightest thing went wrong...
Oh, he'll take all the precautions, or we will, rather.
We?
Well, I help him out with the trick part of it.
Oh. Then there is a trick.
Part of it's a trick, naturally.
But, even tricks go wrong sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Did anything like that ever happen to your husband?
Well, yeah, once. He couldn't open the lock on his handcuffs. See, he had a key hidden in the cuff of his trousers, but it slipped out of his hand and fell between the cracks of the floorboard. He wasn't hurt or anything. It was just a wicker basket escape on stage.
I see. But if anything like that happened now, I mean, at the bottom of a lake...
But that would be terrible. It'd be awful.
Yeah. It would be really tragic, wouldn't it?
I don't want to think about any such thing. I just don't want to think about it.
No, of course not, Wanda. At least, we won't think about it tonight. Well, unless I heard wrong, it sounds to me that I've just heard a conversation about murder. No, the word wasn't spoken. The plans weren't made. But it wasn't difficult to hear between the lines. Will Mrs. Joe Ferlini really spoil the grandiose plans of Ferlini the Great? We'll find out when we return shortly with Act 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ed McMahon. Welcome once again to $1 Million Question. Madam.
Yes.
What is your name, please?
My name is Jones, Geraldine Jones.
Geraldine Jones.
That is
We're
correct.
about to ask you the $1 Million Question.
$1 million?
If you're correct, yes, if you're correct, you will win $1 million.
Honey hush.
Are you ready?
Okay.
All right, here's the question. What is the largest selling beer in the entire world?
Budweiser.
You're right. Boy, you just won $1 million.
Would you give it to me in Budweiser?
Of course. Be sure and watch Flip Wilson. And the name of the special is Flip Wilson, of course.
My guests are going to be Peter Sellers, Lily Tomlin, Richard Pryor.
And, of course, Flip Wilson. That's Flip Wilson, of course. This Friday night on TV. Sponsored by Budweiser. Of course. What more can I say?
When you say Budweiser.
Of course.
You've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
When's the last time you enjoyed a really big chocolate bar? A big Three Musketeers bar. A Three Musketeers. Thick milk chocolate outside. Fluffy chocolate whipped inside. Fluffy, not stuffy, so you don't feel full. A big Three Musketeers bar. Three Musketeers.
When your mouth waters for chocolate, bite into a Three Musketeers bar. Big chocolate taste that's easy on your tummy. Light, whipped-up chocolate fluffiness inside. Creamy milk chocolate outside. Three Musketeers. They're fluffy, not stuffy, so you don't feel full. Enjoy the big chocolate bar that's fluffy, not stuffy.
A big Three Musketeers bar. A big Three Musketeers bar. Three Musketeers.
The engagement is over for Ferlini the Great at the Tropicana Supper Club. But now Joe Ferlini and his wife have a new address, a small and rather shabby hotel which bears the name of Lakeview, undoubtedly because it's located on the edge of Lake Paradise. This afternoon, Wanda Ferlini is alone and bored, disinterested in her copy of Variety, tired of reading about the success of others. But then...
One second. Tommy.
Hello, Wanda. Surprised?
Well, of course I am. What are you doing here?
Isn't it obvious? I came to see you. No. Scratch that. For publication, I came to audition for a singing job at the Lake Paradise Inn.
Is that the truth?
You know what the truth is. Look, can I come in?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I've already tried to get a job at the inn. Nothing doing there. But Ferlini doesn't have to know that, does he?
You shouldn't have come here, Tommy. It won't look right.
Where is he?
Joe? He's at the lake swimming. That's all he's been doing for days now, practicing his swimming.
Then he's really going to go through with it, the water trick.
Oh, he's coming through with it, all right. His agent, Phil Roscoe.
Yeah, I know.
Well, he's actually getting excited about it. Can you imagine? He's been doing a terrific job of lining up publicity.
Publicity won't help Ferlini, Wanda. You know it won't. He's old hat. That escape stuff died when Houdini did.
Oh, you never know, Tommy. I mean, he's actually gotten the local chief of police to cooperate. He's going to make sure that the handcuffs are absolutely genuine.
But your husband can still get out of them, right?
Well, yeah, he always does.
How?
Tommy, I told you I didn't want to talk about that anymore. I don't like what you're... Well, you know what I mean.
You don't like what I'm implying, right?
No, I can't blame it on you. I'm the one who did all the implying. I'm the one who said that if one little thing goes wrong, Joe's a dead man. He'll drown.
One little thing.
We've got to stop this. Good Lord, we can't talk about murder like it's something casual.
Murder? Isn't that what we decided? Just because something goes wrong with the act, that isn't murder. We're not going to be arrested for it.
Please, Tommy, I'm trying to forget what we said.
Did you forget saying that you love me?
No. No, I didn't forget that.
Is it still true?
You know it is.
Wanda.
Tommy, don't. What if he walked in? Then you know who'll get murdered. You and me, both of us.
How's he been treating you?
Worse than ever. Every day it's worse. All he thinks about is the act, night and day. Escape. Oh, sometimes I think I'll go crazy, Tommy. I mean it.
Easy.
He wakes up in the middle of the night, throws off the covers, and takes a bow.
Wanda, what's this?
What?
These handcuffs. Are these the ones he uses in his act?
Well, those are the new cuffs.
The ones he plans to use for the water trick?
Yeah, that's right.
They look real, all right.
They are real.
Oh, they're not trick handcuffs?
No. This police chief who's going to inspect them, he's an expert in this kind of thing. Oh, he'd spot a trick cuff in 2 seconds.
But Ferlini still gets out of them.
Well, he has to. Or he can't get out of the ropes, or the sack, and then the steamer trunk.
Okay. Then tell me how he does it. You must know, Wanda.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then show me.
Okay.
Hey, what are you doing?
Putting the cuffs on you.
I'm no escape artist.
I'll show you how to be one, Tommy. There. Now, see if you can get your hands loose.
Well, I can't. It's impossible.
That's right. It's impossible. Without this.
Oh, a key.
Yeah, just this tiny key. That's all it takes. Just turn the key, and it's open.
Now, you telling me that he has the key with him when he goes into that lake?
Well, of course. There's no other way.
I mean, the key is hidden someplace, like in the trunk or the bag, someplace like that.
Oh, he can't take the chance with this trick. Every single piece of equipment will be thoroughly checked out by the police.
Well, then how will he manage the key?
Well, he hasn't told me that yet. Usually he has it sewn into the cuff of his trousers.
Uh-huh. And is that what he's going to do now?
Well, I just don't know, Tommy.
Well, all I know is this. What we talked about still makes sense to me. Very good sense. All you have to do is make sure that Ferlini the Great has the wrong key.
Look at that story, Phil. Just look at it. 4 big columns all about me.
Now, don't get carried away, huh? It's a big story, but a very little paper. Circulation 10,000, maybe.
Oh, that don't matter. It's a beginning, just a beginning. When I pull that stunt on Saturday morning, I'll be on all the wire services. You wait and see.
I just hope you don't end up in the obituary column.
Stop worrying about me.
Well, I'd worry a lot less if you'd tell us how you're going to do this trick, Joe.
That's what I keep asking him. I've been working for this guy for 18 years, and I know every stunt he pulls. Only this time...
This time, I'm doing something different. Something really terrific.
Look, will you tell us what it is, Joe? I'm knocking myself out, rounding up the press, getting the police to cooperate. I even got us a motorboat free of charge to take you out in the middle of the lake.
Yeah. You're doing a real good job, Phil. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
I haven't even told you the best part. I got a big news magazine guy coming out.
What?
That's right. It's a guy I used to know a long time ago. He works on the show business section. I talked him into coming out. If he likes what he sees, well, who knows? You might get some pretty good national publicity.
Hey, that's great, Phil. That's just terrific.
Only I'll tell you this, pal. If I don't learn some details, I'm going to be tempted to call the guy and put him off. I don't want him to come all the way out here just to see a guy get himself drowned. That's not the kind of news I want to see printed.
Come on, Joe. Tell us what you're going to do.
Okay. You want the scoop? Here's how it goes. The steamer trunk is no problem. You'll have a phony bottom. The canvas bag is no sweat either. That'll be the usual type I use. Pull the thread on top, the whole seam comes open.
Yeah, I know about those gimmicks.
As for the ropes, that'll be pure muscle. I'll just make with the chest and muscle expansion. By the time they load the trunk on a motorboat, I'll be out of the ropes. By the time they're ready to dump me in the lake, I'll be out of the canvas bag.
But first you have to get the handcuffs off.
Sure. That's the most important part.
What's it going to be, the key in your cuff?
Well, what's so funny?
There ain't going to be any cuffs.
What?
You heard me. I figure that's the first thing those smart guys will be looking for. Me having a key hidden. So I'll fool them. Completely.
How?
I mean, I'll let the cops examine me from head to foot to make sure I'm not hiding a key on me. And instead of pants, I'll wear a bathing suit.
Are you nuts?
Joe, you've got to have a key. There's no other way to get those handcuffs open.
Oh, sure. I'll have it on me. Because you're going to pass it to me, honey.
Me?
That's right.
Well, how will I do that? And then get away with it?
Ah, that's the part I just dreamed up, and it's a beauty. You're my wife, see? You're going to have to kiss me goodbye before I go into that steamer trunk, right?
Yeah?
Well, guess what you have in your mouth when you give me that kiss?
The key.
Yeah, that's right. You'll kiss me bye-bye and pass that key from your mouth to mine. And that way, I'll be able to slip the key into the lock with my teeth. Get it?
It's a good gimmick, Joe.
It's beautiful, Phil. Beautiful. It can't miss.
Yeah, it does make sense. Nobody would think it's strange that I kiss you goodbye.
Yeah, the most natural thing in the world, honey. After all, any wife would kiss her husband when she may never see him again.
That's it, Joe. Just breathe deep. Get plenty of oxygen into your lungs. You're going to need it.
Oh, stop worrying about me, Phil. I feel great. I feel terrific. Hey, how's that crowd out there?
It's okay. Maybe 100 people. I didn't count it.
Yeah, but that guy's there, isn't he? One from the news magazine?
Yeah, he's here, and a couple of other newspaper guys. One of them from New York.
Yeah, it's going to work, Phil, I can tell. I'm going to really make it back to the big time.
Well, if you're ready, the chief is waiting for you.
I'm ready.
Chief Wallace, I'd like you to say hello to the great Ferlini.
How do, Mr. Ferlini? I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Ferlini, this is Mr. Ralph Crimmins, president of the local Chamber of Commerce, Frank Petty of the Lake Paradise Tribune, and you've already met Dave Brooks, our motorboat pilot.
Well, let's get started, huh? It's a warm day, and I want to go in for a little dip.
Chief Wallace.
Yeah.
Would you begin by placing the handcuffs on Mr. Ferlini?
I certainly will.
Now, you've examined these cuffs, Chief, and you're sure they're genuine?
Oh, they're genuine, all right.
Would you clamp them on, please?
Right. There you are, Mr. Ferlini.
Now, if you other gentlemen will please tie this rope around the great Ferlini's body. Make as many knots as you wish.
Can I lend a hand there, too? I used to be a Boy Scout.
Oh, help yourself, Chief.
May I please have the canvas bag?
Right here.
Thank you. Now, as soon as these gentlemen have finished tying up the great Ferlini, we'll put the canvas bag over his head and lower him into the steamer trunk.
Don't worry, Wanda. I'm going to be fine.
Perhaps you'd like to kiss your husband goodbye, Mrs. Ferlini.
From the looks of things, I'd say that would be a very good idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, the motorboat has stopped in the middle of the lake. Now, please watch carefully. Now, the trunk has been brought to the end of the boat. Chief Wallace and Dave Brooks, our pilot, are carefully lowering it over the side. There it goes, into the water. The steamer trunk has gone straight to the bottom of the lake like a stone. The great Ferlini is inside, in the greatest life and death struggle of his career. Can he work his way free of those steel manacles? Can he escape from 50 yards of rope bound tightly around his body? Can he get out of the canvas sack that covers him from head to foot? Can he break through the solid locks of that trunk and manage to reach the surface on time?
Wanda. Tommy, you shouldn't have come here.
I just thought it would have been better.
It's 15 seconds now. 15 long seconds for the great Ferlini.
Wanda, what? Is everything all right?
Please, don't talk to me now, Tommy. Not now.
I'm sorry. I've missed you so much these past 3 days.
I couldn't see you, even though we shouldn't be seen together.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody knows we're friends. We met at the Tropicana.
30 seconds. The great Ferlini has been underwater, sealed in that trunk for a full 30 seconds, and there's no sign of him. Is he all right?
Wanda, I talked to the manager of the inn again. He thinks he may have a spot for me at the show at the end of next week.
For God's sake, Tommy, how can you talk about show business now?
Well, isn't that what this is all about? Show business?
Wanda, for God's sake, what's happening out there?
I don't know. How should I know?
Why doesn't he come up? He said he'd be up in 20 seconds, no more
I
than that.
just don't know, Phil.
45 seconds and he's not up. He's got to be all right. He's got to be. Everything went just the way we planned.
Hey, there isn't a sign of him, not a ripple on the water.
He's gone. Phil, it didn't work. It didn't work.
Not coming up. He's drowned.
No.
Show's drowned.
Well, it looks as if the trick has failed. Or perhaps you could say that the trick has been too successful. The one played on Ferlini the Great by his not-so-loving wife. Now, the question remains, will the crime go unpunished? Or does fate have at least one more trick up its sleeve? We'll find out shortly when we return with Act 3.
There's a fresh new spirit sweeping the land. A free spirit that demands good products. Products that satisfy your sense of good taste and desire for economy. But above all, products that perform. Buick has been touched by this spirit. And this year, our crisply designed, solidly built Buicks will bring joy even to the most demanding of free spirits. The 1975 Buicks, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Stanley Myron Handleton. Did you know you can have a college grad's career without 4 years of college? All you need is a year or two of technical education to work in fields like engineering, health service, automotive design, and forestry. The facts are in a free booklet called 25 Technical Careers in 2 Years or Less. Just right. Careers, Washington, D.C. 20202.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
If you want to buy a new home today, your problem isn't the cost of materials. It's the cost of money. High interest rates. Hi, Frank Lieber here to suggest you do this instead. Visit a True Value Home Center. The huge array of building materials you see there will give you ideas about what you can do yourself to renew parts or all of the home you live in now. The basement, for instance. True Value Home Centers can help you change it from workroom for washing machines to a playroom for people. Paneling to go over cold concrete block walls, in wood grains, colors, and scenic designs. Install it yourself. And hardwood parquet flooring to go over the old linoleum. Install it just like tile. You could even install a bar down there. True Value Home Centers have sinks, countertops, and plumbing fixtures, too. You supply the labor, they supply the materials, and some know-how if you need it. Come see what you can do with the home you live in now at your nearby True Value Home Center.
The great Ferlini is dead. His waterlogged body, still loosely bound in rope, still encased in a canvas bag, which became his shroud, still in a steamer trunk, which became his coffin, has been removed from Lake Paradise. Now it's a time of mourning and a time of questions.
I'm really sorry to be bothering you folks at a time like this, but in cases like these, we need to produce certain facts for the coroner's office. You understand?
Yes, of course, Lieutenant. It's just that there isn't much to say about Joe's death. Things went wrong. That's all there is to it.
Well, that's what we'd like to know. What things went wrong exactly?
How can anybody answer that? So many things can go haywire with an act like that.
That's the truth, Lieutenant. An escape act is a matter of split-second timing. Everything's got to be done carefully, precisely. If one factor goes badly, well, you saw what happened.
I told Joe not to go through with this. He was just too old for such a dangerous stunt.
He'd never tried this water trick before?
No, never.
No. It was Houdini. Houdini did it. Joe always wanted to do something to make him better known than Houdini.
Houdini's been gone a long time. Did he still consider him competition?
Yeah, that's the way Joe was. Alive or dead. The only thing that mattered was reputation. Fame.
Did you try to stop him from this attempt, Mrs. Ferlini?
Yes, I did. I did everything I could. I pleaded with him. I begged him.
Maybe it was my fault, Lieutenant. Maybe I should have listened to Mrs. Ferlini. But Joe just kept after me about it until...
His reflexes were too slow. That was the real trouble.
Well, that makes sense, I guess, Mrs. Ferlini. But it isn't a fact. I still need a rough idea of what might have gone wrong. I guess that means you'll have to tell me how he intended to get out of that steamer trunk.
Well, I don't know if we can do that, Lieutenant.
You mean you don't know?
Well, I mean, it's still a professional secret.
The man is dead, Mr. Roscoe.
Yeah, but just the same, I mean, well, you don't know the pride people like Joe Ferlini take in their work, in their methods. If I tell you how he did his tricks, it would be kind of a betrayal.
Look, I appreciate how you feel, Mr. Roscoe, but I'm not going to publish any expose on the man. I've just got to supply some answers for the record.
Well, I just don't see the point of it. It could have been any of a dozen things.
Well, just name some.
All right. Obviously, he couldn't get the handcuffs off. The key must have dropped out of his mouth.
What key?
You didn't find a key?
We weren't looking for one.
Well, there was a key, all right. Wanda passed it to him before he got into the trunk.
But his arms were bound to his side. How could he open the cuffs, even with a key?
With his teeth. Joe's done that 100 times. But this time, well, he couldn't make it.
Well, we searched the trunk. It was empty.
It probably fell out of the trunk when they opened it. It's only a tiny key. A fish probably swallowed it by now.
I see. And if Ferlini couldn't get out of the cuffs...
He couldn't get out of the ropes, or the canvas sack, or the steamer trunk. And then the air began to give out.
Oh, Phil, that's enough, please. That's enough.
Yeah, Mrs. Ferlini, okay. I guess that's enough for today. It's pretty obvious what happened, and I guess it'll be obvious to the coroner, too. Death by
misadventure. Death by misadventure. Now, that's what I'd call a perfect description.
Well, how can you sound so happy about it?
Why should I be unhappy?
Tommy, the man is dead. He died a horrible death.
Died doing what he wanted to do. What more can a man ask?
No, you know the real truth. He died because of me. Because I gave him the kiss of death.
No, don't say things like that.
But it's true. It's absolutely true. I gave him his final kiss, and I passed the wrong key from my lips to
Now,
his.
you don't have to worry about that. You said the police never found the key to the handcuffs.
No, they never found the key. They can't trace his death to me.
Well, then you're safe.
Safe? Is that what you call it? I killed him, Tommy.
You paid him back for a lifetime of torture.
He was never happier in his whole life. I never saw him so happy. He thought he was going to be so famous.
Look, try to stop thinking about it so much.
Do you think I slept a wink last night? All I could think about was the way that trunk looked when it slid into the lake with Joe inside of it. And the way we waited, and
Wanda,
and then the trunk coming up all wet and slimy, and Joe still inside. Oh, my God, Tommy, I never had a nightmare that bad in my life, and it was all true.
Well, there's something else that's true. Joe Ferlini is being buried this morning. And that means you'll never have to worry about his mistreating you again.
Yeah. I won't have to worry about living with Joe anymore. Now I'll have to worry about living with myself.
You don't have to live by yourself. You've got me now, Wanda.
Oh, please, Tommy, not now. I can't listen to such talk now. Not on the way to the funeral.
Dear friends, we are gathered here today to consign the mortal remains of Joseph Martin Ferlini to the earth which bore him. Joseph Ferlini was a man of courage and strength, a man who devoted his life to bring pleasure to others. He was, in fact, a man who sacrificed his life to that devotion. He used to say to his audiences, I wish to demonstrate that there is something in the human spirit which cannot be chained. And there is something called the human soul which cannot be kept behind bars. This was Joseph Ferlini, who died performing the work of his life. And who can say...
Excuse me. Is this the Ferlini funeral?
Right. I beg your pardon?
I don't mean to interrupt you, Reverend, but this is the Ferlini service, right?
Yes, that's true.
Well, I'm sorry to break this up, but I'm from the county coroner's
Bill,
office.
what's going on?
I don't know. Let's go see.
Really, I can't imagine what this is all
I'm
about.
afraid the funeral services can't continue. You see, we have orders to attach the body of Joseph Ferlini.
Yes, but surely...
What's going on here? What's the matter?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Are you Mrs. Ferlini?
Yes?
Why'd you stop the service?
I have a court order. Now, the coroner is requesting a further examination of the remains.
What?
I'm afraid I'll have to open the coffin, Mrs. Ferlini.
Open the coffin? You can't mean that. He's going to be buried. You can't open his coffin
Come
here.
on, you can't get away with that.
I don't have any choice. Now, there's a caretaker's cottage on the grounds, and we can use that for the examination. Would you gentlemen please pick up the coffin and follow me?
Bill, don't let them do it.
Hush, Wanda. It's all right. I'm sure it's just a formality.
Please. The sooner we get this over with, the better. All right, now, please stand back while I open the coffin.
Oh, my God, I don't want to look.
Don't let it bother you, Wanda. You saw Joe when he was in the funeral parlor. He'll look just the same now.
Would you give me a hand with this lid?
Yeah, sure.
Whoa, whoa.
It's empty.
Dear Lord in heaven.
What did you say?
Don't look, Wanda.
But he's gone. Well, how could he get out of his own coffin?
Gone? Did you say Joe is gone? Jesus Christ!
All right, Mr. Roscoe, let's hear the whole story from the beginning.
Look, I'm really sorry about this, Lieutenant. It was just something I couldn't help. I mean, a promise is a promise.
Yes, and breaking the law is breaking the law.
I'm not under arrest, am I?
Well, we'll determine that after you tell me the truth.
Well, you got to understand the way things are in my profession. Everything is showmanship. Everything. That's what my life has been for the past 30 years.
Is that how long Ferlini was your client?
Practically. In the early days, everything was different. Ballyhoo, crazy stunts, way out schemes for getting publicity. You know how it is.
What about the missing body?
Well, it was like a pact that I made with Joe.
A pact?
Yeah. That's the kind of guy he was. A showman to the end. And I really mean the end.
Well, what was the deal?
He made me promise him that if anything happened to him, if he died, that I would arrange for one last escape. Something that would make him remembered even longer than Houdini.
Are you telling me this was all a cheap publicity stunt?
No, it was a trick, Lieutenant. That's the word for it. I slipped the undertaker $100, and he arranged to have Ferlini buried someplace secretly. Then he put an empty coffin in the hearse with some slates in the bottom to give it weight.
Oh, for love of Pete.
Man from the coroner's office. He was a phony, too. It was an actor I hired so we could open the coffin right on the spot. You see what I mean? Showmanship.
Yes, I see what you mean, all right. But I suppose you know what the effect of your showmanship has been.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about Mrs. Ferlini.
Yeah, I feel rotten about that. But I couldn't tell her in advance, Lieutenant. Joe made me swear not to tell anyone. He wanted the mystery to last forever and ever. The last escape of Ferlini the Great.
But considering what happened to Mrs. Ferlini, you had to tell the truth.
Yeah, I had to. Tell me, how is she, Lieutenant? Where have you got her now?
As a matter of fact, she's right next door.
How's she doing?
Look for yourself.
Oh, my God. Wanda.
She's completely out of her head, Mr. Roscoe. And she isn't the escape artist her husband was. She can't get out of that straitjacket.
Well, so Wanda Ferlini does go to prison for her crime. But in this case, it's the kind of prison whose bars are created in one's own mind. And it may well be the most cruel and unusual punishment of all. By the way, you may be interested to know that some doctors prefer to call a straitjacket a camisole. I think it's a much more suitable word, especially if it's going to be worn by a lady. I'll be back shortly.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your loves. But give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
A common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1. You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 tiny time pills.
Give your cold to contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
It's really a pity that the days of Houdini and his like seem to be gone. However, we think Joe Ferlini was right. Everything does come back. And we can probably look forward to seeing a whole new generation of escape artists, magicians, and illusionists. In fact, you're enjoying one of the greatest illusionists of all time right this minute. It's called radio. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Joan Lovejoy, Joseph Julian, Russell Horton, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
You mean she felt that guilty about what had happened?
guilty enough to seek punishment for herself. And she did. She punished herself by losing the use of her legs.
And so your treatment was able to cure her.
Yes, I'm happy to say.
It couldn't cure me. See, I didn't lose the use of my hands for any kind of reason like that. I mean, it's just some sort of nerve damage.
Well, if that's the diagnosis of your physician, that it's purely physical and incurable.
But I didn't say that. See, I mean, my doctor has never used the word incurable. I have been hoping for years that it would just heal itself. I can't go on living like this. I want my hands back. Oh, dear God, I want my hands.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Autolite, 98,000 Ronald Colman in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings to life one of the most famous detectives in literature as we dramatize E.C. Bentley's classic novel of deduction, Trent's Last Case. Our star, Mr. Ronald Colman.
Say, Hap, would you hand me that spark plug, please? No, the other one. Thanks.
Well, they both look alike to me, Harlow.
Well, they do look alike, Hap, but there's a big difference. This one is ignition engineered. That means it's built by Autolite, the people who really know spark plugs.
Now, what makes you say that, Harlow?
Why, Autolite makes complete electrical systems specified as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. That means that Autolite engineers specialize in ignition. And because spark plugs are the very heart of a car's ignition system, they just naturally design spark plugs to give you the smoothest performance money can buy.
I guess I better be mighty sure I get only ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs from now on. Eh, Harlow?
Right, Hap, because when you have ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs in your car, truck, or tractor, you have the finest spark plugs money can buy. So, friends, be sure you get the very best by insisting on standard or resistor type ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. They're world famous for quality and performance, and they're made by the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents E.C. Bentley's Trent's Last Case, starring Mr. Ronald Colman, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
The last case to which I, Philip Trent, applied myself in the field of criminology and detection occurred in the spring of 1910. I must acknowledge that the intricacies of the crime were worthy of the brain of Sigsbee Manderson. This colossus among financial giants had manipulated power and wealth in every corner of the world. He centralized industries of continental scope, smashed families and fortunes, and along with each dollar, he accumulated an enemy. When Sigsbee Manderson was murdered, the world lost nothing worth a single tear. The day of his death, Sir James Malloy, publisher of the London Record, asked me to cover the case for his paper. I agreed and immediately took the train to Bishopsbridge.
Trent? Philip Trent? Wait for an old man.
Why, Mr. Couples, by all that's miraculous. How are you?
Breathless, Philip, breathless.
I expected you'd be down to Bishop's Bridge to write about the murder.
Well, that's rather a colorless way of stating it. I should prefer to put it that I have come down in the character of avenger of blood. To hunt down the guilty and vindicate the honor of society. Families waited on at their private residences.
Famous turned your head. This tragic affair will not blend well with your lightheartedness.
Ah, now, Mr. Couples, you have more than a bystander's interest in the case.
I have indeed.
Come now, you didn't do the great man in.
Oh. Mabel Manderson is my niece, and there are some things you will learn which may prejudice you. I wanted you to hear them from me so your good judgment would not be impaired by gossip or malicious tongues.
Good. So you can walk to the Manderson place with me.
Oh, much too far to walk. I'll take you in my motor car.
Oh, now. You will go slowly, won't you?
Oh, very slowly. There, you get in. I'll crank the engine.
Now, how about your niece?
My niece had been married to Manderson for 5 years. They got along rather well, despite the difference in their ages. She was just 18 when they married, and he close to 50. Several months ago, for no apparent reason, he began to treat her miserably. He was surly, contemptuous, and insulting. When she could bear it no longer, she turned to me. I offered to speak to him, demand an explanation for his outrageous behavior.
Why didn't she speak to him herself?
Mabel is a most gentle and even-tempered person. She wanted to avoid a bitter squabble.
A rare woman, indeed.
Mm-hmm. I tried to see Manderson for a week. When I finally did catch up with him, I was doubly angry for his shabby treatment of his wife and for avoiding me.
And did you get any satisfaction?
He refused to discuss the matter. In the presence of witnesses, I'm afraid I made a rather rash statement. I expressed the view that men such as he did not deserve to live.
I wouldn't worry about that, Mr. Couples. That opinion seems to be universal. The strange thing is why your niece married Manderson.
Here we are. Would you mind opening the gates, please?
Oh, no. This will be fine. I'd like to nose around the grounds a bit, unless you want to drive in.
No. I'm staying in town. If you should want me, I'm at the Hotel Royal.
Well, thank you for the lift, Couples. I passed through the gates and walked the path between tall walls of hedges. A gap in this green wall took me to a gravel track that led to the small gardener's cottage. Someone was poking about as though looking for something. My approach startled the fellow.
This is private property. What are you doing here?
My name is Trent. And you?
John Marlowe.
Oh, yes. Secretary to Mr. Manderson, I believe. You seem to have lost something. Perhaps I can help you look.
No, I was just hoping I could find something here. Something that the murderer may have dropped. This is where Manderson's body was found.
Ah. And have you found anything?
No, I really didn't expect to. I've just been so...
Upset? Bereaved? Devastated by the master's death?
Frankly, no. I'm limp, that's all. I've been up all night, driving. Haven't had any sleep.
You should do your driving during the day.
Mr. Manderson had sent me on an urgent errand to Southampton just before he was killed.
Oh, then you weren't around when the deed was done.
I have accounted for myself to Inspector Murch.
But now that your employment here has come to an abrupt end, do you plan on leaving Bishop's Bridge?
Mrs. Manderson has asked me to stay, to clear up various papers and loose ends.
Oh, well, then I shall see you about.
You shall. Mr. Trent, I would like to offer a suggestion. Snoop around if you must, but leave Mrs. Manderson alone.
I've already heard that she is a most fragile creature. But have no worries, Mr. Marlowe. I am gentle as a bird. When Marlowe left me, I pottered about the uncut grass which still showed where the body had lain. Then I started towards the large house. There was a man standing in the open French doors of the study.
Why, Trent! Come in!
Ah, me, 'twas ever thus. I did think for once I was ahead of Scotland Yard, And now here again is the largest officer in the entire force already filling that prime position. How are you, Murch?
Earning my wages, Trent.
Ah, then you've arrested the bloke what done the old fellow in. Good work.
No, I didn't say that. It'll take more than you or me to put the cuffs on anyone in this case.
Oh, come now. What about the butler? And the upstairs maid, the cook, the gardener? Why, the place must be teeming with likely suspects.
That's the trouble. Manderson was not what I'd call a lovable chap. Too many suspects. Why, some bloke could have come here from Tanganyika or Timbuktu, pulled the trigger, and then gone home easy as you please.
The gun hasn't been found?
No. I have the bullet here, a 32.
Such a small bullet to have ruined such a large brain. Any powder burns?
None. The gun was fired from a distance of about 5 feet. The medical examiner has fixed the time of death at about midnight.
Where's the body?
At Eckerman's mortuary in town. I have a photograph here, taken where the body was found.
Let me see. Best dressed corpse I've ever seen. Except for the shoes.
The shoes? Well, why, they're very expensive and practically new.
I should like to see them if they're about.
Everything Mr. Manderson was wearing when he was killed has been returned to his room.
I suppose it'd be all right if I went up and sniffed around.
Of course. I'll lead the way. I've gone over everything thoroughly. I don't know why you're so interested in the shoes.
Murch, don't you think it rather strange that Manderson was dressed meticulously when he was shot? Hair parted neatly, tie in place, waistcoat completely buttoned. Yet the laces of the shoes were untied.
Oh, perhaps his feet bothered him. Now, I have terrible pain.
Could robbery have come into it, do you think? Anything missing from Manderson's pockets or from the house?
No. As a matter of fact, Manderson's wallet was overstuffed with about £5,000.
That's more than pocket money, even for a millionaire.
There was also a pouch of valuable uncut diamonds in one of his pockets. No, robbery is certainly out. This is Manderson's room here.
Uncut diamonds, eh? Has anyone guessed at their value?
About £10,000.
Well, good heavens.
Don't you think diamonds are worth that much?
Yes, but I'm more impressed by the array of shoes in this wardrobe. Why, there must be 50 pairs if there's one. Aha, this is what I want.
How could you tell that those were the shoes Manderson wore last night?
Well, look here. There's a tear near the tongue.
Well, as I said, they must have been a bit tight for him.
Now, why would he, with 50 pairs to choose from, select the one pair that pinched?
You know how it is. I've become attached to an old bathrobe. Much too tight for me. Yet I favor it over a new one that the wife gave me on my birthday.
It's odd, very odd. Murch, I wonder if we could have a look at Marlowe's room now.
Certainly, it's just down the hall. But Marlowe's in the clear. He left at 11 last night, an hour before Manderson was killed. He got to the Bedford Hotel in Southampton at 6:30. Couldn't possibly have made the drive in less than 7.5 hours.
What was the errand Manderson sent him on?
He was to meet Mr. Harris and give him a package. Some big secret business affair of Manderson's, I imagine.
And Marlowe delivered the package and returned to Bishopsbridge?
He returned without making the delivery. Harris didn't appear.
You might at least knock before intruding.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marlowe. I thought the room was unoccupied.
No offense, Mr. Marlowe. Trent here is working on the case. You might call this visit official police business.
I've told you all I can. If you don't mind, I'd like to nap.
Marlowe, when you first went to work for Manderson, did he require a graduate of Oxford?
All he wanted was a capable secretary.
But you were at Oxford.
I was.
Marvelous place, Oxford. Gave us a great school and a fine style of shoe. By the way, Marlowe, what size shoe do you wear?
Inspector, if you don't remove this gentleman, I shall report this to the authorities.
Oh, come off it, Mr. Marlowe. Let's indulge Mr. Trent in a question or two.
I wear size 10C.
Thank you. Marlowe, have you any idea what was in that package for Mr. Harris?
No.
Where is it now?
A messenger came for it this morning.
Do you have any idea who this Mr. Harris may be? Have you ever met him?
No. Mr. Manderson had many private business arrangements about which I was kept in the dark. I was his secretary, not a business partner.
Isn't it rather odd that an American would hire an English secretary?
Well, not at all. Mabel. Mrs. Manderson is English. That is why Mr. Manderson lived in England a good part of the time. He wanted his wife to feel at home among her own people.
And I assume you did your part in that regard.
I beg your pardon?
I beg yours, Marlowe. Well, take your nap and pleasant dreams. Inspector Murch went off to complete arrangements for the inquest, leaving me alone in this marble mausoleum of a house to wait for Mrs. Manderson. I then sent a telegram to Oxford University and requested an immediate reply to my inquiries about John Marlowe's undergraduate activities. Then I wrote my first dispatch for the London Record, setting forth everything I knew, but keeping to myself those suspicions which, I hope, would soon be confirmed. Since Mrs. Manderson didn't appear, I decided to have another look at the gardener's cottage. But a compelling force turned me instead towards the sound of the sea. Standing at the edge of the cliff, I watched the beautiful movements of water, the wash of a light sea over broken rock. And then my heart seemed to stop. Close to the point where the cliff dropped sheer, a woman of remarkable beauty was sitting, her face full of some distant dream. I knew who this woman must be, Mabel Manderson. She was at once everything that poets and painters have tried to express with pen and brush. Yet this woman, who appeared to be devoid of evil and incapable of murder, this woman, whose husband's death had made her the wealthiest of widows, wore on her lips a faint, yet unmistakable, smile.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ronald Colman in E.C. Bentley's Trent's Last Case. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
There's one thing I've learned, Harlow, and that's to make sure I get ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs for my car every time.
Well, you've learned a mighty important lesson, Hap, because money can't buy finer spark plugs, and that's proven every day by millions of car, truck, and tractor owners under all kinds of conditions. You see, Autolite spark plugs are designed by men who specialize in ignition. And because they know ignition, they know how important it is for spark plugs to work as a team with the complete ignition system.
Is that why you say they're ignition-engineered, Harlow?
Right you are, Hap. So, friends, treat yourself to the best. Ask for and insist on ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. They're world-famous for quality and performance. Ask your dealer for the standard or resistor type best suited to your car and your style of driving. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Ronald Colman in Elliot Lewis's production of E.C. Bentley's Trent's Last Case, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
To continue my narration of the peculiar circumstances surrounding the death of Sigsbee Manderson, the last case to which I, Philip Trent, applied myself, the sight of Mrs. Manderson at her sanctuary on the cliff had a most unsettling effect on me. I returned to the house and nervously paced the floor of the study for I don't know how long. When the door opened and my name was spoken, I stared stupidly.
Mr. Trent? I am Mrs. Manderson. You are Mr. Trent, I believe.
I believe, yes, Mr. Trent.
Please sit down, Mr. Trent. I would like to help you in any way I can.
Thank you. I'm sorry for inflicting myself upon you at this tragic time, Mrs. Manderson, but I have just a few questions. Last night, did your husband retire at the usual time?
Yes, at 10:30. Then, sometime after 11, I heard him move about in his room, which adjoins mine. I called and asked him if anything were troubling him. He said no, he was just a bit restless and would ask Mr. Marlowe to take him for a drive to relax his nerves.
And did the drive with Marlowe bring the desired result?
Well, I thought so. At about midnight, I heard my husband return and asked if he felt better. He replied that he did, and that he'd sent Marlowe on an errand to Southampton.
I see. Thank you. Your uncle, Mr. Couples, mentioned that Mr. Manderson behaved strangely towards you in the past month or so.
Well, he did, rather. I put it down to the pressure of business that had begun to tell on him.
And was he of a very jealous nature?
He had no reason to be jealous.
There were no quarrels? Differences of any kind?
Not quarrels, really. My husband liked to spend money. I never learned to. My needs were modest. I've long feared that the large amount of cash my husband always had on hand was an invitation to burglars.
And was he in the habit of carrying a pouch full of diamonds in his pocket?
He often bought expensive jewels for me, but they were kept in the safe. Since they were not put to use by me, perhaps he had decided to dispose of them.
Of course. I know this must be a harrowing experience for you, Mrs. Manderson, but you do want your husband's murderer brought to justice.
I will help in any way I can.
I didn't think I would learn anything by attending the inquest, so while it was being held, I strolled to the telegraph office.
Yes, sir?
I expected a telegram yesterday. I wonder whether it has come in.
What is the name, please?
Trent. Philip Trent.
Trent. Does sound familiar. Why, of course. A batch of telegrams was delivered to Mrs. Manderson last night. Sympathy messages, you know, the poor thing. Yours went out to the house along with the others.
You're sure of that?
Why, look here, the delivery book. You can see it's signed by the person who received it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The receipt bore a signature in a clear hand. John Marlowe. I found myself at the cliff again, and each crashing wave was like a hammer blow on my heart. I was certain of the contents of the telegram. Only one thing was not clear, and that was a motive. And each time the answer tried to insinuate itself into my mind, I consciously pushed it away. I could no longer look at the case impersonally. After the first sight of Mrs. Manderson sitting on this very rock while she gazed at the sea, I knew that she could be motive enough, innocent or not, for any deed, good or bad.
This came for you last night.
What? Why, you in the habit of skulking up on people? Why, I almost lost my footing.
Be more careful. It's a long way down.
Well, what are you waiting for? Surely you don't expect me to thank you for withholding my telegram since last night?
You weren't here. You didn't expect me to chase over the countryside looking for you.
All right. Thank you.
I imagine you'll be leaving Bishopsbridge, Trent. The inquest jury returned a verdict of murder by persons unknown. Inspector Murch believes the crime was committed by a crank.
You're a veritable storehouse of information, Marlowe. And now, if you'll excuse me. When Marlowe left me, I tore open the telegram. Response to your inquiry, John Marlowe, member of Dramatic Society. Excellent in roles calling for disguise and vocal impersonations. I knew what I had to do, and I approached my task with the deepest pain and gloom.
Mr. Trent, I didn't realize you'd come in. Forgive my playing. The piano is my only release.
No, please, continue.
Aren't you feeling well? Perhaps some brandy.
No, thank you, Mrs. Manderson. I've written the story of this case and addressed it to the publisher of the record. It's all here in this envelope. It contains certain things which I have concluded about your husband's death.
Oh?
Things not suspected by anyone else. Mrs. Manderson, I am not free to suppress this evidence on a mere whim. I want the truth.
Are you asking me if I perjured myself at the inquest?
Since I have a passion for truth, I do not attend inquests. But you knew why your husband changed his attitude towards you in the month or so preceding his death?
What have you found out?
I want you to tell me.
All right. He knew that I was weary of life with him. The constant parties, business conferences, scheming, complicated plans for amalgamations, corporations, which went on constantly. I couldn't ask him to pass the butter at dinner without getting the latest market prices on that commodity. I refused to attend his dinners. I wouldn't play hostess any longer at his dull parties. That is why his attitude changed.
There was no talk of divorce?
None.
Did you plan to continue living with him?
Why do you ask me that?
I know that your husband became contemptuous of you because of John Marlowe. There, you have the envelope. Send it to the record or withhold it as you choose. I'm done with this. This is my last case. I watched her trembling hands tear open the envelope and extract the story. The story that told how Marlowe had shot Manderson at 11 o'clock, had impersonated him at midnight, had worn the dead man's shoes to cover up his own footprints, and had been in such haste that he neglected to tie the laces when he returned them to the feet of the murdered man. I dared not guess how deeply Mrs. Manderson was involved in the plot, besides being the motive for it. I wanted to be done with the affair and get as far away as possible from the woman who now stood so near to me.
I can't send this off, Mr. Trent.
I'm sure you have good reason.
The best. You are wrong.
Impossible. I can prove that Marlowe masqueraded as your husband.
Oh, listen, please. My husband sent Marlowe off to see a man who never existed. In the package addressed to the mythical Mr. Harris was my husband's wallet with 5,000 pounds and the pouch of diamonds. He intended only to wound himself and then have Mr. Marlowe arrested for theft and attempted murder. Like you, my husband suspected there was something between Marlowe and me. There never was.
Oh, Mrs. Manderson.
When Marlowe started to drive off, he heard the shot and drove back. My husband was dead, a suicide. He realized then what my husband had planned. He replaced the wallet and diamonds in the pockets, then borrowed the shoes for reasons you guessed. They were torn because Marlowe's feet were a little too large for them.
But you said you had seen Manderson at midnight.
I said I had heard his voice. Marlowe's a good impersonator. He was trying to protect himself and me.
Now, Mrs. Manderson, I couldn't have been that far from the solution.
You were even further away, Trent.
Why, Couples.
Manderson was not a suicide.
What?
I killed him.
Well, this is too ridiculous.
I was out walking that night. I saw Marlowe drive off. Then I came upon Manderson just as he was about to shoot himself. I tried to stop him. We struggled. And during the struggle, the gun went off accidentally.
How could I have been so wrong?
I think I know why. Your talents must be better suited to reporting than the detective business.
My dear Mrs. Manderson, I couldn't agree with you more. This, I vow, shall be Trent's last case.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Ronald Colman.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, boats, and industry. These products include dial indicating and recording thermometers, bumpers, die castings, and batteries such as the famous Autolite Stay Full, ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, both standard and resistor types, voltage regulators, wire and battery cable, Autolite bullseye sealed beam units, and Autolite original service parts for all Autolite electrical systems. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. So, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, we combine fact and fiction. The fact, the murder of Mary Cecilia Rogers. The fiction, Edgar Allan Poe's solution of that crime. The mystery of Marie Roget. Our star, Mr. Cornell Wilde. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. E.C. Bentley's Trent's Last Case was adapted for Suspense by Oliver Gard. Featured in tonight's cast were Ellen Morgan, Joseph Kearns, Richard Peel, Gloria Ann Simpson, and William Johnstone. And remember next week, Mr. Cornell Wilde and Edgar Allan Poe's The Mystery of Marie Roget.
You can buy Autolite standard or resistor-type spark plugs, Autolite original service parts, and Autolite Stay Full batteries at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
I do declare, Candy, this is a madder dash than the one made by Paul Revere. Look out for that man.
I see him, Rembrandt.
I know it, you know it, but does he? What's the reason for this wild scramble, girl?
I started to explain, Ducky. Look at that car up ahead about a block.
Yes, it's a police car.
That's right. And do you know who's driving? Lieutenant Ray Mellor, that's who. Whom?
So Mallard's driving. There's no reason to get yourself such a snit. I imagine the lad's driven before.
I'm not worried about the mechanical aspects of placing a car in motion and guiding it to a predetermined terminal. It's the reason behind it that bothers me.
What's that reason being what?
I don't know what the reason is, and that's the rub. For days, Mallard's been avoiding me like the plague. I call him on the phone, all I get are muffled sentences. Nothing makes sense. Last night I waited in front of the Hall of Justice and followed him when he left.
And where did he lead you, dear? Into a pool room or some such thing?
No, pool room I wouldn't have minded. I shoot a pretty good stick of snooker, you know.
That's beside the point, Candy. Come now, concentrate. Where did Mallard lead you?
To a small hotel on Ellis Street. He met a man in the lobby who was wearing dark glasses. They huddled in a corner and talked for a while. Then Mallard left. I didn't duck back fast enough, and Mallard saw me. Oh, brother, what a bawling out I got.
How strange.
With that, he got in his car and drove away like frantic.
That certainly doesn't sound like Mallard.
I called to apologize this morning. He wouldn't even talk to me. And now this. He never drives a squad car unless it's absolutely necessary.
Now you've got me curious. Something must be up.
You're darn tootin', and I want in on it.
Yes. Who does Mallard think he is, keeping things from us like this?
Oh, he's stopping. I'd better hold it up right here.
He's getting out, Candy.
So I see. Look, he's waving up at the middle flat. Do you see anyone in the window up there, Ducky?
Yes, a man. I can't quite make out his features, though.
Yes, he's waving back.
What's Mallard doing now?
Going up the stairs and in. How do you like that?
Rather delicious, isn't it? Oh, I squirm with intrigue.
Well, I squirm, too. Come on, Rembrandt, squirm out of the car. This is one time I don't mind doing a shadow job strictly for free.
From San Francisco, the National Broadcasting Company presents another yarn in the adventures of that attractive private eye, Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
I knew there was something wrong 3 days before. Whenever I walk into Mallard's office in the Hall of Justice, where he lieutenants for the San Francisco homicide, and all I get out of the big guy is an ugh, something's foul in Dixie. You can play that in any key you like. And the ughs kept up, mentally and verbally. Add that situation with Mallard's mysterious friend in the dark glasses, and you've got something. Especially when Lieutenant Boy stops off at an old flat, waves to a gent, the gent waves back, and Mallard goes inside. Now we're all tidy and up to date. We waited for about 20 minutes outside by my car. 2 or 3 other people came and went. Finally, Mallard came out carrying a very small box in his hands. He put it inside his coat pocket. The bulge wouldn't show any more than usual. That's where he keeps his police gun. Then he got in his car and drove off. Rembrandt and I immediately went to work. Object? A social call on our unknown friend in the second-floor window.
I must say, Candy, this is most mystifying.
That it is, Ducky. In all the years I've known Mallard, I've never seen him act like this before.
What are we up to now, Dove?
We're going to take a look at the guy Mallard went to see. Find out what he looks like. What sort of a racket he's in.
Supposing Mallard hears about it, won't you be even further into the doghouse?
Indubitably, faithful old friend. But that's the chance I'll have to take. Here we are. Little flat. This must be one of those babies built before the fire and the quake.
Yes, all 1906 conveniences, including a door knocker.
Well, give it a blast, Ducky.
As you say, this sort of place gives me a galloping case of depressions.
Yeah, I know what you mean. All the ghosts of the past half-century. Try it again, Rembrandt.
Any harder, and the building will slide off its foundations.
What is this? You could have heard that last knock out of the Farallones.
Maybe he didn't hear you.
Anyone in the neighborhood would have heard that knock. I'm going to try the door. Ah, voila. Except that it only moves about 2 inches.
Shove on it, dear.
My thoughts exactly. It gives a little. Help me, Rembrandt.
Very well.
Hey, look. Under the door. That's blood.
I wouldn't call it ketchup.
Come on. Once again and harder.
Oh, my word.
That's the polite term. This guy's as dead as they come. And look.
What, dear?
This is the Joe Mallard was talking to in the hotel lobby, even to the dark glasses.
I wonder what Mallard will say about this.
I was wondering the same thing. Come on, Rembrandt. I don't think I feel very well. That was an understatement. I felt worse than that. But I had to follow through now. Our next step took us down to the Hall of Justice for a little visit with Mallard. He was in. Just beat us back by about 10 minutes. He was still wearing the same scowl he had on the last time I'd spoken to him. You still mad at me, Mallard?
No, I'm mad at myself.
Did you stub your toe somewhere along the line, Minion? Is that it?
No, but I'm about to.
What do you mean by that, Footflat?
You'll find out. And it's all your fault, too.
You mean about last night, my following you?
No, that was a dirty trick, but I forgive you. It isn't that.
Then what is it?
Yes, for goodness sake, stop sounding like a threepenny thrill book.
I'll say what I have to say in my own good time, and nobody can force me to do otherwise.
I've got news for you, Junior. The police can make you talk.
The police? What kind of triple talk is this?
We followed you out to that flat just now. We saw everything.
What? Of all the underhanded... So, you know.
Yes, but why did you do it, Mallard?
Because I'm a fool. Just a plain fool, and I ought to have my head examined.
Also, the poor fellow you left out there. He needs his head examined, too.
He sure does. It's got a hole in it about the size a .45 slug would make.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Don't you know?
I thought I did. Now I don't think so. Now, come on, quick. What's this hole in the head routine?
He's serious, Candy.
I really think he is.
All right, I'm serious. Come on, spill.
Okay. I'll tell it to you like you don't know. We followed you out there. You wave up to the second story. Man looks out the window and waves back.
Check.
You go inside. We wait 20 minutes further away. You come out with a small object in your hands. You put said object in the inside coat pocket.
Good report. Most efficient.
You drive off. We go up to pay a visit. The host wasn't willing. He'd been shot to death.
What? Oh, brother. And you thought I'd done it?
Well... Well, really, Mallard, I don't see anything to laugh about.
That's because you're not sitting where I am. Oh, Sister Susie, did you get your clues all fouled up? Let's get out of here. We got work to do.
My mental reflexes climbed on a merry-go-round and whirled gaily for several moments. I was really confused. I didn't have time to do much about it because Mallard whisked us back to the flat. An hour later, the joint had been carefully gone over, photographed, and the body of the poor guy removed to the coroner's office for an autopsy report. It didn't take long to find out that I was right. It had been a .45 that did the dirty work. Rembrandt had to leave, so I went back with Mallard to his office.
Still think I had something to do with this thing, Cupcake?
Oh, in my heart of hearts, no. But of course not. But, jeepers, look at the facts, Mallard. You come out, we go up. The guy's stiff as a starched shirt. What would you think?
The same thing you thought.
The time element is what gets me. Not more than 3 minutes had elapsed between the time you left and the time we got up there.
I know. I can account for that, I think. But I'm not going to. As a matter of fact, there are several things I could account for, but I'm not going to.
Now who's doing the triple talk?
I am, deliberately. I'm going to tell you something, Candy. Listen carefully. You're a cute little old snoop. You've snooped your way into the middle of this thing, and I'm going to toss it right into your lap and let you snoop your way out. And when you come up with the right answers, you're going to get the shock of your life.
I am, he.
I think so. At least it was quite a shock to me.
You mean you've got the solution to this deal already?
Part of it.
You're a much smarter foot-flat than I thought you were.
I don't know who killed the guy, if that's what you mean.
I take it back, then. And now you really got me all topsy-turvy.
Oh, this is working out even better than I thought it would. Okay, Tootsie, you've got the ball. It's all yours. Take it from here.
You mean you actually want me to help you on this deal?
Sure. Who knows? You might come up with something. Now beat it, will you? I gotta find me a killer.
I was so puzzled by then that I wanted to rap the guy over his head. I fought off the impulse and left. If he gave me carte blanche on the killing, I was going to take advantage of it, if for no other reason than to prove I was right and Mallard wasn't the joker who did it. There's only one place to start, back at the flat where the guy had been done in. The cops had gone, so I did some question work. The landlady lived in the flat below. No, she didn't know the man. A gal named Jennifer Shirley had leased the middle flat for the past 5 years. I swung a deal with the landlady, got the key to same, not the landlady, the flat, and moved in. I had a good night's sleep and waited all the next day. Nothing. The odd thing about the deal was the fact that the cops hadn't been back. They usually return for a double check. So the next night I hit the sack again. About midnight, my dreams of a vine-covered cottage in the country with Mallard were rudely shattered by a sound. The sound of a key in the lock of the door. Oh, sorry, I frightened Jennifer. Take it easy. Everything will be okay.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm coming to that. Excuse me. You are Jennifer Shirley, aren't you?
That's right.
Excuse my nightie. If I'd have known you was coming, I'd have gone formal.
Just what is all this? And what are you doing in my flat?
Where have you been, Jennifer?
Seattle? Why?
Didn't you read the papers up that way?
I was too busy.
Know a man named Everett Stone?
Of course I do. He's a very good friend of mine. He was up from Los Angeles on business, and I let him use my flat. And now you're here. I don't understand this at all.
Look over there, at your front door. Everett Stone was shot to death right on that spot.
Everett? Dead? I can't believe it.
I'm sorry, it's true. You can prove you were in Seattle, Jennifer.
Yes. Here. My plane ticket receipt and the stubs on my luggage. I just got in at the airport less than an hour ago.
Just for the record, where did you stay in Seattle?
At the Olympic Hotel.
We can prove that, too, can we?
Of course. Now, wait just a moment. The shock of all this slowed me down for a second or two. Just who are you, and what are you doing here?
Simmer down, Jennifer. My name's Matson, Candy Matson. I'm a private investigator.
Oh, yes, I've heard of you.
I'm trying to find out who knocked off your friend Stone. You got any ideas?
Several.
So have I. One being this. Does everyone around here wear dark glasses? You've got a pair on, too. Same kind Everett Stone was wearing.
Here, have a cigarette.
Thanks. Got something you want to tell, Jennifer?
Yes, I do. The dark glasses are standard equipment for the type of work we're in.
And what would that be?
We're gem dealers. Precious stones. Whenever we have a valuable piece of property in our possession, we're required by bond to wear these dark glasses.
A disguise, so to speak?
That's right. When Everett arrived from Los Angeles, he had with him the Cape Hatteras diamond. You've heard of it?
Who hasn't? Worth about $500,000.
That's right. He was on his way to Seattle to show it to a prospective buyer. The first night here, Everett appeared on a television show to display the diamond. And as he left, he knew he was being followed. He called me and asked me if we could make a switch. Wanted to know if I'd take the diamond on up to Seattle and try to make the sale.
And he'd stay here, is that right?
Right.
It was a good switch, except that Everett got himself knocked off for his trouble. Have you got the diamond with you?
Right here, in my purse. Look.
What a little beauty. And not so little at that.
No.
Oh, it's the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen. And you just carry it around in your purse like that?
Certainly. Who'd think to look in a woman's purse?
Yeah, you've got a point. Lipstick, mascara, streetcar tokens, loose change, but not a $500,000 rock. Did Everett say what the man looked like, Jennifer, the one who was following?
Yes. He wrote a complete description for me.
Have you got it?
Also in my purse. Here.
Yikes.
Miss Matson, you're white as a sheet. What's wrong?
Plenty's wrong. This describes a certain Lieutenant Ray Mallard to a T.
From San Francisco, you are listening to a National Broadcasting Company presentation, Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
I slipped out of my nightie, slipped into my street clothes, slipped Jennifer a wet fish handshake, slipped out the door, slipped into my car, and slipped home to my penthouse on Telegraph Hill, and from there I kept right on slipping. That description was Mallard's beyond all doubt. What made it worse was the fact that Rembrandt and I had seen Mallard coming out of the flat with a small package that could have been a jewel box. I didn't sleep much that night, and that's for sure. In the morning, I put myself together as best I could and once again made the dismal journey down to the Hall of Justice and into Mallard's office.
How you doing, Cupcake?
Not too well. I have some rather unpleasant news.
Such as like what?
Mallard Everett Stone was a gem broker.
Good for you. You've got clue number 1.
You knew that?
Don't be ridiculous, Candy. That came out of McGuffey's reader.
Number 2. He had the Cape Hatteras diamond with him when he arrived from Los Angeles.
Atta girl, you're getting warm.
He switched the rock to a gal named Jennifer Shirley. She took the diamond on up to Seattle because Everett thought he was being tailed.
Hey, you're getting better and better. What's next?
You mean none of this is news to you?
Old hat so far.
Well, maybe this won't be old hat. Everett wrote a description of the guy he thought was following him. He gave it to Jennifer. It's you right on the nose, Mallard boy.
What?
It's you, including the little mole you have behind your right ear. You don't look so good, Mallard, dear. Don't you think you ought to tell me what it's all about?
Maybe I'd better. I can't for the life of me figure out. Wait a minute. Sure. Of course. You had me worried there for a minute, Cupcake.
Doggone, what is this, Mallard? I'm getting mad.
You'll find out.
Oh, I'll find out. But when will I find out?
Ooh, saved by the bell. Excuse me a minute, Detective Matson.
Oh, sure.
Lieutenant Mallard, homicide.
Lieutenant, this is Sergeant O'Flaherty down on radio. We just got a report from Prowl Car 36.
Yeah, O'Flaherty.
There's been a dame killed out in that same flat, name of Jennifer Shirley.
It was then I knew that Mallard was really in the clear. The phone dropped out of his hands and he looked as if he'd been slugged with a belaying pin. Mallard had work to do, so I left. Only this time I didn't go back to the flat. I have, tenderloin connections. So putting 2 and 2 together, I started making the rounds down around Turk Street. Turk, Ellis, Eddie, the whole section where the Easy Street boys hang out. I came up with nothing. Nothing until I stumbled into a little bar near Eddy Street on Leavenworth. I came face to face with an old acquaintance of mine. Name of, Montgomery the Mole.
Well, for crying in my beer and making it salty. Look what the height I just washed in. Hiya, Candy.
Hiya, Montgomery.
I ain't seen you since the night you caught up with me former pal, Willie Cloud.
Oh, I'm sorry I had to do that, Montgomery.
Oh, I ain't. Hanging it be too good for that crump bum. A little second story work ain't too far out of line. I can even swallow a well-executed stick-up. But when it comes to kidnapping and murder, us honest characters draw the line.
That's why I'm here, Montgomery.
Yeah?
There have been 2 killings in the last 4 days.
The grapevine must be slipping. I don't hear nothing about no rub-outs.
They've been kept quiet for a reason. Just what the reason is, I don't know. Have you heard about any of out-of-town icemen dropping in the last few days?
Nah, not a one.
Now, look, here's a 20, Montgomery. That's all I've got. I'll send you 20 more first thing in the morning. Is your memory improving?
Ooh, just like I never lost it.
Well, is there a jewel boy in town?
Look right ahead of you up at the bar.
Yeah?
That's him. If he ain't a hot ice juggler, my name ain't Montgomery. Got in just about 4 days ago. Calls herself Finch.
Oh, Montgomery, I loves you. I'm moving over there. Do me a favor. Tip the bartender off. Tell him to keep my drinks well watered. It didn't take long. A guy from out of town gets lonesome. I was sitting at the bar no more than 3 minutes, and we were old friends. He kept the drinks coming, and by closing time, he really had a snoot full. He offered to drive me home, and, naturally, I accepted. We got out on the sidewalk, and suddenly he darted back into the tavern. When he returned, he was carrying something in a paper bag. We found his car and climbed in. Don't you think you ought to let me drive, Mr. Finch?
No.
Quite a few.
I can handle this little old car. I'm sort of stranger here. You'll have to tell me which way to go.
Oh, sure. You go straight up Leavenworth here, and then you turn right on Bush. I'll direct you after that.
Okie doke.
Oh, you sing real pretty. When did you say you got into town, Mr. Finch?
About 4 days ago. Let's see. Yeah, that's right.
What sort of business are you in?
Business? I'm in no business. Retired, sort of.
Oh.
Got lots of money. Get lots more, too. Hey, look out for that bag.
Oh, I'm sorry. How clumsy of me. There, why, it's a purse. Why, Mr. Finch.
Put it back. It's a present for my sister in Riverside.
Oh, how thoughtful. Turn left on Kearny Street, will you?
Sure.
Then when you get to Washington, turn right 1 block to Montgomery Street. It's right on the corner. Would you care to come up for a nightcap, Mr. Finch?
Hey, now, that sounds like a very good idea. Sure. Nightcap.
Yeah. The corner of Washington and Montgomery is just half a block from Mallard's office in the Hall of Justice. With any luck, I could do a bloodless turnover to Lieutenant Boy. I reached down by my side, got my .32 out of my purse, and held it under my coat. We arrived at our destination, and Finch helped me get out of the car. There was only one pale light to illuminate the street, which was just what I wanted.
There you are.
You go ahead a little way, Mr. Finch. There seems to be something wrong with one of my heels.
Oh, sure.
Don't turn around, Mr. Finch. Not if you value your life. This is a gun I've got stuck in your back, and believe me, I know how to use it.
Say, what goes on here? I'm almost broke, if that's what you're
This
after.
isn't a stick-up. See that door up the street in that big building? Just keep walking right on into that door. He started walking, and I hung back a few paces. I didn't want to lose this baby. He was too good. Because that purse he had in the paper bag was the one owned by Jennifer Shirley. I'd never be able to forget that purse. It contained the Cape Hatteras diamond. I marched him into Mallard's office, and Mallard was in. I gave him the full scoop, and in less than half an hour, we had one sad Finch behind locked bars with the promise of a full written confession of 2 killings and 1 diamond theft. I had never seen anything fall into place so easily. A few minutes after we returned to Mallard's office from putting Finch into his ungilded cage, there was a knock on Mallard's door.
Come in.
Is I Gumshoe? What on earth did you call me for at this hour of the night or morning?
Yeah, come on in, Rembrandt. This ought to be fun.
Oh, you too?
Yeah.
Why aren't you home getting your beauty rest?
Oh, we just wound up a couple of killings, dear. Those of Everett Stone's and Jennifer Shirley's.
Well, bully for you. And I had nothing to do with it. Candy did it all. I left her strictly alone, and she came through like a trooper. There's only one little thing she's overlooked. When she comes up with that, she'll have solved her best and last case.
Last case? What are you talking about, Mallard?
Captain Mallard, this is Riley on the top deck.
Captain Mallard? What is this?
Yeah, Riley.
We got this Finch joker all booked and fingerprinted. He's in the Lysol dip now, then we'll tuck him into Betty Bye for the night.
Good.
We're changing shifts now. Anything else you want from me?
No, Riley, you can knock off.
Fine, Captain. Oh, And all the boys up here send down congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Riley. See you tomorrow.
You? A captain, Mallard?
Well, that's right.
Well, by Jove, I think that's splendid. Congratulations, minion.
Well, thanks, Rembrandt.
Oh, I'm getting dizzy again. He's a captain. And what's this stuff about my best and last case? Give out here, Mallard boy.
Doggone it, you're missing the most important clue in this whole case. Now, let's review it.
Go ahead, girl. I'm bursting me buttons.
Okay. I first get suspicious when you turn grumpy on me, Mallard.
That's when I was wrestling with myself over a decision.
That's right. Then you meet the Stone guy in a small hotel on Ellis Street.
Well, we had business. That's where he wanted to meet me.
Then you go out to those flats. You wave, he waves, you go in. When you come out, you're carrying something. We go up, Stone is dead. Later, I meet Jennifer Shirley. She shows me the Cape Hatteras diamond. But she also shows me something else. A description written by Stone, a description fitting you exactly.
Here. Look what was in Jennifer's purse, along with the diamond.
What?
Another description. One that fits Finch. Everett Stone accidentally gave Jennifer the wrong slip of paper, the one that described me.
Oh, for Pete's sake. That sure had me worried, Mallard, dear.
Isn't there something else that worries you, Cupcake?
Yes, there is, darn it, but I can't put my finger on... Wait a minute. That's it. The package. The one you carried down the stairs from that flat.
At last, you finally did it, Candy. Here it is, right here. Open it, see for yourself.
Okay. Mallard, it's beautiful. What a lovely ring. Did you steal this from Everett Stone?
Sure did. The price he gave me made it a first-class deal. Why don't you try it on?
Ooh, I'd love to.
Oh, I don't think you're putting it on the right finger, Candy.
Which finger do you mean, Mallard?
Third finger, left hand.
Oh, you don't mean that... Mallard, tell me.
I want you to be my wife, Candy, dear.
Oh, say it again, will you, Mallard, dear? This is only another one of those fool dreams of mine, I'm sure.
It's not a dream, Cupcake. I mean it. More than I've ever meant anything in my life. Will you marry me, Candy?
You big idiot. You don't need the answer to that.
I wasn't asking you.
Oh, yes, I'll marry you. Captain, dear. Forever and ever.
Do you see now what I meant about this being your best and last case?
Oh, yes, but you're wrong. I have another and a bigger case coming up.
What's that, you little monkey?
Just trying to be an awfully good wife to you.
My word, I was wondering...
What, Rembrandt?
When you're married, how shall I address you?
Oh, that's easy. Just Mrs. Captain Mallard. Why, I won't even have to change my initials.
For excitement and adventure and romance, just dial...
Mallard. Mrs. Captain Ray. Yukon 282. Oh, that won't be my phone number. Gee, I'm so confused. I don't know what I'm saying.
Heard on the program were Jerry Walter as Montgomery the Mole, John Grover as Finch, and Helen Klebe as Jennifer Shirley. Jack Thomas is Rembrandt Watson, and Henry Leff is Captain Ray Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and directed by Monty Masters. Sound effects are created by Bill Brownell, and Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. Our engineer was Phil Ryder. The characters in the story were entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people or names is purely coincidental. The program came to you from San Francisco, and this is Bud Heide speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a bloody brawl in the darkness of an alley and ended in the glare of a fight arena with the winner and still champion, Old Kid Death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
All that people need to make them happy, said Juvenal, are bread and circuses. And up to a point, I suppose the old Roman cynic was right. The promoter of the Metropolitan Arena probably never heard of Juvenal, but he would have agreed with him 100%. His fight club is a cut-rate monument to what the old Romans meant by circus, a place where gladiators meet regularly in combat. Its marquee flashed in the gathering twilight as I cruised past and crossed Madison and went up Clark, taking my time, for the night was young and the waking nightlife of the jukebox taverns might offer an incident for a story. But there was no inspiration there, so I kept going, cut through a cheap rooming house section and headed for the office. I stopped for a red light, and that's when it happened. A burst of footsteps pounded up from behind, and a man, his shirt blood-spattered, his head bleeding, jerked open the door and filed in beside me.
Get going. They're after me. Hurry, please.
Who's after you?
They got guns. Step on it.
I ran the light, noting several figures in my rearview mirror as they stopped running and turned toward a car at the curb. I made several turns as my passenger kept looking back. And finally, satisfied that we'd lost them, he leaned back, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the blood from his face.
Lost him.
He was a stocky, heavy-shouldered guy, rather good-looking in a rugged sort of way. The ridges over his eyes were thick with old scar tissue, and there was a dent in his nose. The ear facing me seemed in good enough condition, but the mark of his profession was on him unmistakably.
Oh, thanks, pal. Thanks an awful lot. Dirty rat.
There was more than just one of them. I counted 3.
Oh, 5. I took care of the other 2. The rat I mean is the one who hired him to do the job.
Who?
Marty Bannon.
Bannon?
Yeah. Someone else must have tipped him off where I was staying.
This the same Marty Bannon who was up before the grand jury last month in that gambling investigation?
You must read the papers.
Oh, more than that. I covered the story.
A reporter?
I'm Randy Stone, the Chicago Star.
I'm Gunnar Evans.
Yeah, I know. I saw your name on the marquee at the Metropolitan. You're fighting Pete Madigan tonight.
That's right. You've seen me fight before, huh?
Oh, yeah, but not lately. Not since you started your comeback. Last time I saw you was over 5 years ago when you nearly lifted the crown from the middleweight champ.
Say, which way you going?
Well, right now we're heading to the hospital.
What?
Oh, look, you've got to get to a doctor.
Not
Your head...
that. I'm okay.
Now, you look it.
It's just a scratch, I tell you. Don't let a little blood scare you.
All right. Oh, there's a cop there by that street lamp.
No,
tell
keep
him
going. Please, I haven't got time.
What's that?
Look, Mr. Stone, I appreciate you helping me, but if I go to the cops now, they might hold me while they're investigating. I'll lose $2,000.
Your purse tonight?
More than just that. It's dough I put up to guarantee my appearance. Every dime I could scrape up. Look, I better get out.
I'll drive you to the arena.
So, thanks, but I'm going home first. Got to pick up my manager.
I'll drive you there. I'm in no hurry.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Keep straight ahead. I'll tell you when to turn.
Good. What's Marty Bannon got against you?
I'll tell you someday, maybe.
Works for a gambling syndicate, doesn't he?
Works for it. He is a syndicate.
I wondered.
Turn here, left.
You, owe him money?
The house right there on the corner.
Okay. The apartment house where Gunner Evans lived was probably a very classy joint around 1910. I wondered what had happened to those fat purses he'd collected when he was one of the 5 ranking middleweights in the world. What had happened that he'd had to return to the ring to be a living punching bag for youngsters like Pete Madigan.
Well, thanks again.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Nothing. Just a little dizzy, I guess.
Now, wait a minute. Come on, now, no fooling. You got to see a doctor.
I tell you, I'm okay. I'll be all right.
Well, you better let me go up with you.
Stone, I appreciate all you've done, but you don't have to worry.
Okay, but you can't fight tonight. Not with that gash in your head.
Heck, I can't. Dan will fix it up. You just keep your mouth shut.
Dan?
My manager, Dan Morgan. It's above the hairline. They'll never notice. You coming to the fight?
You bet, and I'm going upstairs with you now, too.
I'm telling you.
And I'm telling you. Now, let's go. So we went up to his apartment together. He leaned against the doorbell like he was tired. When the door opened, he nearly fell in.
Gunner!
She was a little blonde with a baby face and eyes that were rhapsodies in blue. She shrunk back as he reached out to steady himself as though she didn't want him to touch her. And somehow the music in those big blue eyes vanished.
What happened?
Nothing much. Some hoods tried to jump me. I did all right. A friend of mine, Connie, Randy Stone, my wife. Come in.
Connie, is that him? Hey, Gunner, I've been looking all over for you. What the Sam Hill happened? I told you to... Wait. Holy smoke, what happened to you?
Don't get excited. I had a little trouble.
Yes, in the large economy size. 5 thugs jumped him.
What? Now, don't worry about it, will you? I'm all right. Just need to sit down. Randy Stone here helped me get out of it. Some abandoned switch, I think, Dan.
If you ask me, you better call a doctor.
Nobody's asking.
Well, he's hurt.
Will you shut up? I keep telling him I'm okay, and he keeps hollering for an ambulance. Lay off, will you, Stone?
What makes you think Marty did it?
Who else? He tried to proposition me into taking a dive, didn't he? He owns Madigan body and soul, don't he? He even told me he'd do something to me if I turn him down.
No, Gunner.
Well, why did you turn him down?
For $500 I should take a dive? For 500 lousy fish? Gun.
Well, why not? How far can you go? You think you're still a big shot, a headliner? Well, you're nothing but a has-been.
Now, take it easy, Connie. Gunner
I told him to take it. I told him. How long can he last? I'm sick of being broke all the time. We needed that extra 500. Why didn't he take it?
Because I'm going to beat Madigan, that's why.
Oh, you fool. What good is it? You'll never hit the top again. If you can't think of yourself, what about me? What about that kid of yours?
Billy's your kid, too, now. Don't you forget.
My kid? Oh, no. Don't wish him on me just because I'm married to you. I'm sick of playing nursemaid, do you understand? And I'm sick of living like this.
Wouldn't be if you hadn't ruined me.
What?
You stripped me of every cent I had, threw it away on parties, closed gambling, made me sell a little business I had to pay your lousy debts.
Why, you cheap, punch-drunk bum.
Now, stop that, Connie.
I don't have to take that talk from him or you or anyone else. I'm through, do you understand? Through, as of now.
She almost ran from the room, burst into an adjoining bedroom, and disappeared. Gunner Evans stared at the closed door for a moment and then sat down slowly by the table. His face was gray and tired as death itself. Old Dan Morgan shook his head sadly and gently pulled Gunner's head forward so he could have a better look at the cut on top.
Billy asleep, Dan?
Yeah, I put him to bed before you came in. I hope she doesn't wake. That don't look good, Gunner.
He still got that cough?
He's better. I lit the vapor lamp by his bed. He'll be all right in a day or two. You know how kids are, sick one day, up the next. Hand me that bag there, will you, Stone?
Oh, sure.
Here, thanks.
Connie.
Yeah?
Where you going with that suitcase? Connie! Well, that's the end, I guess.
Oh, she'll be back, Gunner. You know how she is.
Yeah, I know.
Now, be still. I want to fix this.
No. I want to take a look at Billy. Maybe he's uncovered.
A young kid?
5.
She's not his real mother, huh?
No. Billy's ma died when he was 2. Gunner married Connie 6 months ago. Thought the boy needed a mother. Some mother. She hates the little fella.
It's a shame.
Well, Aggie and me, we never had any children ourselves, but if we ever had, I'd want him to be like Gunner's boy. What a kid. Smart. I don't get it. How can any woman, even a gold-digging little witch like Connie, not want him? Still sleeping, huh?
Yeah. I'll have to see if I can get one of the neighbors to stay with him while we're gone.
Sit down. I'll get my bag.
What about it, Dan? Don't you think this is a job for a doctor that...
Will you keep out of this?
Gunner, I was going to tell you, maybe you shouldn't fight tonight.
Dan, for the love of Mike, don't you let me down, too. Every cent I got is tied up in that forfeit. $2,000.
Well, I don't like the looks of it, but... Okay. You don't think you've lost too much blood?
Nuts. Get to work. Time's running out. We got to be at the arena pretty soon.
Yeah, very well. Hold still now. This stuff is going to sting.
Go on. I only wish I knew who tipped Bannon off where I was staying.
He stole a piece of cotton. There.
Oh. Here. You didn't mention it to anyone, did you, Dan?
Of course not. Skin clips, a little jar of alcohol.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
You mean you moved out of here and you were living in a rented room?
He was only there the last 2 days. We were afraid something like this would happen if they knew where to find him.
Somebody must have tipped them off. They ain't bloodhounds.
Must have been a fluke. Somebody must have seen you around there. Collodion, a brown bottle.
Yeah. Why would Marty Bannon go to all that trouble to keep you from fighting tonight? The odds are 5-1 on Madigan, aren't they?
Maybe they are, chum, but Bannon don't bet on anything that isn't a sure thing. He thought he could buy me for a lousy $500. Well, he was wrong.
Easy. I'm almost through.
I figured it was safer to claim I run out and divide my $2,000 forfeit money with that dumb punk of his.
Well, for Pete's sake, what about the police? The boxing commission?
I opened my yap and he started an investigation. Cancel a fight. And who's hurt? Bannon? Nah. What can I prove? I need that dough, Randy. I need it bad.
I watched the savage gash in Gunner Evans' head close up and vanish under the magic touch of Dan Morgan's fingers. When he finally combed the hair over it and put away his tools, I was almost convinced that my concern had been overdone. Dan's fighter looked as good as new.
Now, you go into that bedroom and get a half-hour's rest, Gunner. Try to sleep.
But I gotta find a sitter.
Forget it. I'll call my wife. Aggie will be glad to come over.
Oh, that'd be swell. I'd sure appreciate it, Dan.
She'd be tickled to do it. You know how crazy she is over Billy.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, why not leave him with us until you get straightened out?
I'll think about it.
And Billy can always find a home with Aggie and me, Gunner. I only wish I had him for keeps.
Not a chance.
You better get some sleep while you can. You need it.
Yeah. I'm going. Oh, thanks, Stone. Thanks a million.
I went down into the street, got into my car. I lit a cigarette thinking of what was to come and hating it. Gunner didn't have a chance. The odds were all against him to start with. But now Marty Bannon and his thugs had guaranteed it. The more I thought about it, the sicker and angrier I got. I knew Marty's address from the last time the police had visited him. Maybe he ought to know he wasn't having himself a private party with Gunner. Maybe he ought to know that if he got too rough, I might just invite the 800,000 star subscribers. So I started up and headed northwest. Maybe I could put a scare into this mug. Bannon lived in a single penthouse apartment in the medium high rent district. I pressed the doorbell, and after a moment, a small peephole opened. An eye gave me a fishy stare, and the door swung wide.
Well?
How are you, Marty? Remember me? Stone, Chicago Star.
Oh, yeah, one of those poison pen artists. What do you want?
A little talk.
About what?
About Gunner Evans.
Come in. All right, spill it. What's in your mind?
Who is it, doll baby?
Shut up.
Well, I like that. I only asked a simple... You.
Gunner's wife stood in the foyer entrance. Like Bannon, she was in evening clothes, wearing a gown that showed everything but good taste. When I saw, I knew who had tipped Bannon off where Gunner had been hiding, and who had sent those goons on a murder trail. It was Connie herself.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on the Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th.
I wanted to see Marty Bannon about the fix he was trying to muscle through on tonight's fight between Pete Madigan and Gunner Evans. But when I saw Connie, Gunner's wife, in Marty's apartment, I knew my words would be as useless as rain on Lake Michigan. It was she who'd betrayed her own husband and told Bannon where his thugs could find him. Her big blue eyes widened when she saw me and then hardened into chips of ice.
You get around, don't you, Stone?
Yeah, but it'd be tough trying to keep up with you, baby.
Connie, I told you to stay back.
What are you worrying about, Bannon? Gunner Evans is bound to find out sooner or later. Probably sooner.
Who cares? I'm through with that dumb ape, and he might as well know it now as any time.
Let, dollface. I got enough to worry about without having a punchy mad dog on my trail. Too many big deals coming up.
What's the matter, Bannon? You don't think he's got enough against you already?
He can't prove a thing. You value your health, you'll forget you were here tonight.
I thought you were smarter than that. The guy who fools around another man's wife is like a rented tuxedo. He never knows who's going to spill something on him.
Be sure it ain't you. Now get out.
Well, maybe I had done some good I didn't know. At least he'd know now that somebody else knew what was going on. He'd drop the rough stuff, the fight would go on, and if he tried anything afterwards, it would be dangerous. I went back down to the lobby, walked out into the street. A taxi had pulled up to the curb, and the passenger was paying off the hacky. As I turned and stepped out onto the sidewalk, he turned around, and a cold chill hit me. It was Gunner Evans.
Stone, what are you doing here?
Well, I bet myself that you'd win tonight, and I came here to make sure I'd have a chance to win the bet.
You won't, so forget it.
Why not? Why did you come here?
Go home, Stone. One second.
No, wait a minute. What are you seeing Bannon for?
Get out of my way.
You're supposed to be taking a nap and resting up. Why'd you come here?
Take the $500. What else?
Why? After what Bannon's done to you, after what you said, why? Why?
You have to think and lie in there. What was I gaining being so big and noble? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Your self-respect?
You can starve on self-respect. Look out. You can see your kid go hungry, your marriage go in the rocks. I got nothing to gain and everything to lose. So I'll take the $500. What does it matter? I'm washed up. I might as well face it.
But you can quit clean. You don't have to wind up crooked. You can get a job, do something else.
What? The only thing I ever done except fight is drive a truck, and I can't do that now.
Why not?
Because I'm half blind, you fool.
You're what?
Oh, I can see you well enough for anybody else who's close up. You don't have to see like an eagle when you're throwing leather. But I can't pass no truck driving test.
Well, I didn't know.
In the elevator.
I didn't know.
Nobody knows, not even Dan. You don't fight over 400 fights without losing something. With some guys, it's their brains. With others, their hearing or their teeth or their kidneys. With me, it's my eyes. Yeah, and my teeth, too. And the way things have been going, my brains, for all I know.
All right. Now, come on back home, kid. You don't need Bannon's dough. It smells.
No, but I need my wife. If I can find her and tell her I took Bannon's offer, well, she might come back. Get out of the elevator door. Move. I'm not breaking up my marriage for any $500. Bannon's on the 14th floor, ain't he?
Yeah, the 14th floor. Wait.
You coming along for the ride?
You're making a bad mistake, Gunner, going to Bannon's. It's the worst thing you could do. Now, come on.
Oh, preach, Stone. I'm sick of it. I made up my mind. Sure, I know it's the end of the trail. So what? I never hit the championship, Gravy, and even when you do, it ends up like this lots of times. No dough, no eyes, no brains.
You still got brains enough to lick this thing, Gunner, believe me.
Where's the button? Well, Stone, it's different when you're young. The promises sound good. The world looks good. You read the stuff they print about you in the paper, you're great. Sure, it gripes me that everybody seems to be making off their fights except you. The gamblers, the crooked managers, the shady promoters. Of course, they ain't all that way. There are some pretty good guys, like Dan Morgan. He's the first honest manager I ever had. But there's so many of the others. So you bust your fingers. You can't sleep for nights on account your hands are like two big hearts beating with pain pumping through them instead of blood. You get your teeth knocked out. You can't breathe on account of your nose is busted. The years go by and where are you? What do you got?
Now, one day you wake up and the fires inside you are out and you're like a furnace full of clinkers. You're an old man. That it?
Yeah, an old man. You know how old I am? 33.
Gunner, I wish you wouldn't.
Let go of me.
All right. If you must, you must. But before you ring that bell, there's something you should know about what you're going to find in there.
Yeah? What? What is it? What are you trying to say?
Okay, Marty. I'll meet you right after the fight. Then we can... Gunner!
Connie!
Marty, it's Gunner!
Open up! Open up, Connie! Open up the
Gunner,
door!
it's no good. She's not worth it.
I'll kill the rat!
Come on, get a grip on yourself. Gunner!
Get away from me! Connie! I'll break it down for help me!
Gunner, for the love of Mike.
I told you to let me go.
Listen to me.
You asked for it.
Whatever time had done to Gunner Evans' legs, it certainly hadn't affected his punch. I went out like a shattered light bulb. When I came to, I was sprawled on my back in front of Bannon's penthouse apartment. The door was still locked, but I could see through it like it wasn't there. The simple reason that the main part wasn't. The entire middle panel was smashed through. Only the frame remained. I got up slowly. My jaw hurt, and my brain was full of angry bees. I stepped through the broken door and looked around. I saw them. Connie and Marty lying at opposite sides of the living room. Their heads were twisted at curious angles, their necks purplish and swollen. And they were both quite dead. I found a telephone, I called the police and sat there a while, trying to brush the fog away. My head throbbed as I tried to remember something I felt was important, but I couldn't quite recall. And then suddenly it came to me. The fight, the Metropolitan Arena, Evans versus Madigan. That's where he'd be. That's where I'd find the gunner. I stumbled to the elevator, went downstairs, found my car, and drove out to the arena. Hi, is Gunner Evans here?
Is he here? He's fighting tonight. Don't you see the signs?
Yeah.
You're just in time for the main goal, mister. Ringside? I got one on the aisle, row 5.
Here's my press card.
Say, what's going on anyway, you know?
Meaning what?
I mean, him coming in just a little while before the semifinal was over. His manager and the promoter was tearing their hair.
You say the main go's about to start?
Well, for round 1 rang 30 seconds ago. You're covering the fight. Better get on in.
I headed down the main aisle for the press section at ringside. What was going on in that ring brought me to a standstill more than once before I finally got to the ringside and began easing my way around the gunner's corner. I couldn't take my eyes off him. The gunner was tearing into Pete Madigan with a slashing fury that brought the crowd to its feet and kept it there. This fight wasn't going to last any 10 rounds. I could see the gunner's manager, Dan Moran, standing at the ring apron, pounding it with his fist.
Cross him! Let him have it!
How are you, Dan?
Stone.
He's terrific.
I don't know.
Matson! Jab him now! Jab him! That's a boy.
What do you mean you don't know?
I've been trying to get him to box, but he won't.
Look at him. He's fighting Madigan's fight. He can't last. His legs won't take enough for 10 rounds. Something's the matter with him.
Yeah, something's the matter, all right.
When he finally showed up, he looked funny, acted funny. Something's happening. I don't know what. Hook him! Hook him! He's wide open! Gunner, baby! Watch it! Watch it! Oh, that's the ticket. Jab him, Dizzy!
All right, boys. Get that stool in there fast.
Okay, Dan.
Take his mouthpiece out. My gosh, he shouldn't be breathing like that after only 1 round.
Dan, I want to tell you something. Gunner's in trouble. He's terrible trouble. Any minute the police...
Listen to him. Something's the matter with him. Look, Randy, do me a favor. Go back to Gunner's dressing room and have a look at Billy.
Who?
Billy. Gunner's little boy. I put him to bed there.
What is he doing here? I thought your wife...
Yeah, but Gunner showed up there just before he came here and took Billy with him.
Why?
Maybe he's afraid Bannon's hoods might break in the house and take it out on Billy. I don't know. Now, go on, will you?
Okay.
I gave one of the boys a buck to keep an eye on him. Make sure he's okay.
All right, don't worry. I went back down the ramp into the dressing room. Billy was sleeping on the rubbing table between several training gloves, big as pillows to keep him from rolling off. Dan had covered him with an old bathrobe and pillowed his curly head with some folded towels.
Cute little fellow, ain't he?
It's a wonder he's been able to sleep through all this noise.
Yeah, but I guess he was just real wore out.
Yeah, I reckon he was.
Mm-hmm. There's the buzzer for round 2.
Yeah, well, I'll go up and have a look.
Okay, mister.
I walked up the ramp, down the aisle toward the press section. Round 2 was a facsimile, it seemed, of round 1. How many rounds could a man go at this pace? He was pressing Madigan every second, a slashing, ripping attack. Like a madman, I kept thinking. Like a bulb that flares more brightly than it ever has before the instant before it goes out. Gunner Evans was fighting the greatest fight of his career and the last fight of his career. And then he was down. Gunner Evans was down.
Bank! He wasn't even hurt. Take some time.
It certainly seemed that way. Gunner lay sprawled on the canvas like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He didn't stir as the referee's voice came through the pandemonium.
7, 8, 9, 10, out!
I walked down the aisle through a now hushed crowd. Nobody moved. When I finally got to the ringside, Dan and his 2 seconds were still working on Gunner. A scared, haunted look had begun to deepen the furrows of Dan's wrinkled face. Presently, the commission doctor climbed into the ring and knelt beside the fallen fighter. After a while, he looked up, pointing to the patched-up wound on Gunner's head. It had oozed some blood, but now it had stopped.
This man was hurt before the fight.
Yeah, he cut his head. I told him he shouldn't fight, but he insisted on going on.
In heaven's name, why?
He had a $2,000 forfeit posted.
$2,000.
How bad is it, Doc?
His skull was fractured before he entered the ring.
You mean that...
He's dead.
We went back to the dressing room, Dan and I. I tried to tell him what had happened at Bannon's apartment, but he didn't seem to hear. He shuffled along, his head bowed, his eyes red. We stared at the sleeping child, and I asked Dan, Gunner have any relatives?
I don't know. None that I know of. No. Gunner didn't have any kin.
You mean Billy's alone?
Alone? Of course not. He's not alone. Billy's got me and Aggie, ain't he?
Well, then you better take him before the police get here. Here. Take him home with you.
Yeah, poor little fella. He must be tired. Didn't open an eye. Yeah, I'll take him home. Don't want to take any chances. There's cough coming back.
You going to keep him, Dan?
Huh?
You said you wanted him, didn't you?
You mean?
Gunner would have wanted you to have him.
Billy.
He's yours, Dan. For keeps. Your son. Well, 4 a.m. and another edition about to go to press, another sunrise about to dawn. The death of one cycle, the birth of another. Or maybe it's all one, like time itself. Well, I'm not going metaphysical at this hour. But I can't help thinking that Gunner Evans maybe wasn't such a failure after all. In a way, he's still punching, he's still alive, with a new set of dreams and a future ahead. Yep, in his son. I guess basically that's why our children mean so much to all of us. Like the philosopher said, they're our only chance for earthly immortality. I'll have to get married one of these days. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Gunner Evans was played by Don Diamond. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Programs get your programs here. Wednesday evening brings you other great adventure mystery programs on this NBC station. Be sure to hear The Falcon, Mr. District Attorney, Richard Diamond starring Dick Powell, and Dangerous Assignment with Brian Donlevy. That's Wednesday night for more stellar action-filled programs. Be sure to listen. Stay tuned for the first piano quartet on NBC.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. Well, here it is, Tombsday again, and this is your ghost host at the squeaking door. Tonight's story is called The Last Story. It's an original radio play by Christopher Mayle, and our star is Richard Widmark, who plays the role of Tony Muse. We're going to a small Maine coast fishing village, Flounder Cove, where fishing folks go to bed early, to the lullaby of the surf and the buoys offshore. But this night there is a new note added to the lullaby, a discordant note, which for all its strangeness serves only to keep awake the man responsible for it. Anthony Muse, a young newspaper man from the city, is typing furiously, while his bride sleeps in the other room of their fisherman's cottage.
Dead fingers cannot type. A dead heart cannot ache. But that's the end of a story that began when my paper sent me here to Flounder Cove to do a story on fishermen. I spent my first morning sizing up the town. And about noon, I found myself walking along a rocky bluff away from the village. I was approaching a little gray church and a little gray cemetery. And the grass was lush by the large tombstone.
Mother, give me some time. Tell me. Show me that I'm not a murderess. I don't really want to kill anyone. But I feel it. I feel I must. Huh?
Sorry, miss. I was passing by and, well, I couldn't help hearing you.
You heard me?
Hey, wait a minute. Don't go. I'll leave you alone if you like.
Who are you?
Tony Muse. I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
All right. What you heard me say, you would have heard from the others. You stayed here a while.
This grave here, Mary Sherman. You were, talking to someone. I mean...
I'm Rita Sherman. She was my mother. She died when I was born. You heard me talking to her.
Well, I heard some nonsense about you not wanting to murder someone. You're not a murderess, are you?
I've been a murderer since the day I was born. Murder is in my heart, as it was in my mother's, as it was in her mother's.
Why do you keep your head turned away, Rita? Look at me for a moment.
No, I can't. Yes. I'll let you see. Look. Look at my eyes. Look in the sunlight.
Well, they're yellow.
Yes. Yes, yellow eyes. Murderer's eyes.
Her eyes were yellow. The most beautiful eyes I've ever seen. I saw sunlight and gold and buttercups dancing through tears. But I saw no murder there. Only a horrible hurt, a tortured soul. And I felt pity. And the desire to know more about Rita Sherman.
Yep. Killing runs in her blood. Got yellow eyes, just like a mouse was.
They're pretty eyes, though.
Yep, right pretty to look at. Mother's was, too. She got a killing fit and drive a knife through a man's heart.
Why?
No reason. She come near hanging for it.
Well, didn't she?
No. Governor changed it to life. She was going to have a baby.
Who, Rita?
Yeah, Rita. Mary Sherman died born in Rita, prison hospital. Uncle Zeb's good Christian. He took baby and raised her.
Well, why does she stay here?
She can't bring herself to break away from a ma's grave on a bluff. Talks to a ghost.
Everyone I spoke to agreed that Rita Sherman would kill someone someday. I should have taken the afternoon train. My story was finished. But I didn't. I should have forgotten Rita Sherman and her unhappiness. But I couldn't. When I saw her standing on a high point above the hungry rocks on the bluff that afternoon, when I watched her step to the very brink of that bluff, I should have turned my head away, but I couldn't. Rita, you little... No, Rita! No! Stop struggling, Rita. You come back. You come back or you take me with you.
Why don't you let me? I can't go on this way. I can't. Why did you do that? You had no right to slap.
I do have the right. I love you.
Oh, dear heaven. No.
Is that so horrible, Rita?
Didn't you see in my eyes?
I saw superstitious nonsense, Rita. You've been told that you're a born murderer since you were a child. You're being driven toward it. I can help you, Rita. Please let me.
You can help me least of all.
Why do you say that?
Because of what Uncle Zeb told me last night.
What did he say?
That you are probably the man I was meant to kill.
I kissed her. And I found on her lips such a hunger for love and for understanding that I was blinded to the violent forces of nature I was dealing with. Had I known, I might not have called on Uncle Zeb that evening, or heard what I did as I froze to the porch of Rita's waterfront shack. The front door was ajar.
Put that down, you she-devil. The money's gone and... No, don't!
I pushed the door open and I faced Uncle Zeb. Not a very pretty sight. Pinned to the wall by a long whaler's harpoon through his stomach. He wasn't dead yet. His red-rimmed drunkard's eyes pleaded for relief. But you can't pull a barbed harpoon back through a man. Even I knew that. Who did this, Zeb? Tell me who, quickly. Was it Rita, Zeb? It wasn't Rita, was it? Tell me. Tell me. Not Rita. Not Rita, he'd said. Not Rita. But who had done it? And who would believe that Rita, with her yellow eyes, hadn't done it? Who would believe that now that Uncle Zeb lay in a darkening pool with a stained harpoon coming through his back? Who?
Well, here comes the sheriff now. Hey, sheriff, did you catch her? Let me through here. Yeah. Come on, folks, let me through. Did you catch her, Sheriff? Sure I did. Well, I know that Sherman gal would kill somebody someday. Yeah, sure, I know it.
Listen to me, Sheriff. Rita Sherman didn't kill anyone.
Quiet! You got it all wrong. Emma Hathaway done it.
What?
What, Rita Sherman?
Say that again.
Rita Sherman didn't kill Uncle Zeb. Emma Hathaway killed him. Sherman Gann couldn't have done it. She took the 5 o'clock express. Bought a ticket for New York.
I wasted no time leaving Flounder Cove. They promised to flag a through train for me that night. The sheriff came to the station with me, and he filled me in on the story.
Who would have guessed Mamie Hathaway and Zeb was behind all those stories about Rita?
But why, Sheriff? Were they trying to drive the crew crazy?
And or worse, they could murder somebody. And they'd have the money all clear.
What money?
Zeb got $20,000 in cash from Rita's ma while she was in prison to raise a cat on. Zeb thought nobody knew that, so he was going to use the money himself.
But Mamie Hathaway knew, huh?
Yep. Rita's ma told Mamie just before she died. Mamie told Zeb she knew. So he had to cut her in the deal.
Lovely people. What happened last night?
You come in the picture, and Mamie sees the gal's falling for you. She goes to Zeb and wants her share. And they each made a mistake.
How, Sheriff?
Zeb told Mamie he'd spent all the money. Mamie killed Zeb, thinking sure Rita'd be blamed for it. You see, son, nobody except Cal at the station here knew Rita had left Flounder Cove.
Do you know why she left, Gus?
I reckon I do, son. And I hope you find her.
I have to find her, Sheriff. I couldn't very well tell the sheriff why I had to find Rita Sherman. Better than anyone, I knew a girl was just then arriving in New York. A girl who was unstable enough to become a homicidal fiend. I was standing on the subway platform at 14 when I spotted Rita. She was standing at the front end of the platform with a small group. Things happened fast then, but I remember just as I started toward her, I noticed the man who wavered close to her at the edge of the platform. I saw her hands raised slowly toward the man's back, and then I heard the train coming. Rita, you poor kid.
Tony. Oh, Tony. Did you see?
He fell, Rita. Remember, he fell.
All right now, everybody. Move along, man. Move along. How did it happen, lady? You were standing close.
He was weaving, sort of rocking forward.
I saw her go to pull him back, officer. She wasn't quick enough. Rita.
Yes.
You don't think you pushed the man, do you?
I'm not sure. I just saw him leaning, and I raised my hand. I just don't know, Tony.
Well, you didn't. I saw you. You were going to pull him back. Now let's talk about us. Darling, you don't know how I've looked for you, but now, baby, I'll never let you go.
Oh, Tony. I can't. I can't.
Can't what, darling?
I can't see you again. It's not that I don't want to, Tony. But Dr. White won't let me.
Who's Dr. White?
He's a wonderful man. He's curing me, Tony. He's a psychiatrist. He says it would be dangerous for me to see you for a long time.
Dr. White. He became a high, polished wall I couldn't climb between me and the woman I loved. I forced a couple of dates with Rita, but it was always the same story. Dr. White says you were part of my past that must be forgotten. Dr. White says I'll have to forget you if he's the cure. Dr. White says, White.
Dr. White will see you now, Mr. Muse.
Thanks.
Mr. Muse, what can I do for you?
Who's paying you for your services, Dr. White?
Why, no one. Rita came to me for help. I became interested in her case.
Oh? The case or the subject, White?
Frankly, both.
I see. Well, that puts the cards on the table. She comes to you as a patient wanting to be cured for my sake. You fall in love with her and influence her to stay away from me. Yeah.
Only part of that is true. She shouldn't see you yet.
A very neat way to eliminate competition, Doctor. Very neat. But I'm moving in. I suffered the tearing pangs of jealous hate in the days that followed. Rita refused to see me until White had released her as cured. But there was one way to beat White. And I planned accordingly. I parked my car across from his house on Long Island. It was a deserted section along the shore. Shortly after midnight, a cab came along, and I ducked. I followed White up the driveway until he heard me.
Who is it?
Tony Muse, Doc.
Muse? What are you doing here?
Let's go inside where it's comfortable.
Oh, no, we'll talk right here.
Don't let's mess up your driveway, White. This is a gun.
All right, Muse. What is it?
You've persisted in keeping Rita under your influence, Doctor. Now you're going to let her go.
Not a chance, Muse. And how can you make me do it? By killing me?
No, not by killing you. But a letter from you will do.
Rubbish.
You'll either write what I tell you to write, or you'll never psych again.
All right. All right.
Dear Rita, I've been called to the coast for some important and confidential work. Before going, I've reviewed several of my cases. I feel that you have sufficiently advanced to be considered quite normal. I will check into your progress on my return. Sincerely yours, then sign it.
Frankly, Muse, this is childish. What's to prevent me from showing Rita this letter as a forgery?
I've thought of that, too, Doctor.
No, Muse. Why be rash? Listen to me.
The trouble with you as a psychiatrist, White, is that you never met anyone who wanted something as much as I want Rita Sherman. And I mean to have her, Doctor. He was light and easy to carry. I crammed the trunk compartment of the car shut on him and I locked it. In town, I mailed a letter to Rita, and I waited centuries for the night to pass, and then more centuries for my phone to ring the next day. Tony Muse.
Tony.
Whoa, darling. Is there anything wrong? You're crying, Rita.
I know I can't help it, dear. I'm just so happy. I just received a letter from Dr. White. He says...
Rita, you don't mean he's released you?
Yes. I'm well and normal. And when can I see you, Tony?
Baby, pack your toothbrush. I'll pick you up in the car in 1 hour. We're heading for Lake Arrowhead, darling. This is your wedding day. Lake Arrowhead was a beautiful lake, and a deep one. It hadn't been easy to act normally on a trip up, with White's day-old corpse in the car with me. But now I could rid myself of it. Only one ugly task left. Then time and Rita's love would dull these memories. I opened the car trunk, and I found his eyes staring at me. I pulled him out of the car. Now, the rope, the tarpaulin bag I'd bought, the knife, and the saw. The doctor's saw. I was ready. It took me a half hour in all. No one would have guessed then who was packed in the weighted tarpaulin package I dropped into the lake. It was finished. I was free. And I went back to Rita. Tonight we reached Flounder Cove. We're spending our honeymoon here. No man ever had more than I did to be happy about with Rita. Rita, my wife. It was an expensive moment. I only realized a short 2 hours ago that the happiness I'd bought was impossible to hold. Rita dozed off peacefully. I'd gone for a smoke and a walk on the moors. When I returned, I paused at our cottage door. There was someone moving about inside. I waited. Then I opened the door softly. Rita was easy to see in her white nightgown. She was walking softly toward the bedroom. She was walking in her sleep. I followed softly, my heart beating wildly. She paused for a moment by the bed, looking down at my empty place. And then she spoke, in a voice that couldn't have been hers.
Yes, Mother. I know I must. Yes, Mother.
My world was still, hushed, balanced, ready to fall on me, Rita's arm raised slowly, and there was a single glint of mental as she brought her arm down, and she leaped on the bed like a wild animal. Her arm flailed up, down, up, and back again. I saw her get up. I saw the knife buried into the slit mattress. Watched my wife return to her bed. Then came here to write this story. The strange forces of the mind are not to be tampered with, unless it be to resolve their cure for all time. Well, that's the story. All but the ending. And the end of the story must be acted out. Ironic twist, too. The same gun I used on White. Rita will never wait to find that she is a murderess. It's far better this way. Happiness was not for either of us. To whom it may concern, I, Anthony Muse, do confess to the murder of Dr. Donald White of New York City. I further confess to the murder of my wife, Rita Sherman Muse, this night. This, my last story, I bequeath to all editors whose past patience has been tried by my artificial, unconvincing, and contrived efforts in fiction writing. I'm going for a walk on the bluff above the sea. Rita, didn't you know? Whom the gods would destroy, they first make men. Rita!
Mystery Theater. Every week, we'll reach into the dusty file, brush it off, and present a still, up-to-date replica of a whodunit of yesterday. This is the American Forces Radio and Television Service.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 15. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your director and your host on Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren, and good evening, everybody. First of all, on behalf of everyone connected with the show, may we thank you very much for your wonderful letters praising last week's broadcast and welcoming us back to the air. Actually, we received only one complaint from a lady whom we'll call Mrs. X. She wrote, "Why must you portray such horrible people? I don't mind listening to Radio City Playhouse, but I'd sure hate to live with anybody who has a mind like yours." Well, Mrs. X, Thanks for your letter anyway, and please don't think that you're not going to meet some entirely lovable, kind, good characters on Radio City Playhouse. You are. And in the very near future, so I hope you'll stick with us. Unfortunately, nasty people make good stories. So good, in fact, that we've another one for you tonight, this time by Mr. John Galsworthy. John Stanley plays Keith Darrant. Ian Martin plays Larry Darrant, his brother, in John Galsworthy's The First and the Last, Attraction 15 on Radio City Playhouse.
It is 6 o'clock of a November evening in London in the year 1914. The fire in Keith Darrant's study flicks little dapples of light across the turkey-red carpet. Mr. Darrant is dozing, but even in sleep, his face is strong, cold, clear-cut. Mr. Keith Darrant, K.C. Holly, his butler, tiptoes into the room, stands looking at his master's virile, calm face, then coughs discreetly.
Yes, Holly. What is it?
It's your brother, sir.
Here?
Yes, sir.
Is he sober?
He seems so, sir.
All right, show him in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Hawley, you'd better telephone Judge Tellison and say I may be a few minutes late for dinner.
Yes, sir. Come in, Master Larry.
Thank you, Hawley. Come in, Larry, come in. Hello, Keith. Come over here where I can see you. Sit down. You look dreadful. Have you been drinking?
Keith,
Don't mumble, Larry. If you have anything to say, say it. I suppose you want money. What is it?
I've killed a man.
You have been drinking.
No, it's true.
Larry, I have a dinner appointment. Whatever you've got to say, say it.
It's true, I tell you. I killed a man.
Larry.
Last night.
You're not serious.
Yes, I'm serious. What do you want me to do? I've told you. You're my brother. Can't you understand English?
How? When? Tell me.
When there's a girl, you see. She's Polish. She married a man named Wallen. He left her with a baby coming. Ran out on her. She lost the baby and almost starved to death. Then I came along. She's not what you'd call respectable.
Go on.
But, Keith, I've never met a sweeter woman. She's fine and good. Oh, she's so young. She's only 20. Well, last night when I went to her, Warren was there. He turned up again. We had a row. He was drunk and half mad with rage. He came for me and I hit him. I took him by the throat. Well, when I let go, he was dead.
Larry.
I never even knew till it was over that she'd been hanging on to him, too.
Then what did you do?
We sat by it a long time.
And then?
I carried it down the street to an archway.
Did anyone see?
No.
What time was this?
3 a.m.
Where was the archway?
Corner of Love Lane.
Then what?
I went back to her.
Where does she live?
42 Borough Square, Soho.
You idiot, don't you realize what this means? You know that I'm within an ace of a judgeship.
Help me, Keith.
What do you expect me to do, rush out and defend you? For years I've worked and slaved to get where I am. And you smash everything with a fit of insane, mad temper.
Keith, help me. I may be no good, but I've never even heard a fly. If I could help it,
Let a lie like fury.
I'm so afraid I feel sick.
Pull yourself together. Let me think. You're sure no one saw you?
Yes.
When you left the girl finally, where did you go?
To my rooms.
Fitzroy Street?
Yes.
What have you done since?
Sat there, thinking.
Can a girl be trusted?
She loves me.
Can a woman like that love?
Oh, you... lawyer. Sometimes I want to...
Answer me.
All right. I tell you she's devoted to me. Keith, did you ever pick up a lost dog? Well, that's what it's like. She has a lost dog's love for me, and I for her. She did the only decent thing in my life.
You can spare me the intimate details. Did you take anything from the body?
Huh? Oh, yes, this envelope dropped out when I was struggling.
Give it to me. Mr. Patrick Wallen, Simon's Hotel, Farrier Street, London. There, into the fire.
Doesn't that make you an accessory to the crime or something? Burning it, I mean?
I'm quite aware of the risk I'm running. Now tell me, this Wallen, was this his first reappearance after an absence?
Yes.
And you say you didn't mean to kill him?
No, of course I didn't. He hit me, and I... Oh, Keith, I didn't know I was so strong.
Did you look to see if his clothes were marked?
No.
Why not?
I'm not made of iron like you.
How long has the girl been at this Soho place?
About a year.
Are either she or Wallen known to the police?
Not that I know of.
And you're sure no one saw you either entering or leaving her place last night?
Yes, I'm positive. I've keys to her flat.
Give them to me. What else have you that connects you with her?
Nothing.
Photographs, letters?
No, nothing.
Now listen, Larry. Go straight home and stay there until I get in touch with you.
All right.
Have you any money?
Little.
I'll get you some tomorrow.
You're very good to me, Keith.
Don't mention it. The privilege of a brother. As it happens, I'm thinking of myself. You realize you've dragged me into the most unholy mess. Me, King's Counsel, sworn to the service of the law.
I know, Keith. I know it. Don't you think I know it? I'd like to jump in the Thames or something.
Oh, stop being melodramatic. Go home and keep your head. Stay there until you hear from me. Holly, now remember, keep your head.
All right. Good night, Keith.
You wanted me, Mr. Darren?
Yes. Good night, Larry.
Good night, Keith. Oh, night, Holly.
Good night, Mr. Larry.
Has he gone?
Yes, sir.
Now listen, Holly. Larry's in trouble. You'll find out about it soon enough. Follow him. Make sure he goes straight home. He's overwrought, and if he starts drinking, anything can happen. Follow him. Don't let him do anything but go straight home. Understand?
Yes, sir.
As soon as we finish dinner, I'll phone you from Judge Tillerson's.
Very good, sir.
You'd better get after Larry quickly. I'll phone you later.
Yes, sir. Mr. Darren's residence?
Holly, did he go straight home?
Oh, yes, Mr. Darren.
You're sure?
He went into a chemist's shop. I didn't think it wise to stop him.
Chemist's shop?
Yes, sir. I couldn't see what he bought. I didn't go in after him. I waited outside and looked through the window. He bought something in a little blue box.
Holly, I'm going down to Borough Square. It's in Soho. I'm leaving Judge Tillerson's now. Wait up for me.
Yes, Mr. Darren.
Oh, you startled me, Constable. The fog's so thick I didn't see you. Is this Glove Lane?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Beg pardon, Governor. I shouldn't be around here too much, sir. If I was you, bad district.
Thank you, Constable.
Only last night a bloke was found here done in, right by this arch.
Yes, I read about it in the papers.
Yes, some rum characters round these parts.
Yes. I'm looking for Borough Square.
Straight ahead, sir, and turn to the right.
Thank you, Constable. Please don't be frightened. I had a dinner engagement, or I wouldn't have come so late. Larry's told me everything. It's an awful business.
Yes, awful.
In this room?
Yes. Just where you are standing.
You look very young to be a... How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you fond of Larry?
I would die for him.
I'm going to try to help.
Oh, yes, help us. Please help us.
This man, Wallen, your husband, before he came here last night, how long since you saw him?
18 months.
I was out to dinner with friends who are very close to the courts. They've identified Wallen's body. They'll start looking for everybody connected with him.
He never let people know I was married to him. I don't know if I really was. We went to an office and signed our names. But I did not understand English very well then. I don't know if we really were married.
Well, we can hope not.
He treated many like me, I think.
You're sure no one around here knows of your connection with him?
I'm sure.
If the worst comes to the worst and this man is traced to you, can you trust yourself not to give Larry away?
I've burned all the things he has given me, even his picture.
Good. Since last night, what have you been doing?
Crying. I'm so afraid.
You haven't been out?
No.
You're a strange girl. What do you call yourself now? What's your name?
Wanda Levinska.
One more question. Do the police know you because of your life?
No. No, the police do not know me.
Good. Well, I'm going now. Don't do anything until you hear from me. Talk to nobody. Don't go out for anything except to buy food. Keep quiet. And don't worry.
Not worry? How can I not worry?
Well, you can try.
Please, sir, do not take Larry away from me. I will be so careful. But if he left me, I should die. Please, please, sir, be good to us, to Larry and me.
What is Keith doing, Wanda? We've heard nothing for 5 days. He's usually so prompt. I couldn't stay locked up in my rooms forever. I had to come out tonight. I had to see you. There's been nothing in the papers, nothing from Keith. I can't stand this much longer.
I've prayed to the Virgin. Larry, she will help us.
You don't really believe that, do you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Larry, I do.
I wish I could. Wish I could believe in anything. Oh, I hate this world, hate its savageness, its ugliness. I hate Keith's world, all righteousness and smugness and success. We don't belong anywhere, Wanda. We're no good, you and I. We're weak, we're soft. Better dead than alive.
No, Larry. Please don't be so unhappy. I can't bear to see you so hopeless in the heart. Something will...
Keep quiet.
Maybe it's your brother.
No. I gave him the keys.
And who?
I don't know. It might as well go. Keith!
Larry, I told you to stay at home. I went to your rooms, you weren't there. I might have known you wouldn't have the strength to stay away from here.
I couldn't help it, Keith. I couldn't stay alone any longer. I had to see her.
Well, you're lucky. They've made an arrest.
They've what?
I've just come from the courts. It'll be in the papers tonight. They've arrested a man named Anderson, a little yellow, ragged scarecrow. He's lame and half-starved. They were fools to think he'd have had the strength.
Arrested him? But how, Keith? How?
There's not nearly enough evidence to convict him. But it'll give us a breather. He apparently robbed the body.
Yes, but
he pawned a snake-shaped ring, and they identified this Wallen by it. He's in no danger. They always get the wrong man first. It'll do him no harm to be locked up for a spell. In the meantime, you've got to get out of England.
No,
I can't.
no.
Be quiet, both of you. There's a boat from the Argentine tomorrow. I'll get you a ticket, Larry, and some money.
Both of us?
You can't go together. She can go on the next boat.
No, Keith.
What do you mean, no?
I can't go, that's what I mean. Not while there's a possibility of this man being charged with murder.
Good grief, Larry, don't be an idiot. I'm a lawyer. I know there's not nearly enough evidence. No jury would convict, and if they did, no judge would hang. Besides, a ghoul who can rob a dead body ought to be in prison.
No, Keith. I've got to see it through.
Yes, Larry, you must.
I've had about enough of you, Larry. Can you possibly imagine what I've been through in the last 5 days? My own brother, Lawrence Tarrant, a murderer. Do you know what this will do to me? It'll be the end of everything. Everything I've worked for. For 20 years I've slaved and studied and worked. And I'm not going to see the whole thing smashed up because you're a weak, worthless sham of a man that hasn't enough backbone to... I won't let you. You understand? I won't let you. Well?
I don't want the money, Keith. Or the tickets. You better go.
Now, look here, Larry. You're in no position to argue. You're in grave danger of ending up on the gallows. Get on that boat tomorrow, and I promise you she'll join you within a month.
No.
It'll be at least 5 months until he comes up for trial. You can't possibly live like this for 5 months, slinking around street corners at night. You can't stand it, neither can I.
I can stand it.
I'm not going to stay here and argue, Larry. This is your last chance.
You'd better go, Keith.
Can't you do something with him?
But he's right, sir. This poor little man Anderson. Yes, Larry, you have to see it through.
Very well. Then there's nothing more to be said. I wash my hands of the whole affair. Good night.
You're right, Larry. You are right. Do not be afraid, my dearest.
That poor little lame scarecrow. Locked up because of me. Locked up like an animal in a cage. Wondering how this could happen to him.
Larry, you're not going to give yourself up.
I don't know.
I cannot live if you are not with me, Larry.
Yes, you can.
No, I'm not like you Englishmen. I'm different.
Oh, what, of course. Of course you are.
I do not care for fine clothes, for excitement. I do not care for much money. I care for you. I've been hungry before. I can be hungry again. But I cannot live without you, Larry.
Oh, Wanda, I love you. If I only had the courage to do what I ought to do. If I only had the
Sir.
Yes, Hawley?
They're going to hang Anderson, sir. They found him guilty of Wallen's murder. They're going to hang him, sir.
When did you learn this?
Just now, sir. It's in the paper this morning. Didn't you know, sir?
No, I've been so busy, I didn't know.
Oh, it's a sad business, sir.
Larry wouldn't be fool enough to go and confess, to go and blab to the police. Hawley, get your coat on quickly.
Yes.
We've got to get to Larry before he makes a fool of himself. Larry, it's I, Keith.
If they're not here, sir, where would they be?
I don't know. Here, open the door.
Keys, sir?
Yes, Larry gave them to me months ago. Go on, open the door.
Oh, merciful heavens, Mr. Tarrant. Look!
Keep quiet, you idiot. Keep quiet and shut the door.
Sir, they're dead, sir. That's what he bought in the chemist's shop. Look, here's the little blue box.
Of all the ridiculous, insane things to do, how could they do this to me? Don't touch them, Hawley, don't touch them.
Here's a note, sir.
Let me see it. I, Lawrence Darrant, about to die by my own hand, confess that I deliberately and with premeditation strangled and killed a man known as Patrick Wallen on the night of... Hawley, quickly. We've got to get out of here.
But, Mr.
Stand there staring at the man. They're dead, both of them, too weak and stupid to live.
Oh, Mr.
Come along,
Darrant.
we've got to get out of here. And we've never been here, do you understand? We've never been here.
Mr. Darrant, sir.
Well, Hawley, what is it?
I'm sorry to mention it again, sir, but time's getting short. I know that...
Hawley, stop it. I'm sick of your tawdry emotionalism, day after day, week after week.
But, sir, I thought that
You thought? What do you think I've been doing? Night after night, sitting here, I look into the flames, and I see a street filled with people all staring at me. Brother of well-known K.C. guilty of Wallen murder. What am I supposed to do? Weaken and go to the police? Do you want to let me lose that flood of foulness?
But, sir, Christmas is over. It's New Year's Day tomorrow. You've so little time, sir. They're hanging Anderson on January the 14th.
Don't you think I know that? Stop it, Hawley, stop it!
Oh, Mr. Darrant, sir, please.
Leave it with me, Hawley, leave it with me. Don't talk about it anymore. Leave it with me.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. I knew you couldn't be your father's son and not do something.
Please, Hawley. Let me alone now.
Good morning, Mr. Darrant.
What are you doing up so early?
This is the day, sir. This is the day.
I know it's the day. They're hanging him at 5 o'clock this morning and you can't sleep.
Mr. Darrant, you've got to telephone the prison. You've still got Mr. Larry's letter, haven't you?
Yes, I have. It's here on my desk. There's nothing left out. It's very clear, even to the addresses of people who could identify the girl as having once been Wallen's wife.
You haven't much more time, sir. I called the prison last night just to see how long it would take. They've a telephone right beside the gallows, just for last-minute things like this. Oh, let me get them for you, Mr. Darrant.
Hawley, put that phone down. Put it down, I say. Hawley, I've decided not to smirch the reputation of my dead brother or my dead mother. Not because of some little sewer rat that isn't worth saving, that's better off dead anyway. Larry's suicide with that woman was bad enough as it was. It involved me in no way, except as a mourner. But now, if I let this confession reach the authorities, I could never escape the gravest suspicion that I had known of the whole affair for the past 3 months. I'd have to go into court. I'd be recognized by that policeman. Who would believe in the mere coincidence of such a visit on the part of the murderer's brother?
But, sir, you can't let an innocent man...
Be quiet, Hawley. Nothing could prevent this thing from ringing to the housetops. Let him hang. Yes, I can say it. Let him hang. I will not, by my own action, topple myself into the gutter.
Oh, please, Mr. Darrant, don't do that. Don't. Oh,
you see how quickly it burns, Hawley? Poor Larry's confession. Poor, stupid, silly Larry. He died for nothing. He had no will, no purpose. He and that girl might now have been at the other side of the world, but no. They have to take poison. Fools. Weaklings. A little conscience, a little remorse. What's that compared to living? A man must walk firmly, Hawley. Hold to his purpose. He must go on. And up.
You shouldn't have burned that confession, Mr. Darrant.
Don't be impudent, Hawley. You know, of course, that if you went to the police now, you'd sound like a fool. You haven't a shred of evidence. Not a shred. And I'd be forced to bring up all sorts of counter-charges. How surly you are, how you dislike me, how you'd stolen on several occasions that I'd overlooked. Oh, no, Hawley. You'll keep quiet.
Quiet? Perhaps I shall, because they wouldn't believe me. But I won't be staying on here, Mr. Darrant.
You'll stay until the end of the month, if you expect to be paid.
No, Mr. Darrant. I'm leaving. By destroying Mr. Larry's confession, you've become a murderer. You've murdered a man. I won't work for a murderer.
$5.
Oh, Mr. Darren. Oh, Mr. Darren, sir. Don't you realize that you're guilty, too? Don't you realize that, sir?
It's over.
It's over. And you're a murderer. A murderer.
I? A murderer? He's right. That's what I am. A murderer. Murderer.
Just heard The First and the Last by John Galsworthy. The production was directed by Harry W. Junkin and starred John Stanley as Keith, Ian Martin as Larry. Other players included Roy Irving, Lotta Stavisky, and Eugene Francis. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Tonight's story was prepared for radio by Nelson Olmsted. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonough.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week, something of a tour de force for two actors, John Larkin and Bernard Grant. In my opinion, two of the most talented actors in radio today. The play is entitled The Door. Mr. Larkin portrays a criminal, Mr. Grant an Episcopal chaplain. We think you'll find it an exciting broadcast. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
A mysterious traveler.
This is the mysterious traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, we're going to follow the adventures of a man who thought he could commit murder and escape punishment. I call the story Death Laughs Last. It was while I was practicing medicine in an eastern city that Edward Harrison brought his wife Mary to me for an examination. I could see at a glance that she was dangerously ill. When I had finished my examination, however, I tried to conceal her true condition from her till I had a chance to speak privately to her husband.
It isn't anything serious, is it, Dr. Smith? Oh, please tell me that it isn't.
Well, I'm afraid it's too soon to say, Mrs. Harrison. Until the X-ray plates are ready, I can't say yes or no.
Oh, but...
Now your husband is waiting outside. He's probably beginning to worry, so...
Oh, yes, of course.
Here's your wife, Mr. Harrison. You must have thought I'd kidnapped her.
No, but I was getting a little worried, Doctor. I hope you didn't find anything very wrong.
Well, I took several X-rays, but I won't be able to tell much until they're developed. I'd like your wife to come back day after tomorrow, if she can.
Of course, Doctor. What time would be the best?
Well, any time that's convenient to you. Now, I'll write out a prescription your husband can have filled. Will you step in for a moment, Mr. Harrison?
Sure thing. With you in a moment, Mary.
Of course, darling.
Sit down, won't you, Mr. Harrison?
All right. Now, what is it, Doctor?
Mr. Harrison, your wife is dangerously ill.
Does that mean she's going to die?
Her only hope is a brain operation. A very difficult and delicate operation. Without it, well, I could only give her 6 months, a year at most.
No, it mustn't be. She's got to have the operation, you hear?
I must tell you, Mr. Harrison, that only one man in this country has the necessary skill for the operation your wife needs. He's Dr. Howard Richards, and naturally he's in great demand. His average fee for an operation is about $1,500.
$1,500?
Well, of course, if you can't afford that, you might consider the circumstances and...
No, I can afford it. I can afford anything Mary needs.
Well, then I'll get in touch with him at once.
Yeah, sure. You make the arrangements right away, and I'll get a hold of the money. I'll get it to you by tomorrow, sure.
Darling, help me off with my coat, will you, please?
Oh, sure, Mary. Yeah. How are you feeling?
Oh, much better since Dr. Smith gave me that medicine in his office.
He's a swell doctor. He'll fix you up in no time.
Did he tell you anything more, Edward?
Not a thing, except that the treatment might take a little time, that's all.
A little time? Oh, dear, I hope it won't be too expensive. Your business hasn't been good, and we've used up all the money in our savings account, and...
Oh, don't you fret about money. Don't you worry about anything.
All right, darling, I won't. Oh, but aren't you going to take your coat off?
No, I've got to get the prescription the doctor gave me filled. You just take it easy till I get back. I might stop in at the shop, too. There's something I've got to attend to there. Mr. Danvers, I'm Ed Harrison.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Please sit down. I see that you want to borrow $1,500 from us.
That's right.
Unfortunately, the security you offer, your home...
Well, what's wrong with it? It's a swell little house, good section, all in good repair.
Yes, that's true. But you already have a first and second mortgage on it, totaling $4,000. And, well, I'm afraid we can't make any further loans on it.
But I've got to have the money. I just got to.
I'm sorry to hear that, because there's nothing we can do to help you. Nothing we can do.
You say you're not employed, Mr. Harrison.
No, I own a shop. I'm a locksmith.
Mm-hmm. Well, that means you're never certain of your income. If you had a job now, a regular income you could depend on...
What are you getting at? You mean you're not going to let me have the money?
I certainly wish I could, but under the circumstances... Well, I'm sorry, very sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
I'm afraid the collateral you suggest isn't satisfactory, Mr. Harrison. We'd lend you the money if we could, but we just can't. Sorry.
But I've got to have it. I've just got to.
Sorry.
It's to save Mary's life. She'll die if I
Sorry.
don't. And I won't let her die. I won't.
Sorry. Sorry.
Look,
Sorry.
you must...
Sorry.
Listen. You must...
Edward, you aren't eating. Oh, and you're so quiet. Dear, is there anything wrong?
What? Oh, no, of course not.
You're worrying about me, aren't you?
Why, no, Mary. I was just thinking about making some changes at the shop. And...
Darling, you don't have to lie to me. I know I'm not well, but I'm going to get better. Really, I am, I promise.
Of course you are. Dr. Smith said so. You're going to be well in no time. Now I've got to go out. I have an appointment over the other side of the city with Horace Latimer. He wants to see me about something. Something important.
Edward had no appointment with Horace Latimer, but went to see Horace anyway. For he and Horace had been boyhood friends. Then their paths had separated, and Horace had grown wealthy. But in his desperation, Edward Harrison hoped that Horace would remember the past and would lend him the money he'd been trying to raise all day. Horace could spare it easily. But would he?
1,500. That's rather a lot of money, Ed.
I know it is, Horace, but it's for Mary, for an operation. I've got to have it.
Yes. Why don't you try the bank? You have a house, a business.
I have tried the bank and all the personal loan companies in town. They all turned me down, said the security wasn't good enough.
I see. Well, that's too bad. But I don't quite understand why you came to me, Ed.
Because we're friends, that's why. Because when we were boys, we agreed that we'd each of us always lend the other a helping hand if we could.
Boys don't understand business very well, I'm afraid, Ed.
No, I suppose not. They don't understand business. They just understand friendship. You know, if I had the money and you needed it, I'd lend it to you in a minute.
I don't doubt that at all, Ed. And you can bet I'd lend it to you if I had it. But that's the trouble. I haven't any ready cash. The income tax, you know, and a couple of shaky investments that I had to bolster up lately.
All right, Horace, never mind explaining. I get the idea. You're not going to lend me the money.
No, really, Ed, I would if I could, but I can't. I'm sorry,
Save your
but
sorrow for somebody else. I don't need your money, you hear? I'll get it someplace else. Yes, I'll get it. Somehow.
After he had slammed out of Horace Latimer's expensive home, Edward stood for a moment on the dark street corner, staring back with bitterness in his face.
I'm sorry. Yes, you're sorry. In a pig's eye, you're sorry. What a sap I was to think you were a pal of mine.
What's that, buddy? Oh, was you talking to me?
What? Oh, no, sorry. I guess I was thinking out loud.
Oh, that's okay. Hey, got a match?
A match? Oh, sure. Yeah, there you go.
Thanks. Okay, just hold it like that. Make a move and I'll plug you.
Gun?
Yeah,
Why,
this is a stick-up. Hold your hand over your dough and make it fast, see?
My dough? That's a hot one. I'm out trying to raise money myself. We're both out of luck. I've only got $1 on me. Take it if you want it anyway. It's more than I could raise.
Don't try to kid me. Stand still while I see what you got in your pockets. A wallet. A leather case of some kind.
You'll find just $1 in that wallet.
Yeah? $1. One measly buck. I bet you got a roll hidden in this leather case. It's heavy enough.
There's nothing in there but my emergency kit.
Yeah, well, I'll just see for myself. Say. Oh, this kit is full of skeleton keys and pick locks and stuff. What are you, anyway? Second-story worker?
I'm a locksmith and a safe repairman, if it's anything to you. Now, how about taking $1 and letting me go on my way? I'm in a hurry.
Not so fast, pal. Not so fast. Were you leveling just now when you said you was trying to raise dough?
Yeah, I've got to have $1,500 by tomorrow. What's it to you?
You'd be surprised, pal. Okay, I'm putting the gun away, but you ain't leaving yet. Me and you, we're gonna talk business. Because I got a plan that'll get us both all the dough we need. Two more beers, waiter.
Coming up.
Well, is it a deal on my proposition?
I don't know, Mike.
Sure you do. There's nothing to it. You can open locks and safes. I know where there's a house with plenty of dough in it. You and me together, we'll go get it. We'll make a team.
Burglary? I ain't never stolen anything in my life.
Listen, you said you needed the dough bad, didn't you? So do I, plenty bad. You said you'd do anything to get it, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Then what are you hanging back for? All you gotta do is get the back door opened and the safe. In half an hour, you'll have your 1,500 and more. How else are you ever gonna get it? Answer me that.
I don't know. You're sure the money's there, Mike?
Positive. I was casing the joint, looked in the window in time to see the old geezer put a whole roll of bills in a safe that's like a bread box. You could open it with your teeth.
All right, I'll do it. I've got to have the money. I'll go on the job with you.
Okay, this is the joint. Everybody's hit the hay long ago. It'll be a cinch.
The luck looks easy. But I shouldn't be doing this. There must be some other way to get the money straight.
Don't be a sucker all your life. You gotta take what you want in this world. If you don't, you'll never get it. Everybody's a crook of some kind. Take it from me.
Well...
Get on. Get that door open. We gotta get inside before we're spotted.
All right. Let me take a second, I think. Yes. There. It's unlocked.
Okay. Get inside. The safe's in the library. Down this way. Don't make any noise.
You're sure there's only two of them in the house?
Yeah, the old guy and his butler. Probably both of them deaf as posts. Here's the library. Come on. The safe's behind the picture on the wall.
This picture?
Yeah, that's it. I'll lift it down. There you are. That safe is just a kid's toy. Go ahead, get it open.
It won't be that easy. But I'll have it open inside half an hour.
Hurry it up. You've been 40 minutes on that thing.
It's coming now. There. It's open.
About time, too. And now let's see what's in it. Here's the cash box. Will I open it? There. Look. Dough, cash, Mazuma. What'd I tell you?
There must be thousands there.
Easy. Come on, we'll count it and divvy it up.
No, never mind. Just give me 1,500. That's all I want. You can keep the rest.
Are you kidding?
No, that's all I want. Just the 1,500 I need.
Okay, it's your funeral. Here you are. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $1,500 bills.
$1,500?
Yeah, for just an hour's work. Easy money, huh? What do you say? We crack a couple more cribs tonight?
No, I just want to get out of here now and...
Get behind this door. I'll take care of it.
Burglars! Jenkins! Please, help!
What'd you expect me to do? Shake his hand?
But you killed him. Yes. I'm an accessory to murder.
Cut the guff and let's get out of here. Or do you want to get caught?
No, of course not.
All right, let's get going. Come on, we can...
Stand still, both of you. I have a gun and I have you covered.
The butler.
If you move, I'll shoot. I can see you perfectly.
He's standing on the stairs. He's got a gun. We're caught.
No, not yet. We ain't. Not by an old scarecrow with a rusty horse pistol.
Put up your hands. I'm going to call the police. You've done something to the boss.
Okay, we'll put up our hands. Back from me, Will.
Oh!
Shoot him. We gotta get out of here in a hurry. No shots. Okay, here we are. Come on in.
But why did you make me come here? Why can't I go home?
You heard me. Come on in. That's better. Now, take off your hat and stay a while.
But I can't stay, Mike. My wife, she'll be worrying. Get home to her.
You got other things than your wife to worry about, chum.
What do you mean, Mike?
I mean the cops. Or have you forgotten you're wanted for murder?
No, I haven't forgotten. I'll never be able to forget. Why did you kill them? Why?
Well, it was either kill them or go to jail. Or would you rather have gone to jail, huh?
No, but I'm all mixed up. How did I get into this anyway?
You needed dough. That's how you got into this. And you got it, so now cut out the sob stuff.
Oh, why won't you let me go home? Why did you make me come here to your room?
You're here so you and me can have a little talk.
Kind of a talk.
Well, chum, that door and that safe open. You and me got a future together.
Oh, I won't do it. I won't.
Sure you will. And always send a little note to the cops.
They'd get you, too.
I'd be a long ways off here. You got a sick wife. You can, they say. You don't think you can pull a job and go on as if nothing had happened. Somebody's always got to be or another.
I did it only for a
minute now, and you can't get out. Wait.
I will get it off my chest.
Oh, no, you do. You see, and if I talk... Hey, let me go!
You got me into this. I'll take that gun away from you.
I'll plug you out! Oh!
Mike. He's dead. I'm going to get away.
In a daze of horror, he made his way to the street. Thoughts which he could not control round in his head.
They'll hang me. I had the money to make Mary. Now they'll catch me. They'll hang me. I've got to. Paid for somehow. But you can escape if you're lucky. I need a drink. I've got to have a drink before I go crazy.
So Edward Harrison stood on the street and struggling to control his shaking as normal. He ordered a double whiskey and gulped it. His senses cleared a little. He heard the radio at the end of the bar, broadcasting a warning to the city.
Attention. The police stop for the following man. They're committed in the Buxton Park. Please make a note of the following.
Say, buddy, what's the radio off for?
Because I was...
Did he? And I got a night I want to hear it. So I'm going to turn it back on again.
No, you mustn't.
But I'm going to. If you try a gun right here under the bar, see what that dirty killer looked like.
I repeat, beyond height, lean and wiry, with reddish-brown hair, in Buxton Park earlier this evening. Man reported once to... Now turn you back to our regular night owl program of popular dance tunes.
Lean and wiry with reddish-brown hair, huh? Well, that ain't you. You're heavy-set and black-haired. But for a minute there, you had me going. I was positive you was the killer the way you didn't want me to hear the description. I guess you're just jumpy, huh? Well, here, have another drink. On the house.
Thanks. I need some sleep. Yeah, that's what I need. Some sleep.
How close he had come to giving himself away. Edward Harrison hurried. Mike the police were looking for, not Edward Harrison. And they had. Edward Harrison was safe. His own good luck, Edward was asleep. Quiet and troubled by nightmare, Mary was already preparing breakfast.
Good morning, darling.
I was pretty late. I stopped at the shop. I was pretty late, a little work. I forgot to watch the time.
Oh, this morning you look terrible. I know. You're worrying about me. Really, I am.
Of course you are. I'm going to see to that.
What do you think? Dr. Smith called up last night. He wanted to talk to you. Said he had some good news for you.
Good news?
Yes, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. I don't know why. He asked for you to stop in at his office this morning.
I think I know what it is. Yes, sure, I'll go right over and see him.
Oh, but, darling, you're going to eat breakfast first, aren't you?
I'll eat when I get back. I want to see the doctor first. Anyway, I'm not very hungry.
Well, all right, Edward. But please hurry back. I want to know what the doctor says, too.
Yeah, sure, Mary. I'll be right back. But everything's okay now, darling. Everything's okay.
After he left the house, Edward bought a morning paper. Big headlines told of the murders the night before, but he scarcely saw them. His eyes hurried through the story until he found what he was looking for. The news that Mike's body had been found. The butler Mike had shot had given the police Mike's description and then died before he could tell them there was anyone with Mike. So the police had listed Mike's death as a suicide or an accident and closed the case. Edward Harrison was safe. Perfectly safe.
Safe. I'm safe. Mike was wrong. Sometimes you can get away with murder and not have to pay anything if you're lucky. And I've been lucky. I've been lucky.
When Edward Harrison entered my office, he sat down beside my desk and tossed a folded newspaper into the wastebasket. His expression was that of a man who had just faced disaster and been rescued at the last moment.
Good morning, Doctor. Mary said you'd phoned. You had good news.
Yes, Mr. Harrison. I called you last night after I got in touch with Dr. Richards. I wanted to tell you that he had agreed to operate on your wife.
Oh, that's swell, Doctor. And I've got the money right here in my pocket.
Money, yes. Yes, I was also going to tell you that Dr. Richards had said not to worry about it. You could take as long as you wanted to pay it.
As long as I wanted?
Yes.
Then it wasn't necessary. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Never mind, Doctor. I mean, I've got the money. I want to pay it. He's got to take it right away. Well, what's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for? The operation is going to save Mary's life, isn't it? You said it would. You can't go back on your word. You can, do you hear?
It's not that, Mr. Harrison. Yes, the operation would save your wife's life, but unfortunately, Dr. Richards was the only man in this country able to perform it.
Well, so what? He said he'd do it, didn't he? And I've raised the dough to pay him, so what's the hitch?
Mr. Harrison, Dr. Richards can't perform the operation now.
But you said...
He was tragically murdered last night by a burglar who broke into his home in Buxton Park. This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip into the life of a man who thought he could make good come out of evil? Poor Edward Harrison. He didn't believe that crime must always be paid for by someone, did he? What became of him? Well, after his wife died a few months later, he confessed everything to the police. He didn't have anything to live for, poor fellow. But I hope his experience will teach you that crime really doesn't pay. I always say that if... Oh, you're getting off at the next stop. I'm sorry. But perhaps we'll meet again soon. I take this same train every week.
You have just heard Chapter 42 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's story, Death Laughs Last, Philip Clark played Edward Harrison, Carl Emery played Mike, and Elizabeth Morgan played Mary Harrison. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Henry Silverne. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. And now, an important message for all of you.
This is Jock McGregor speaking. The National War Fund drive begins tomorrow. As you probably know, this fund includes over 22 of the major war relief and service organizations. As the war progresses on all fronts, more and more people will need help. Our armed forces, American prisoners of war, our allies, and people right here at home. And by giving to the National War Fund, you will be helping. Consider just one of the many organizations that the War Fund supports, the USO. More than 3,000 service units are in operation, clubs where our servicemen and women find recreation, dances, educational activities, reading, writing, and game rooms, and religious counsel. The USO is responsible for the traveler's aid desks, which help servicemen make connections and find sleeping accommodations. It operates the lounges in railroad and bus terminals. USO camp shows bring American entertainment to our troops at camps and stations throughout this country and in all the combat zones. Groups will play the jungle circuit in the South Pacific, the desert circuit in North Africa, the grass skirt circuit in the Hawaiian Islands, and the foxhole circuit in combat zones just behind the front lines. We can't measure in money the good accomplished by the USO, but we can help to continue that good work by giving our money the National War Fund. So when your community war fund or war chest representative calls on you, give and give generously.
Listen next time to a tale titled
The Man the Insects Hated.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual from the WOR studios in New York. Beginning Saturday, October 7th, The Mysterious Traveler will be heard at a new time. It will be presented every Saturday evening at 10:30 Eastern Wartime over most of these same stations. So remember the new time, 10:30 p.m., Saturdays.
This is Mutual. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, bellwether of the flock that assembles here for ceremonies in the mysterious and the macabre. Anyone will tell you that it's impossible to foretell the future, to predict the outcome of events that have not yet happened. That is, anyone with even a modicum of common sense. And yet, if this is so, why does a vast majority of mankind try so desperately to do it? Why do people who, in other respects, are reasonably sane, risk their substance in the belief that they can foretell which stock will go up, which horse will win a race, and where the wheel that turns round and round will finally come to rest? Why? If we only knew. Our mystery drama, The Last Lesson, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynn. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
In case you've forgotten how much fun driving can be, Buick would like to introduce you to Skylark, a small car that's all Buick, with room, comfort, and an engine that no other compact car in America offers, the incredible Buick V6. Skylark, it's free spirit made practical.
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite supermarket has all the answers for a great low-cost menu plan. Fresh American whole leg of lamb, just $1.17 a pound, served with fresh California broccoli, only 39 cents a bunch. For a quick meal, try Encore frozen entrees for two, chow mein, veal, meatballs, or Salisbury steak, a 2-pound package for 89 cents. For delicious menus that are easy on your food budget, visit your ShopRite and save.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
New York, spend Columbus Day with us for thousands of good nights to come.
Climb, sleep, set you free. Sleep right in luxury. Climb, sleep, set you free.
Discover Klein Sleep's Columbus Day sale and a new world of luxury and sleep with the lowest prices on the best bedding and convertible sofas in town. And they're all ready for immediate free delivery to your town. Pick up a copy of our newspaper circular in any Klein Sleep store for the most incredible prices on bedding and convertible sofas. Remember, there's a new world of luxury waiting for you at Klein Sleep Columbus Day for thousands of nights to come. Klein Sleep in Manhattan, the Bronx, Yonkers, White Plains, Norwood, Connecticut, and Ramsey, New Jersey. All Klein Sleep stores are open Monday, 10 to 9.
Klein Sleep, set you free. Spend the night in luxury. Klein Sleep, set you free.
Life is a matter of reconciliation. On a spiritual level, we must reconcile our dreams with reality. On a practical level,
we must reconcile our income with our outgo. A difficult matter at best. And you can imagine the problem it poses for Clarence Porter. Clarence is 40-ish and stylish, handsome, well-spoken, charming, a prince of good fellows, but he is no judge of horseflesh, nor is he able to predict the fall of the ball at roulette or the draw of the card at blackjack. And so, Clarence, as they say, is strapped.
Oh. Is that all you can say, Clarence? Oh? Come in, Mr. Stretch. Clarence, meet an associate of mine, Mr. Chadwick. How do you do, sir? Mr. Chadwick is my silent partner. I'm glad to meet you, sir. No, Clarence. You will not be glad you met Mr. Chadwick. Believe me. Huh. Fix you gentlemen drink? We never drink on the job. The job? Oh. Were you under the impression this is a social call? We're here to collect the money. The money? Oh, yes. Well, I happen to be a little tight at the moment. Ah, but this is the moment. The particular moment. The agreed-upon moment. Yes, Clarence, Mr. Chadwick and I have a problem. Do you know what it is? We must decide whether or not to kill you. Now, just a minute. Emotionalism is hardly conducive to rational analysis. I want to pay you. Of course you do, but the question is, can you? I'll pay. How? Please list your assets. Well, I've... no assets. Prospects? At this time? Yes. I'm sure something will turn up. No prospects at all? Please, Mr. Stretch. Clarence, I've been frank with you. I know, and I do appreciate that. And now, you had better get your jacket. Where are we going? I'm not quite sure. Mr. Chadwick has various places where No. Well, Clarence, a gentleman may lack for many things, but he can always have his dignity. Wait. Wait? What for? Prospects. Now that I think... Yes? There may be a prospect. Oh, I hope so, Clarence. Believe me. Why? Why didn't I think of it before? What is your prospect? If it's the only way to save my life, I guess I'll have to do it. Do what? Get married. It sounded like a marvelous idea. Except that rich, unmarried ladies are rather like policemen or taxicabs. There's never one at hand when they're really needed. The only lady I could think of at the moment was Penelope Meadows. Penny. She had several $1 million, and she wasn't too bad looking, but there was so much of her. She was 6 feet 2 inches tall and built to scale.
I'm going to move you around a bit, Clarence. And how'd you like that one? Trying to put it away, are you? You're getting old and fat. Look for that. Now go back. That's it. It's game, set, match.
Yeah, you were great, Penny. Just great.
Well, you better sit down before you collapse.
I need a drink.
Of course. Milk. You have to pile up the protein. Waiter, 2 milks, please. Well, old fella, your tennis was abominable, as usual.
Penny.
Oh, no.
How do you know what I'm going to say?
Well, when you get that look on your face, I'm sure it has to be something foolish.
I love you.
I was right.
Penny, I love you.
It's impossible.
Why do you say it's impossible?
Well, 2 reasons. First, it's only possible for you to love yourself.
No, that's not fair.
Well, it may not be fair, but it's true. You see, Clarence, old boy, you're a rogue, a rascal, and a scoundrel. I mean, you're completely self-centered. You're irresponsible, shallow, reckless, lazy.
But you have to admit, aside from that, I'm nice.
Oh, yes, Clarence, in a superficial way.
I'm attractive.
Yes, you have a surface charm.
Penny, I love you.
Well, the second reason why that's impossible is that nobody could really love me.
Oh, Penny.
Well, look at me. I'm sort of... No, I'll say it. I'm big.
Well, generous.
Gawky.
Nevertheless, you are quite graceful. I love you.
You love my money.
Well, why not? The money's part of you. Penny, I won't deny it. Many of the things you said about me are true. But that was all before we met. Because of you, my life is now changed.
Oh, Clarence, do you expect me to believe this?
Penny, darling, I know you have a feeling for me, too. I sense it. Marry me.
Clarence Porter, I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on Earth.
And let me tell you something, Penny. If I were the last man on Earth, and I could choose among millions of women, I would still choose you.
Oh, well, you do have a certain charm, Clarence, but I have no intention of getting married now, even if I loved you, which I assure you, I do not.
Why?
Well, I don't want to belong to anyone, and I don't want anyone to belong to me.
But these days, people don't belong to each other. Each can go his or her own way.
Well, then why get married?
Give yourself a chance to know love. Find out for yourself that it's love that makes the world go round.
Thank you, waiter. Oh, and doesn't that look delicious? So rich and creamy.
Don't be afraid of love.
Oh, drink your milk, Clarence.
Don't miss the sweetness.
Clarence, old sport, you're wasting your time.
The tenderness.
Yes, Clarence, you're becoming a bore.
She was my last hope. And now I would have to leave town. Perhaps it wasn't the worst thing. After all, the willingness to strike out in new directions, find new opportunities, new frontiers, was the spirit that motivated our pioneer ancestors. I had done it before. I could do it again.
Oh. Yes, Clarence. Once again, it's time to say, going on a trip, I see.
Who? Me? Oh, no.
Why are those bags packed?
The bags? Oh, the bags. I've got some old clothes that I'm taking to a church rummage sale.
I'm all for charity, Clarence. But it should begin at home.
You know perfectly well I'm working very hard at getting your money.
How did the marriage thing go today?
Marriage? Oh, that. Well, she's crazy about me.
And she is.
And any day now she'll be ready to say yes.
She will.
I told you, her name is Penelope Meadows.
We checked her financial standing.
Well, then, everything's just fine, isn't it?
Of course. It isn't possible that you're packing in preparation for a departure?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm going to pop the question tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Certainly have to be here to do that, don't I? Excuse me.
No, permit me. Mr. Porter's apartment. Yes? Thank you, I'll tell him. Well, now, that was the doorman of all people. He says to inform you that the car has been checked, and it's out front and ready for your trip.
There must be a mistake.
No doubt. Well, Mr. Chadwick and I are ready, Clarence.
Look, please, why? Why can't you give me another chance?
Another chance. She turned you down, unfortunately. Which is why you decided to leave town.
What are you going to do to me? Look, you won't get anything at all if you kill me.
That's where you are wrong. We get a great deal. That's where your value is now. When your remains are found tomorrow, people will know why, and it will encourage certain lackadaisical folk to acquire a sense of urgency, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yes. I knew what he meant. I looked at their faces, their cold, hard, cruel faces. There was no appeal. There was nothing I could say to them. And as they stepped forward to take me by the arms, for the very first time in my life, I prayed. Please give me another chance. Get me out of this somehow, and I'll never get into this kind of trouble again. Never.
Who's that?
I don't know.
They mustn't make a sound. Perhaps they'll go away.
It's Penny. Clarence, I know you're in there. The doorman said you were still upstairs. I must talk to you, Clarence. I intend to stay here until you let me in.
I'm afraid we'll have to do that. Let her in. And we shall be watching and listening from the kitchen. I advise you to be discreet.
Oh!
I'm coming.
Please, let me in. Clarence, you simply must save me.
Save you, Penny?
Oh, I know. I'm sure you must despise me after all the tactless things I said this afternoon, but I'm in trouble, terrible trouble, and there's only one way I can get out of it. You'll have to marry me.
I'll have to what?
Marry me, Clarence. Marry me. Right now.
Now?
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock. The License Bureau closes at 6 or is it 5 o'clock? We must hurry.
Well,
Was it only a joke? When you proposed to me this morning, I mean, you did propose, you know, and I accept, Clarence. I mean, I must marry you. You know why?
You love me.
Well, if I don't get married, I can lose my inheritance.
Why?
See, it comes from my uncle. He was a great believer in marriage, and I just found out. There's a clause in his will that states if I'm not married by the age of 35, I forfeit all my rights.
You just found out?
Yeah, tomorrow I shall be 35. See, so now I only have till midnight tonight.
Well, then, come on. Let's hurry.
Well, Clarence, old man, now I must be truthful. I don't know if I'm marrying you because, well, you know, you're the only one I can get a hold of in such short notice, or if I really, truly, and honestly...
Oh, darling, believe me, this marriage was made in heaven. It was just made in heaven.
Where else? If you consider what the extremely fortuitous arrival of Miss Penelope Meadows has meant to Clarence Porter, you might conclude that his troubles are over. However, this goes against all conventional wisdom, for everybody knows that when a man marries, his troubles begin. But this will be the business of Act 2, which I shall bring to you in just a few moments.
The happy holiday season is nearly here, a time of gift-giving to family and friends. The question is, will you have enough money this year? If you start your 1976 Happy Holidays Christmas and Hanukkah Club at Metropolitan Savings Bank now, next year the answer could be yes. Come the holiday season 1976, you will have saved all the money you want, plus Metropolitan's high interest on completed clubs. Best of all, you can choose a gift for yourself right now, free. And remember, only Metropolitan Savings Bank gives you MetroPack, the unique payment order way to pay those holiday bills or buy that gift in a hurry. Get full details about MetroPack and join the new Happy Holidays Club and choose your free gift today at Metropolitan Savings Bank with 12 convenient offices in Brooklyn, Queens, Nassau, and Manhattan. We want to help you save because...
At Metropolitan Savings Bank, $1 billion savings bank, we know what you're saving for.
Member FDIC.
This is John Scott. Be sure to join me at 8 o'clock tonight for the latest news from the WOR New York newsroom.
America discovers mailgram. All over the country, people are discovering the speed and impact of mailgram. Charlie O'Donnell had a problem with a bill that wouldn't go away. He used mailgram.
Charlie, how did mailgram help you?
About 2 years ago, I canceled one of my charge accounts. But then I started getting bills for something I never ordered. So it started out as like $15, and it's now up to $34. Now they kept charging me interest.
Did you try to get in touch with them?
Sure. I sent back the statements. I even called them, but the bills kept coming.
So you decided to use a mailgram?
Yeah, we sent off a mailgram, and we got a letter back saying that they're sorry, we hope to do business with you again, and it's all taken care of, and so forth.
I've been talking with Charlie O'Donnell of New York. He's one of millions of people who are discovering that mailgrams get through to people and get results.
It's easy to send a mailgram. Just call Western Union's toll-free 800 number anytime, day or night. Mailgram, impact of a telegram, at a fraction of the cost.
Marriage, as we idealize it, is based on romantic love. Marriage, as a practical way of life, should also be rooted in self-interest. Did two people ever need each other more than Clarence Porter and Penelope Meadows? She needed him to preserve her fortune. He needed her to guarantee his life. Certainly, we have here the basis for an enduring relationship. Or do we?
You know how it is. We make certain promises.
under the pressure of certain situations. And then we discover we may have been a bit hasty. Oh, yes, I prayed and I promised I would follow a different kind of life. I did say I would experience a change of heart. But what can you do with the heart? It has a life of its own, and it didn't want to change. Meanwhile, I must say my bride bloomed, blossomed, flourished as a result of our marriage.
Have some more ghost milk, Clarence.
I'm just not very hungry this morning, my dear.
Oh, now. One must be prepared to face the world bravely, ready at all times for a fight or a frolic. Proteins, my darling, proteins. Milk, cheese, nuts, beans.
Yes, dear.
Clarence, old sport. Well, you were right.
About what?
Everything. You were right about love and marriage and, well, that's everything. I'm so happy. I never knew what I was missing.
Yes, dear.
Well, now what shall we do today?
I was thinking we might go to the track.
The race track?
It was just an idea.
The race track? It's infested by the lowest elements.
Some of the very best people can be found at
Well, now, Clarence, if you're looking for thrills...
Well, I'm not really looking for thrills.
I know exactly where we can go.
But we don't have to go anywhere.
Oh, but we must. You've got to be on the move, up and about, or you'll develop hardening of the arteries.
I should live that long. 2 hours later, I was dangling precariously in the sky, 1,000 feet above the earth, in what is called a free balloon. There we were, in a little wicker basket suspended from a huge sphere filled with air, and there was a crazy kind of stove contraption to heat up the air, or whatever it was, inside that silly balloon. And when I wasn't hanging onto the ropes for dear life, I was terrified. The whole thing could burn up or blow up. What am I doing here?
Isn't this fantastic?
Yeah.
Oh, you see, Clarence, you have to learn to live, to pit your mind and body against the elements. Are you enjoying it?
Oh, yes, it's fine.
Oh, I was afraid you'd be bored.
Bored? No.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Clarence. Tomorrow, let's do something really exciting. Count to 7. Now, just make sure you clear the aircraft, and then pull.
Look, Penny.
Oh, you were for this?
But supposing the parachute doesn't open.
That's negative thinking. Negative thinking.
Yeah, but what if?
Now, Clarence, these parachutes are packed by experts, and they're very closely supervised. And if your chute doesn't open, why, the man loses his job.
Oh.
Now, you're holding the ring. See, now I'm going to give you just one little push.
Penny!
He's coming right after you.
No!
I'll have us a little foothold chopped out in just a couple of shakes, Clarence.
Yeah.
Cold, are you, darling? Well, that's because you aren't moving. Now, we'll be on our way soon.
Oh, that's great.
Only 1,000 feet more to the summit.
1,000 feet more?
Well, we could have gone up the safe and simple way, but I know how you despise the routine and the ordinary.
I don't exactly despise...
No, Clarence, don't look down. Look up. What an accomplishment. To climb up the sheer face of the rock. You look bored.
Who, me?
Oh, my dearest old boy, I know you. How can we make this more exciting?
More exciting?
I know. We'll do it in the dark. This is what spelunking is, darling. Cave exploring is just like mountain climbing. In the dark. Isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is.
Now, we must be positive, absolutely positive, not to take a wrong turn, you see, and that's so easy to do. Most of these tunnels and passages have never been explored, while we could be lost forever. Stay close to me, darling.
Where are we?
Well, I think we're at the rim of a simply, enormous abyss. I don't know how far down the bottom is. Let me drop this rock. Well, I guess there is no bottom.
How is an idea born? I don't know. It seems one minute it didn't exist, and the next, why, there it is. There are those who say the idea was lurking about in the subconscious all the while. Well, at any rate, there it was. The idea, the thought, the concept that I had to kill Penelope. And this was nothing that I would have to analyze, consider, or debate. I was going to do it. I have to do it. I can't live this way. Indeed, this way I would be dead long before my time. And so, actually, I'm going to kill this impossible woman in self-defense.
Got him.
Yes, you certainly did.
Oh, the ugly brute. See how his friends have gathered round to finish him off? Let me bag a few more. Oh, hold the boat steady, old boy. Oh, have yourselves a feast, my friends. Anything more ugly than a shark. Well, enough fun for one morning. Let's head for home.
It has to be an accident. Anything else would arouse the suspicions of the police. Now, we could have an accident right here. I could throw her overboard. It's too far to swim, and besides, the sharks. But that's no good. I definitely have to be somewhere else when it happens, and therefore beyond suspicion. Besides, look at her. I mean, if it came to it, she could throw me overboard. But I know she'll want to take the boat out again tomorrow. And, then, well, we shall see.
Try some yak butter, dear. I understand it's fantastically low in cholesterol.
Thank you, my dear.
Oh, ready for some sport this morning?
I thought I would play some golf.
Golf? Clarence, old man, time enough for golf when you're in your 80s.
Well, an old friend from the service is in town, and we agreed to meet for a couple of holes.
Okay. Why don't you boys have your fun? I can take the boat out alone.
This is exactly the idea. My darling, while you were deep in slumber last night, I was working on the boat. I cut out several very large timbers in the hull, and then I replaced them. But they will not hold too well. And by the time you get out to your favorite shark hunting grounds, some 3 or 4 miles offshore, the vibration of the engines and the pressure of the water should knock them out, and the boat will be instantly swamped. Well, accidents happen, and I'll be playing golf. Who would suspect me? So, I went to the club. The starter placed me into a foursome. I played my 18 holes. I established my presence on the golf course, and then I went home to sit and wait for, let us say, word from the Coast Guard. I was quietly reading and listening to some music when I heard a car pull up. Aha, here comes the tragic news. I shall be properly shocked.
Hello, darling.
Penny, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? I live here.
I thought you'd still be shark fishing.
Oh, Clarence, I had the most fabulous adventure. You should have been there.
What happened?
Well, there I was, 5 miles out, and the water was literally solid with sharks.
Yes?
Yeah. I was prodding away at them with my rifle when suddenly, I don't know how to describe it, I was in the water.
Did you fall out of the boat?
No! Suddenly there was no boat. It was as if the bottom had fallen out of it.
But the sharks?
Well, there I was in the water, and I was still holding the rifle, and the shark was practically at my elbow. I kind of rapped him on the nose with the rifle butt. That must have scared him away.
Yeah, but the other sharks?
Well, obviously, those fellows weren't paying any attention to me. They were much too busy feasting on their wounded friends.
What did you do?
Oh, I started swimming away from there in a hurry. Fortunately, a Coast Guard boat had spotted me, and just in time, too.
What could have happened to the boat?
Well, it's on the bottom of the ocean, old sport, I guess. We'll never know. Some salad, old chap. It's a special Southern Pacific algae, and it's garnished with plankton. You won't get better protein anywhere.
Yeah, thank you, my dear. I'm not hungry.
I'm worried about you, old man.
No. I'm fine.
Aren't you coming down to the Oval?
No, dear. I'm too nervous to watch you race.
Oh, it's fantastic sport.
But you go around those curves at 90 and 100 miles an hour. Well, it's too much for me.
Oh, that's nothing.
I wish you luck, dear, and I wish you would quit racing. Well, she may quit after today. Last night, while she was asleep, I arranged matters with the stock car she races. You know those lugs that hold the wheel to the axle? Well, I filed some of them down. And given the strains of high-speed driving and turning, the wheels should fly off. And at 90 miles an hour... Wait, the race should be on now on one of those station cars.
Well, here we go into the last 10 laps, folks, where we separate the men from the boys. And I should say the girls from the women, because the leader in this race so far is Penny Meadows Porter. And what a race she has run. Smart, bold, all out, hell-bent for leather. Yes, sir, she has beaten off challenge after challenge by the best and the most daring drivers in the business. And here we go. She's heading into the far turn. Dead man's bend. And watch her take it. Wait, something's wrong. Her wheel. Her left front wheel, it is just blown off. And her car is out of control. And she's going to... No.
Hello, darling.
Penny, you're all right.
Of course.
I heard it on the radio. I came over here as quickly as I could.
I'm fine. Doc just wants to look at some x-rays. But I could get out of bed at this minute and go right home.
The car was a total wreck. What happened?
Well, we'll never know. It burned up. It exploded.
And you were in it. And you survived.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'm the penny that keeps turning up.
Yes, but the longest road has a turning. A sinking boat, a burning car. Sometime, somehow, her luck has to run out.
Or does it? Some folk are fortune's favorites. They survive, they come through. Well, all this is awkward for Mr. Clarence Porter. If only his wife would die, so that he can resume the lifestyle he yearns for. Well, he's cooperating. He's doing everything he can to ensure she has a lethal accident. But fate just won't cooperate. Well, we're only a few moments away from Act 3.
Buick's 1976 Century Regal is the most luxurious mid-sized car Buick builds. But it's also got a practical side. In fact, it makes a concession to practicality that no other American mid-sized car does. It comes with a V6 engine, and a Buick V6 at that. Regal, it's got the spirit. That's how it's gonna be.
Listen, I don't have much time. Brought my car to AMCO. They usually fix a transmission in 1 day. They did it for me. They did a good job. Time's up.
You're gonna be surprised, but don't be surprised by the nice little extras at AMCO.
They've serviced 4 million transmissions. They do things right. AMCO, AA, NCO.
Transmission trouble? Take your car to one of the AMCO transmission centers in the greater New York area. Their famous 19-point multi-check is free.
We're all a little leery of the dark. That's why some lonely night, you'll be glad you bought a Delco battery. A Delco quality battery with instant starting power. Delco batteries. Some lonely night, you'll be glad you bought one.
Enter the AC Delco Energizer sweepstakes and win a Holland America cruise for two. For details, go to Dave Turner Auto Diagnostic Center on River Road in Kearney, New Jersey. The All-Stars, your Four Queens Oldsmobile dealers, are the champions of the Auto League for deals and service featuring AC Delco parts. They're kicking off their 1976 season with a sensational free offer of a Delco AM/FM radio, yours absolutely free with a purchase from now until October 31st of a new 1976 Olds at any of the Old Stars, the Queen's Oldsmobile dealers. See and test drive the great new 1976 Oldsmobiles at M&M Oldsmobile, 87th Avenue and Queens Boulevard. Steel-belted radial tires, the longest-wearing, gas-savingest tires made. And until now, rather expensive. What's happening now? Macy's and Bamberger's Auto Centers teamed up on a special purchase of 30,000 first-quality steel-belted radial white-wall tires from one of America's 4 top manufacturers. They're selling them for only $39 for the largest sizes down to just $32 for smaller sizes. You heard right, $32 to $39 a tire, plus federal tax, in sizes to fit most popular American cars from Mustang to Cadillac. Installation included. If you've priced steel-belted radial tires, you know they range $60 to $80 each. And that's why this Macy's and Bamberger sale is truly sensational. There are 15 Macy's and Bamberger Auto Centers in the New York, New Jersey area. Call for the location near you. Famous Maker steel-belted radial tires for $39 or less this week at Macy's and Bamberger's Auto Centers. The tire buy of the year. Don't miss it.
They say the pitcher that is brought to the well too often is sure to be broken. If you will permit the analogy, that's what Clarence Porter is trying to do with his wife. He has arranged for a series of deadly accidents, but from each one, she skips away unscathed. Now, which will prevail? Clarence's persistence or Penelope's luck?
Darling, would you mind turning on the TV? There's a special documentary.
Uh-huh. Anything you say, old sport. Oh, my goodness.
What happened?
Oh, I touched the on button, and I felt this little tingle in my fingers. What happened to the set?
What happened to the set? It burned out. That's what happened to the set. And that tingle in your fingers? You know what I did? I wired the on button right to the power supply, directly, and without insulation. And so when you touched it, you'd get the full load. There's almost enough voltage in there to run the electric chair. And all you got was a tingle in your fingers. No, there has to be a better way. There has to be. Oh, my, the view from here is fantastic.
Oh, it is, Clarence. You can see for miles. I didn't know you were a nature lover.
Now, dear, let's stand back. We're at the edge of the cliff. We're too close.
Oh, you know me. How very careful I can be.
But that's a drop of 4,000 feet, my darling.
Oh, really, old sport? You mustn't worry so much. Oh, what splendid colors on those hills.
Penny.
What's that?
Look out. This time, I have to win. Last night, I came here. I removed some rock, and I filled in the space with earth, so it would look solid. But it's not. And the minute she stepped on it, she would go right through, and I maneuvered her so that she would walk right there. And now she's going over the side, a sheer drop of 4,000 feet to the jagged rocks below. Her luck finally has run out.
Hello, darling?
Penny, where are you?
Look down, just over the side. Now be careful. I managed to get hold of the scratch.
What do I do now? What else can I do? It's just not meant to be. That's all. I can't kill her. Because she obviously can't be killed. And I will simply have to reconcile myself to my fate. And live a clean, healthy, outdoor life. Please, believe me. I said that and I meant that. And I would have stuck with it. But one morning, there was a knock on the door. Oh.
Ah, yes.
Oh.
It's Mr. Stretch and Mr. Chadwick.
May we come in? Thank you. Lovely, lovely home you have here, Clarence.
Oh, thank you. Won't you gentlemen sit down? Drink?
Surely by this time, Clarence, you must know that Mr. Chadwick and I never drink on the job.
Oh. You're here on business.
Precisely. You see, you owe us a sum of money.
Yes, I know.
And you asked for time so that you could make a suitable match.
Yes. Well?
And so?
I just can't ask my wife for that kind of money.
My boy, your wife has it.
But she isn't going to give it to me. I mean...
Clarence, that is your problem.
But...
Unless you want Mr. Chadwick and me to make it our problem.
No. I'll see to it. You'll get your money.
Of course we will. Now, can we set a date?
Well, soon.
Soon. In that case, you will hear from us soon.
And there it was. I had my choice. I could go to her and say, I need $50,000. And she would ask, why? And if I told her, she'd probably divorce me. And then where would I be? Or I could kill her and inherit. But maybe she would let me have the money. Maybe if I put it to her in the right way. Darling, suppose a very dear friend of yours, someone very close to you, needed a considerable sum of money. A matter of life and death.
Well, old sport, why was the money needed?
Supposing he had squandered the money.
Oh, we all make mistakes.
Supposing he had lost it betting on horses and roulette.
Oh, say no more.
And the underworld was after him to make good.
Such a person is beneath pity, even contempt.
Well, not necessarily.
Now, Clarence, did you want to help some friend of yours?
Well.
Oh, Clarence, you're so generous. I'm so naive. I mean, keep away from people like that.
Yeah. But he's really a very nice person.
Such a person would not be allowed in my home.
Now I have to kill her. But how? I've done everything. Maybe it's true. She can't be killed. No, can't be true. Anyone can be killed. I'll point the gun at her. I'll pull the trigger. That's going to do it. But I'd better prepare for it. I waited for a rainy night, so I'd be harder to recognize. And I stole over to a neighbor's house. They were an elderly couple. I stood outside their living room window. I made a slight noise. I heard the lady call out.
Who's there?
I could see how frightened she and her husband were. I watched as he picked up the phone. Good. That's exactly what I wanted him to do. Then I stole away to another house. A woman lived there, alone. At this house, I actually broke the lock on the back door before she heard me. From there on, it was plain sailing. I had established what I had to establish, the presence of a prowler in the neighborhood. I got it. Hi, it's the sheriff.
I do, Mr. Porter. Mind if I come in?
Oh, please do.
Evening, Miss Porter.
Anything wrong, Sheriff?
Well, I'm afraid so. Folks around here have been complaining about a prowler. You been out tonight? You seen anyone, Mr. Porter?
No, I wasn't out. I've been in all evening.
The Jeffersons seen him, so the Watsons and old Miss Blake.
What does the man look like?
I said they seen him. That don't mean they seen his face. They seen someone prowling about. Miss Blake says he actually forced open a back door, but her screams brought some other neighbors running, and that scared him off.
Well, we haven't seen anyone.
Well, just keep your doors and windows locked, folks, till this is over.
Oh, I don't think I'd be afraid of him, Sheriff.
Ma'am, with all due respect, he's probably armed. Now, just be careful, will you?
Well, now to do it. I bought the revolver, a big .38. Do the job right. I needed an alibi, but that was no problem. I informed Mr. Stretch of my requirements. And since it was in his interest as well, a very respectable gentleman was found who would swear we had a business dinner together in the city. And so only the deed remained. And the deed, well, it was simple. I thought I would agonize over it more than I did. She was sitting in the library, just reading. I approached her, and she said,
"Why don't we have a glass of milk, old chum?"
Those were the last words she ever said. I drove to the city, and I drove back late that night. There was considerable activity in my home, as you might imagine. The police were there. And I must say, I gave the impression of being terribly surprised.
I'm so sorry for her and for you, Clarence.
Doctor, it's terrible. Where's the sheriff?
He said he'd be right back. He may have some evidence.
What happened?
Well, you know there's been a prowler, and I suppose she surprised him, and he killed her.
Any clues, any idea of who this animal could be?
The sheriff's working on it, but that's not so important anymore.
How can you say that?
Well, I say that because she was dying.
What? Who was dying?
Penny. She didn't want you to know.
I don't understand.
Well, a few weeks ago, when she crashed in the stock car race.
Oh, you mean she received an injury that...
No. But I had her in the hospital, and I was taking tests. And just, well, we discovered something. It seems she had acute myelotic leukemia.
I don't understand.
Nor do I. Nor does medical science. It's a quick and subtle and fatal disease. Why, how, who knows? You're perfectly all right one day, and then suddenly it hits you, and within a few weeks you're dead.
And she had this?
Yes, Clarence. She didn't want you to know. She was losing ground so rapidly, she would have died within a few weeks.
No. Oh. No.
Mr. Porter.
Sheriff.
Mr. Porter, I'm going to arrest you for the murder of your wife. And everything you say can be used against you.
What do you mean? Arrest me? On what ground? Why would I want to?
You'd know that better than I would. Now, last night, I come to your house in the pouring rain. I says, there's a prowler. Might you have seen him? You said you hadn't been out. I had seen that you had mud on your shoes. Now, I said nothing, awaiting further development. Now, this prowler left footprints beneath the windows of 3 houses in the neighborhood and your own house. Now, we got casts of them shoe prints. Now, earlier this evening, I examined the shoes with the mud on them. The ones you wore last night. They fit to a T. Now, will you talk to us now or later, Mr. Porter?
He waited till later, but they broke him down, or he broke himself down, just thinking he had tried so hard. And he didn't have to do anything. You shouldn't do anything either until I return in just a few moments.
Hey, you up there in the scaffold.
Me?
Yeah, you, the guy that's painting the Greenpoint billboard sign.
So you got me. Now what do you want?
I want you to paint it right.
It is right.
Look.
It says the Greenpoint Earnings Bank. See?
It's supposed to say Savings Bank, huh?
Hey, mister, don't give me aggravation. If you don't know that the Greenpoint Savings Bank is the Earnings Bank, that's your problem. Now, just let me finish up here, huh? I mean, heights confuse me anyway. I shouldn't even be up here. Even.
Savings? Earnings. Greenpoint depositors know there's nothing confusing about our name because we're more than a safe place to save money. We're a safe place to earn money. The Greenpoint Savings... the Greenpoint Earnings Bank.
Greenpoint Earnings Bank, your neighborhood savings bank.
Member FDIC.
New York,
spend Columbus Day with us for thousands of good nights to come.
Fine sleep sets you free. Sleep right in luxury. Fine sleep sets you free.
Discover Klein Sleep's Columbus Day sale and a new world of luxury and sleep with the lowest prices on the best bedding and convertible sofas in town. And they're all ready for immediate free delivery to your town. Pick up a copy of our newspaper circular in any Klein Sleep store for the most incredible prices on bedding and convertible sofas. Remember, there's a new world of luxury waiting for you at Klein Sleep Columbus Day for thousands of nights.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
How are you this morning, Mr. Bumby?
Oh, Marshal.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Sam. Is, Kitty around?
Oh, don't know she's up yet, but if she is, she ought to be down soon.
I'll wait.
Nippy this morning.
Oh, feels good. It's a nice time of year, huh?
I don't know. I kind of like spring myself.
Sam, you better wash that glass over.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Can I get you something? Beer, maybe?
Got any coffee?
Sure. Just made a pot.
Oh, that'll be fine. Her face is something wondrous.
That's pretty, Matt. You got a pretty voice.
Oh, it's good enough for calling hogs, I guess. Yeah. You just get up?
A while ago. Why?
Oh, it just strikes me I haven't seen you close too early like this.
Uh-huh.
No, you look fine. I mean that you...
You better quit while you're ahead.
Yeah, I guess it's...
Where's Sam?
Oh, he's bringing in coffee.
Oh, Sam, cup for me, please.
Sure, Miss Kitty.
What's the occasion, Matt?
Kitty? There's a party tomorrow night, a dance. It's a benefit for the new school down at the hall, you know? And, every fellow's to bring a girl. You know?
It happens at dances. Go on.
Well, what I'm trying to... Will you go? With me?
I'd kind of like to, Matt, but no thanks.
Oh.
Well, I gotta work here. You know that. Besides...
Well, you ought to be able to get off.
Well, even if I could, ladies might not take kindly to it, Matt. I'm not rightly polite society.
What do you care about what...
Well, thanks anyway, Matt. That smells wonderful. Sammy, I think I'll marry you.
Me? Shucks. Me? Oh, shucks.
Listen, Kitty, about the dance, I've already bought the
You're
tickets.
sweet, Matt, and I thank you kindly for thinking of me, but you better ask someone else.
Well, it isn't... Sam, will you go and polish up your glasses, please?
Oh, sure, Mr. Dillon. Sure.
Now, look, Kitty, I'm asking you to go with me. Well, it's important to me that you go.
Are you making love to me, Matt? At this hour in the morning?
No, I mean it. I want you to go to the dance.
You want to be embarrassed. You want everyone to stare at us. You know what they'll say? My, the marshal really should have better sense than to bring that woman here. It ain't decent. It ain't proper.
Oh, Kitty.
Well, it's true. I'm a hostess at the Texas Trail, a saloon. You know what they think about me.
Well, will you go, Kitty?
No.
I'll call by for you at 7, huh?
I'll drink a bottle of whiskey and clout some old biddy on the head. Then you'll be sorry.
Oh, Kitty.
I haven't got anything to wear, Matt. I can't wear my working clothes.
You look just fine, like you are, Kitty. Just fine, just like you are.
Marshal.
Yeah.
I shouldn't, but I guess I'll go to the dance with you. I'll be ready at 7.
How do you talk about a woman like Kitty? The color of her hair, eyes, the shape of her leg, the way she spoke, thought. Well, that's a picture you had to get by looking and hearing. Otherwise, you'd never know it. And I felt real good about taking Kitty to the party. The first time we'd really be out in company. And I liked the idea.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Good morning, Chester.
Nice day.
What is that?
That, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, all over my desk. That. Ink.
Yes, sir, I know. I was just cleaning it up, Mr. Dillon. Seems like a big bluebottle fly, last of his kind this fall, I guess. Big fool bluebottle fly was a-setting on your desk, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you're slopping it all over the floor, Chester.
Yes, sir, I see it. That lazy fool bluebottle fly was a-stomping all over your desk, Mr. Dillon, and I took a whack at him with a paper I happened to have in my hand, and I got him.
Well, thanks a lot.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. If there's anything in this world I hate, it's a big, maggoty bluebottle fly.
Yeah, I know, Chester. The mail come in yet?
Yes, sir. A couple of minutes ago. It's right over there.
Oh, okay.
There. I think that should do it, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester.
Anything likely in the mail, Mr. Dillon?
No. Look, Chester, we better get these government circulars posted. Would you do that for me?
Yes, sir, I'll do that. Say, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
About the dance tomorrow.
Now, what about it?
Well, you're going, aren't you, sir? Doc's going. He's taking Ms. McNish. I'm going. Everybody's going. You are going, aren't you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm going.
Don't seem right, a man here standing not to go to a big social like we're... You are?
Yes.
Well, that's fine. Just fine. Doc and me, we were talking, and it just didn't seem right to us that a man like you didn't have no real nice, sweet girl to escort to a big social.
I got one, Chester. A real nice, sweet girl. I'm taking Kitty.
Miss Kitty?
I asked her before I came down, and she accepted.
Well, that's good. Miss Kitty.
That's right, Chester. I got a couple of letters off to Washington, Chester. You want to go and see about posting those circulars, huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, fine.
Mr. Dillon?
Yes? Oh, what is it, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, it ain't none of my business, and I did not have no right to say it.
Say what?
Well, sir, I...
Yeah?
I was wondering if I might borrow one of them fancy ties off you for the party.
That's not your business. That's what you haven't got any right to say.
Yes, sir. No, that's Right.
You're a liar, Chester. But you can borrow a tie.
I thank you kindly, Mr. Dillon.
You work for a long time with a man, and you share a lot of life and a lot of death. And after a while, you know him even better than yourself. Well, that's the way it is with Chester and with me. Now, he had something on his mind, and I figured after a while he'd get it off. Well, the morning went, and it was almost noon when Chester came back.
Gonna go have some dinner, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I think I will. How about you?
Hungry as a raggle-bone possum.
Did you get the posters up?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, let's go.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
I guess there's something you ought to know, sir. There's talk.
Yeah. All right, Chester, come on, get it out.
It's all over town. About you taking Miss Kitty to the dance tomorrow night.
What do you mean, all over town? I only asked her this morning.
Yes, sir, I know. Best I can figure, Sam over at the Texas Trail must have heard you and let it slip. There's been a mighty fierce mess of gum clobbering up and down. All over.
All right. Thanks for telling me, Chester.
It ain't none of my business.
Yeah, I know. You said that before.
Yes, sir. I surely did.
Well, let's go get something to eat. It's hard to tell about people. Maybe it's hard to tell about yourself because you come under that same heading, people. And when they're mean and small, there's not an animal to touch them. Chester and I walked down the street, and it didn't take long to hear and see what was going on. Some of the drifters leaning against the wall on the corner came right out with it.
Morning, Marshal. I understand there's Galentine's got herself a new beau.
What did you say?
Maybe you ought to look into it, Marshal. Folks are being downright rude.
Mister, you're gonna... Come on, Chester.
Ought to haul him in. Every one.
Yeah? What are you going to charge him with?
Pestilence, Mr. Dillon. Just plain pestilence.
I knew better what Kitty had meant about the ladies of the town when a couple came out of Olivet's dry goods store. They didn't see me until it was too late.
Complain to the dance committee. It's indecent, that's what it is. Why, she's common. Nothing but a common saloon woman. What's this city coming to when a United States Marshal... Ooh.
Morning, Miss Sprinkle. When a man's born, they say he's blessed or cursed with a lot of things already in him. Take pride, for instance. Sometimes pride can be a curse. Well, maybe I had more in my share. And maybe it would have been a sight kinder if I'd not taken Kitty to the dance. But I did.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this hint for weekend driving. Whatever you do, be moderate. Be obedient to all traffic laws. Be careful. Use your head and don't take chances. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
I picked up Kitty at the Texas Trail at 7 the next evening. She was waiting by the side door, and when I saw her, she
kind of moved back in the shadows, almost as though she was ashamed for me to see her. Hi.
Hello, Matt.
Are you all set?
Well, I guess so. Matt, are you sure?
Hey, Kitty, you look fine. Yeah, you look just fine.
Do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. We walked along the street down to the hall, and I kept looking at her like I say, you know, you had to know this, Kitty, to understand what I mean, and even then you get a surprise. She was like a 17-year-old on her first date, and she was like all the women you'd ever known and loved, soft and innocent. And something else, something that's female, and you can't figure out what. Something that makes you drunk without a drink inside you. It was snowing a little, and the flakes caught in her hair and melted into the black of her velvet cloak. And just before we went in, I looked at her again. And I didn't care. I was proud she was with me.
Oh, evening, Marshal Dillon.
Evening, Miss Murphy. You know Miss Russell?
How do? You have your tickets, Marshal Dillon?
Oh, yeah. Here we are.
Fine. Go right in, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Murphy. Is there somewhere I can put my cloak?
Oh, yes, of course. The ladies' reception room is right through there. I didn't catch the name.
Catherine Russell, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. I'll wait for you.
Thanks. You better.
I could see them through the big open doors in the hall. They were all there. Faces flushed, smiling, happy, dancing. And all the women seemed pretty and the men handsome. And Chester was up on the platform calling the dance, and Doc was fiddling. And I was waiting for my dancing partner, Miss Kitty Russell.
Now run away home and sing your own and leave my buffalo gal alone. Then promenade all and around you go.
Hi. What took you so long?
I'm sorry, Matt. I had a skirmish with one of the genteel females in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What says she? You know, I get the idea I'm not welcome around here.
Let's go in and get some punch, huh?
Sure.
How are you, John? Oh, that's a nice dress, Kitty.
Well, I haven't worn it since a few years back in New Orleans.
Hey, Marshal. Oh, Miss Kitty.
It's Doc.
Well, hiya.
Oh, fine, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
I say, we got a bottle of whiskey outside. You care to join us? Oh, this punch.
Not right now, thank you, Doc.
Oh, well, sure. Hey, Miss Kitty, I saw you come in. Best-looking woman in here. Oh, there's lots of scratching going on.
Thank you, Doc.
If you see Mrs. McNish, don't tell her where I am, will you? Man gets kind of dry fiddling.
Oh, well, so long.
So long, Doc.
Punch, Marshal Dillon?
Kitty?
I guess so.
Mr. Sprinkle, have you met Miss Catherine Russell?
No, I'm afraid I haven't.
You got a short memory, Mr. Sprinkle.
Huh?
I could have swore it was you in the Texas Trail a couple of weeks back. Drunker than a hoot owl. Don't you remember I had to slap your face?
I think...
Edward?
Well,
Edward?
Yes, dear.
You let somebody else take care of the punch. I want you to come with me.
Well, I promised. I'm on the committee.
Evening, Miss Sprinkle.
I have no wish to speak to you, Marshal Dillon, or this woman you've brought with you. I will not have my husband serving such people.
Aren't you being a trifle bad-mannered, Miss Sprinkle?
How dare you say that?
Well, aren't you?
I suggest that you leave, Marshal.
Emmy.
You're not wanted here. Not with that woman you've seen fit to bring.
Come on, Matt. I want to go.
No. This is a public dance, Miss Sprinkle. Right now, you're trying to make it private. If you can't behave like a lady, I'll thank you to leave this lady's presence.
What? Now, see here, Marshal. You can't talk like that to my wife.
Hey, Kitty! What do you say, Kitty?
Matt, please. I want to go.
We're not going anywhere. We're staying.
How about some music? All right now, folks. It'll be a waltz this time.
Thanks for the punch, Mr. Sprinkle. Come on, Kitty.
I warned you, Matt. Now, please, will you take me out of here before something happens?
Nothing's going to happen, Kitty. You and me are going to dance. Have a good time. That's all.
You're acting like a kid. Matt, it won't work. I've seen this kind of thing before.
May I have this dance, Miss Kitty?
Please, Matt. You're being pig-headed and you know it. Let's get out.
You refusing me, Miss Kitty?
Oh, Matt.
We danced. But it wasn't what I hoped it'd be. Kitty closed her eyes. I guess she was trying to blot it out, but I could see the other couples looking, whispering, and one by one dropping away over into a small group that got larger. And there were only about 6 of us left when the waltz ended. And that's when the stranger and a couple of his pals walked out onto the floor. They were drifters, probably been in town for a week. And they were having their fun before they moved on.
Marshal, I got a painful duty.
Yeah?
Folks in this town seem real upset about you bringing that woman in here.
What's your name?
I'm just a fella. I kind of made myself and my friends here a committee of 3, seeing as how everything's done by committees here, and we figured it would be best if you take your friend home.
Mister, I'm the marshal in
Matt,
Dodge City, and
I'm leaving.
You're staying here, Kitty.
She's smarter than you, Marshal.
Everything all right?
Everything's fine, Chester.
This ain't a matter of law, you know, Marshal. It's decency and what's right. Yeah, and Marshal, this ain't right.
Mister, I'm taking this badge off. Chester, you stay here with Kitty.
Matt, don't you do it.
Now, come
Matt.
on outside. You. We're going to talk some more about this out there.
It's cold outside. Now, you be a good fella and get out of where you ain't wanted.
You know I won't hit you in here, don't you?
Were you thinking of doing that, Marshal? Now, that ain't lawful. I ain't done nothing.
Kitty. Kitty, wait.
Now there's a gal with sense.
All right, mister. No, I'm telling you. You and your pals are going to have to come out sooner or later, and when you do, you better start hightailing it out of Dodge before I catch up with you.
We'll think of that. We sure will. Marshal.
Just 3 no-good drifters, hating the law, finding pleasure in trouble. Kitty had gone, and I went out into the street. It had stopped snowing. Just cold. Much colder. I went up to the Texas Trail. There's only 2 people in there. Some guy dead drunk on a table, and someone else standing at the bar, looking into the mirror at me.
What do you have, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, sir.
Yeah. Well, I got some things to do in the back. Give me a call if anyone comes in, will you?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Kitty.
Shut up.
I'm sorry.
I could.
Yeah, I know.
I should have known better.
No, it was me, not you. No, it wasn't that either. It was all those polite ladies and gentlemen.
Give me a kerchief, will you?
Yeah. Here.
Been a long time since I cried.
Yeah, sure.
It wasn't so much for me. For you. I wanted to cry right there in the hall, watching you and knowing there was nothing you could do.
Nice mess of people we got in Dodge.
No, it's not them, Matt. It's me. I've run into this before. The only difference was I didn't have you around. I wanted it to be right tonight because of you.
A lot of narrow-minded prayer spouting.
Yeah. They hurt your pride, didn't they?
No, it wasn't that.
No?
No, I wanted you to go with me.
That made me real happy. But maybe we're different, Matt. You and me figure life different to them. That's not their fault. There's a lot of folks there I know. I smile at them on the street. They talk to me. But tonight, well, that was different. I made them uncomfortable.
Yeah? Well, I didn't do a bad job with you.
Oh, you can't look at it that way. And you can't go fighting the whole town either.
There's 3 fellas going to get hurt.
No, I don't want you to do that, Matt. Just let it go. Let it go, Matt. They don't mean nothing. You know what means something to me?
What?
That you asked me to go to the dance with you. I knew what was going to happen, but it was worth the chance. I thank you for it, Matt.
You're a funny one.
Am I?
But you sure showed them up, those women. The way you look.
Well, I'm glad. You know, you look pretty fine yourself.
Sam?
Yeah?
You got any champagne, Sam?
What? Have I got any what?
Champagne.
Well, yeah. I guess maybe. A bottle or two? Yeah, maybe. Sure.
Well, break it out.
All right.
Miss Kitty, I think the next dance is mine.
Oh, Matt. I'd be real pleased, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, Bob Sweeney, Lawrence Dobkin, and Mary Lansing. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNair is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Many people have been confused with the phrase forgiveness of taxes. But remember this, there is no forgiveness of the second installment of your 1942 federal income tax. This installment must be paid by midnight tonight. So be sure to put your check in the mail before that time.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our Hollywood cast is a young lady known simply as Margot, whose talent for the art of suspense has been heard before on this series. Tonight, Margot, using the name of Jacqueline Blaine, tells of strange happenings on a Jude ranch, including the hurried and unexplained departure of an important guest. Appearing with Margot is Mr. Kent Smith, a newcomer to our microphone, as Gil Blaine, a young man forced by unrelenting circumstances into many odd and mysterious actions. Margot will soon be seen in Behind the Rising Sun, and Ken Smith is currently appearing in This Land Is Mine, both RKO radio productions. The story by Cornell Woolrich called Last Night is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with The Last Night and the performances of Margot and Kent Smith. We again hope to keep you in suspense.
Miss Blaine, it's late. Ain't you figuring on getting up at all?
Huh? Oh, yes. Oh. I'll be down in a minute, Leona. Go away now. I lay there looking up at the ceiling. Strange, I hadn't slept well last night. All night I had tossed and turned. Worry. That's what it was. Worry. The weekend was over, and Gil and I hadn't raised the $2,500. We were right back where we started from, stuck here in the Hudson Valley with our dude ranch that wasn't paying expenses, and the debts piling up like new snow. That was Gil in the shower. I lay still and listened to the hiss of the water. Poor Gil. It had been a tough weekend for him, trying to be nice to Mr. Burroughs, neglecting the other guests, to play up to him, flattering him, agreeing with everything he said. What was the use? I knew he'd never lend us the money. I knew it from the first. I never even wanted to invite him and his secretary up, but Gil had pinned his hopes on it. He'd worked so hard. Worked. Funny word to apply to it. Maybe if Gil had done some real work now and then, instead...
Morning, Jackie.
Morning. Well, how did you make out? How did you make out with Mr. Burroughs? Gil, I'm talking to you. Is he still here?
Who?
Mr. Burroughs.
Oh, no, he left.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have to say goodbye to him. I got pretty tired of being nice to him, didn't you?
Yeah.
Took the 8 o'clock train?
8 o'clock. He took the milk train.
The milk train? How do you know?
Well, I drove him to the station. That's how I know.
Well, what were you doing up at that hour?
Well, I hadn't come to bed yet, that's all.
But what got into him? The milk train, why, that hits here about 4:30 in the morning, doesn't it?
About?
Well, I can't get it into my head why they should bolt off like that.
He went alone. His secretary's still here.
You mean he left without Marsh?
Yeah, Marsh was up in his room sleeping at the time. I guess Burroughs didn't want to wait for him.
He went off and left his secretary behind? Well, now, that's the strangest thing I ever heard of. Why did he bring him in the first place? You had a row with him, Gil. He turned you down and you let it get the best of you.
I did not.
That's why he suddenly decided to leave like that.
I did not, I tell you. Why should I say I didn't if I did?
Oh, I don't know. Everything is so mixed up. Gil, dear, want to toss me my dressing gown? It's on the chair there.
Oh, here you are, honey.
Oh.
Jackie?
Yes?
Jackie, I got it out of him.
What?
I got the $2,500.
Gil.
He finally gave in when I was driving him to the station.
Well, you got all of it?
The works.
I didn't think he would. I mean, The way he was acting.
Yes, I know, but he began to soften up after you'd gone to bed. When I asked him, he came through.
But, Gil, you mean he carries that much cash around with him?
Well, there it is, isn't it?
That's funny. You know, he came to me only yesterday and asked me where he could cash a $25 check.
Oh, yes, I know about that. I cashed it for him.
But the $2,500.
Well, he had that all ready for deposit when he got back to town Monday. Couldn't get it to the bank on time on Friday.
Oh.
He didn't want to touch it, but when I told him I'd rather have cash than the check, well, he just went the whole way and accommodated me.
Well, if there wasn't any friction, why did he leave at such an unearthly hour?
I don't know.
But, Gil...
And I don't care. Oh, look, baby. We got the money. Let's just be thankful.
Well, of course I'm thankful. It's just that...
Miss Blaine? Miss Blaine?
Yes, Leona.
Well, just about to give you two up. Miss Rose and Mr. Colman's almost finished with the breakfast. Ain't you two coming?
Yes, in a minute, Leona. Come on, Gil. Let's hurry. It's hard enough to get paying guests without neglecting the ones we have.
Well, I done fixed up Mr. Burroughs' room while I was waiting for you.
Mr. Burroughs' room, but...
You didn't have to bother. He won't be using it anymore.
You won't?
No, he left.
You done left?
Why, yes. Leona, what's the matter?
And what about all them suits and things he left hanging up in the closet?
His clothes? Left in the closet? What about that, Gil?
Well, he left in an awful hurry, that's all. Oh, leave me alone. Don't let's talk about it.
All right. But somehow, I feel that something very strange happened last night.
That's what happened, Miss Gables. I told him I wouldn't take any more stuff from him. Next time he tries it, it'll be too bad. For him.
Here comes Gil and Jackie.
Yeah.
Have some more eggs, Colman?
Oh,
Oh, hello, Gil.
Oh, hello,
Jackie.
Gil.
What do you do so chummy about?
Why, we were just talking about Mr. Burroughs.
Mr. Burroughs?
Why, yes.
Mr. Colman had an appointment to play golf with him today.
Golf?
Yeah, yes, fine player, fine player. Oh, by the way, where is he? I haven't seen him all morning.
He's not here.
Not here? Well, what do you mean?
He's left.
He left?
Yes, can't a guy leave if he wants to?
Sure, I...
Well, for one, I'm glad. He was an old goat.
He's mad because he made a pass at her.
Well, you didn't like him too well either, Colman. You see, Colman had a run-in with him back in the days of bootleg gin.
Oh.
Well, let's not talk about it.
Gil's right. Mr. Burroughs is gone. Let's forget it.
What's this?
Oh, Mr. Marsh.
What did you say about Mr. Burroughs leaving?
Do we have to go through this again?
Gil, please. Mr. Burroughs left on an early train.
Oh, you're joking.
No, I'm not.
But I don't understand.
Well, you're his secretary. You ought to know what he's going to do.
That's right, Gil. I should know. That's why it's so strange. He told me we definitely were going to stay until this afternoon.
Well, he changed his mind.
Blaine, Frank. Oh, yes, and she's here. Just a minute. Miss Blaine. Miss Blaine, telephone.
Coming.
Hello.
Mrs. Blaine?
Yes?
This is Mrs. Burroughs.
Oh, how do you do? We were awfully sorry you couldn't come out with Mr. Burroughs for the weekend. I'm sure you'd have
I think
enjoyed
it was most inconsiderate of Homer not to let me know he was staying over an additional day. And you can tell him so for me. I think the least he could have done was phone me or send a wire.
But Mrs. Burroughs...
I don't doubt he finds it attractive up there.
Mrs. Burroughs, wait a minute. He isn't here anymore. He did leave early this morning.
Early this morning? What do you mean?
Well, he took an early train. He should have been in at, now let me see, at 8:30 this morning.
8:30? Well, then where is he? Why hasn't he come?
Well, maybe he went directly to his office.
Oh, no, I called his office. They haven't heard from him. You see, that's why I'm calling you. Oh, I don't understand all this. It does seem that Marsh would at least get in touch with
Marsh?
me.
Well, Marsh is still here, Mrs. Burroughs.
Marsh is still there?
Yes.
He went off without Marsh? Oh, now I know there's something wrong. Why, he's never done that before.
Please, Mrs. Burroughs, I'm sure there's nothing wrong. He's just... Well, I'd better let you talk to Marsh.
Well, yes, please get him.
Mr. Mr. Marsh, Mrs. Burroughs is on the phone. She wants to talk to you. Better take the extension in the front room.
All right.
She's very upset. We have to calm her. Hello, Mrs. Burroughs. Marsh is coming.
Oh, something's wrong. I know it.
Hello? Hello, Mrs. Burroughs.
Oh, Marsh, is that you?
Yes?
Marsh, did you know Mr. Burroughs was going to leave?
No, he didn't say anything to me.
Well, Mrs. Blaine says he's left. Should have been here, and he isn't.
Well, I don't...
He probably was just delayed.
Oh, no. Something's happened. Charles, Marsh, he had that important package in his inside pocket.
He did?
Yes. Oh, I don't know what to do. Shall I call the police?
The police? Well, that's not necessary.
Mrs. Blaine's right. Let me take care of it. I'll wait a few hours, and if he hasn't shown up by then...
all right. Do what you think best.
Hello? Hello? She hung up, Mrs. Blaine.
Important package. The $2,500. The $2,500 Gil got. Oh, Gil. That was Mrs. Burroughs. She was awfully upset.
Well, Burroughs didn't show up. She wants me to call the police.
The police?
Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't have to call the police.
Well, why shouldn't I call the police? After all, Mr. Burroughs is missing.
Oh, he may show up yet.
Certainly, he may show up yet.
Carmen's right. You don't have to call the police now.
And why don't you want the police?
Well, why...
There's something strange here, all right. Why didn't Mr. Burroughs say a word to me about leaving?
Well, you were asleep. I guess he didn't want to waken you.
Oh, I've never known him to be considerate in my life.
I suppose he knew what he was doing.
I'm not so sure.
What do you mean?
Well, if he knew what he was doing, why did he leave his return ticket on the dresser?
A strange silence fell over the entire group. Marsh was suspicious. Soon he would call the police. And I had a strong feeling that Gil knew more about this than he let on. After breakfast, the group broke up, and I stayed to help Leona clear the table, and I saw Gil and Carmen walk out on the porch together.
Cigarette, Gil?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Here. Yeah, fine morning.
So you didn't ask me out here to speak about the weather?
No, I didn't. I want the money you owe me.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It was due long ago. With the interest, it adds up to $2,500.
I can't pay you now.
Why not? You said you'd pay it today.
Well, it's not that I haven't got it.
It's what?
Well, everything's so mixed up now. You know.
You mean Burroughs' disappearance?
Look, give me another 24 hours.
I'd like to, Gil, but...
Gil!
Here comes Jackie.
All right, 24 hours and no more.
I'm sorry if I'm interrupting something important.
Oh, no. We're just talking about the weather.
It is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I better get up to the golf course. Oh, say, Gil, could you lend me the car to drive up? It's pretty far, and I'll do plenty of walking when I get there.
Well, as a matter of fact, Carmen, I'm going to use it myself.
Oh. Well, in that case, I'd better start walking. So long.
Goodbye. He was after the money, wasn't he?
Yeah, but I didn't give it to him.
Why not? Mr. Burroughs gave it to you, and we do owe it to Carmen.
Can't you leave me alone for a minute?
Say, you two, why the frown?
Hello, Miss Robles.
I don't want to interrupt a private fight, so I'll state my business quickly. How about lending me the car, Gil? I want to drive
I'm sorry, Miss Robles, but I need it. I'm driving into town, and right now.
Gil drove off. The rest of the day went by in a haze. Gil didn't come back. He stayed away all day without even phoning me. He had never done that before. It almost seemed as though he avoided me intentionally. Toward evening, as I was putting the finishing touches on dinner, Leona came up to me.
There's a man here to see you, Miss Blaine.
Where is he?
In the front room.
Well, who is it?
Somebody I ain't never seen before.
All right, I'll talk to him. You look after things here, Leona.
Yes, I will.
Good evening.
My name's Ward.
I'm Mrs. Blaine. You wanted to see me?
I wanted to have a few words with Mr. Blaine.
Oh, I see. What was it about?
You know what it's about. It's about Burroughs. His office sent me down.
Mr. Burroughs? What about him?
He was a guest here, wasn't he?
Yes.
When did he leave?
Last night. My husband drove him to the station.
Really? How interesting.
What do you mean?
We happen to know that he never got on that train.
Oh.
I thought maybe your husband could tell me a few things I'd like to know.
I'll see if he's here.
Just a moment. I'd also like to see some of the other guests.
Well, I'm sorry, but nobody's here just now. Miss Robles is out walking, and Mr. Colman hasn't...
Carmen. The short, fat Italian?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Mr. Burroughs always ran into him before. Now I'd like to see your husband.
Please sit down. I'll see if I can find him.
Thank you.
Leona.
Yes, Miss Blaine?
Has Mr. Gill come back yet?
Oh, no, ma'am. I ain't seen him since he drove off this morning.
I see. Well, tell the gentleman to wait. I'm going out on the veranda. I went out on the veranda. Up and down the length of the porch and back again I walked, my eyes glued to the dark highway that ran past the house, hoping against hope that Gill would show up before the detective came looking for me. Gill had the $2,500 on him, Burroughs' cash, that important package Mrs. Burroughs spoke of to Marsh. I had to see Gill first, and suddenly I saw a car speeding down the road. Gill's car. I could tell by the one dim headlight. It tore through the dark at top speed, then swerved through our gate and into the garage. I was about to run down the steps when another pair of headlights split the gloom of the highway. As the car came on, I recognized the taxi from town. A figure climbed out quickly. Gill!
Jackie, did you see the car?
Our car? Yes, Gill. It went toward the garage.
Who was driving it?
Well, I couldn't see. What is it, Gill? Are you in...
No time to talk. No time to talk.
Where are you going?
The garage.
I'm coming with you.
The doors are closed. There. Nobody here.
Anyone in the car?
No. Whoever it was, beat it. Oh. I'd like to know who it was.
Gill, I don't understand what this is all about.
Well, frankly, I don't either. I was parked in front of the store in town. I came out and saw somebody hop in my car and drive off like mad.
Well, that's odd.
I don't know what he was after, but I don't think he got it. I chased the car all the way here in the taxi.
I saw it coming down the road. I thought it was you.
Well, let's go back to the house.
Gill.
Yes?
Gill, there's somebody here to see you, a man named Ward.
Ward? Who's he? What does he want?
He wants to talk to you about Burroughs. He's a detective.
Oh.
And, you'd better let me have the wallet with the money, just to be on the safe side.
Now, look, I don't want you mixed up in anything.
Well, I'll be all right. Please, give it to me.
Well, okay.
Now you'll have to go in and talk to him.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I went up to my room and lay there in the dark, trying to distinguish the murmur of voices from below. But all I could hear was a blur of sound.
I got the 25,000.
Something's happened.
The next time it'll be too bad for him.
He made a pass at me.
He's acting in a hurry. Let me alone. Why don't you want the police? Why don't you want the police? Why don't you want the police?
Jackie, you awake?
Yes. Here, sit down, Gil. You look tired.
Yeah, I am. Very.
What did Ward say?
Not much, but I know he's suspicious. He's going to stay tonight.
Oh.
Well, let's get to bed. I'm tired. Oh, by the way, did you see the key to the rumble seat?
The key to the rumble seat? Oh, no.
Must have lost it. Good night.
Gil, you've never told me. You've never told me one way or the other. Gil, you've got to tell me.
All right, Jackie, I will. Burroughs never gave me the 2,500. He refused me. We quarreled, and I was mad. I suppose he was afraid of me, afraid of what I might do to him. Anyway, that's why he left so suddenly. Made me drive him to the station.
Did you see him get on the train?
No, I left him at the station. Left my car there and walked down the street. I was sore. I had to think. I heard the train come and go. And when I went back, Burroughs was gone. I got in the car and drove home.
And the 2,500.
Well, I lied when he said he had that cash.
Then where did you get it?
Remember the $25 check I cashed for him?
Yes?
I added 2 zeros after the 25.
Oh, Gil.
I wrote in the word 100. There was a space for it made to order. Then I cashed it.
Gil.
Oh, I know I'm low, Jackie, but I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Then what became of him? Where is he?
I don't know. I wish I did.
What's that?
Somebody's out there. Whoever it is trying to open the garage door.
I can't see who it is. It's not a woman. Not Miss Robles. I can see that much.
It could be Colman.
What are you doing in that drawer?
Just getting this gun. Now, quiet.
No, Gil. Give me that gun. You can't shoot anybody in the dark like that.
Please, Jackie.
I'm going to turn on the lights.
Don't, Jackie.
Yes, Gil.
Oh, he's running away. Gone.
Who was it?
I couldn't see. Could you?
No, Gil.
Well, now it just means waiting until the next time. Oh, Jackie, what am I going to do?
I don't know, dear, but we'll get out of it somehow.
How? I'm all mixed up.
There's one clear thing. Somebody is awfully interested in that car. I lay awake until the sun was up. Then a shallow, feverish sleep came. But when I awoke, it was almost evening. Gil's bed was empty. There were the indistinct sounds of life in the house below. I rose, and as my mind cleared, my words of the night before broke through the edges of my consciousness. There's one clear thing. Somebody is awfully interested in that car. I dressed slowly. A tantalizing thought hovered just beyond my grasp. The car. What was there about the car? I slowly walked down the hallway, my eyes half closed, thinking. I had to talk to Gil. Leona?
Yes, sir?
Where's Mr. Gill?
Well, he done went to town with Mr. Ward.
He went with Ward?
Yes, and right after breakfast. Mr. Colman gave him a lift down and...
Carmen?
Yes, but Mr. Gill, he done left you this note.
Oh, let me see it. Jackie, I've gone downtown with Ward. I'm going to tell him about the check. And whatever happens will have to happen. No, Gil. No, Gil, no.
Miss Jacqueline.
Leon, I've got to stop him. I'm going to drive to town. I've got to get there before Gil.
Mrs. Blaine, where are you going?
I'm going to town, Mr. Marsh.
Well, may I come along?
Well, I suppose so. Hurry up and get in.
Getting dark.
Yes. I hope you don't mind me driving so fast. I'm in a terrible hurry.
No. Pull down the next side road.
What?
I said pull down the next side road.
A gun?
Yes, a gun. Now do as I say. There's something in this car I want.
I won't. I must get to Gil. Let go of that wheel. Let go of that wheel.
I said there's something here I want.
There's a car coming. Let go. Look out! Ah! Ah! I tried to move. Miraculously, we were alive. The other car had careened beyond us up the road. I saw that the side was smashed in. Then I heard Marsh's voice.
I ought to kill you for this. That was a police car. Keep your mouth shut. Here he comes now. Now remember, there's a gun pointing at your back.
Hey, you maniacs. What's the idea? You trying to kill somebody?
Oh, sorry, officer. We had a little trouble with the steering wheel.
Well, you won't have any more trouble with it. This is the end of your license.
Oh, see here, officer. I'm in a terrible hurry. If you let me drive to the station...
Wait a minute, buddy. Let's have your names. What's yours? Come on.
Marsh. Charles Marsh.
Charles Marsh. What's yours, lady?
Mrs. Gilbert Blaine.
Yeah. And yours? Well, come on. What's yours? What's your name?
Who are you talking to?
That guy in the rumble seat.
The rumble seat?
Mr. Burroughs.
Oh, it's Burroughs, is it? Well, why don't you say so? Hey, what are you, a wise guy sitting there like a mummy? Come on, answer me, will you? Hey, wait a minute. This guy's dead.
You did this. The rumble seat flew open when we crashed.
Officer, he's got a gun. He murdered that man.
I'm warning you. Keep back or I'll...
That takes care of him. You're all right now, sister.
Yes. I'm all right now.
Well, that job's finished. Nothing left for me to do but go back to town.
So it was Marsh after all.
Yeah.
I don't understand why.
He was contemplating a change from secretary to husband. Naturally, with Mr. Burroughs dead, Mrs. Burroughs would inherit all the money.
I see.
Marsh followed Gill and Mr. Burroughs that night to the station. When Gill was gone, he killed Burroughs, stuffing him into the rumble seat, locked it, and kept the key.
Well, the thing I don't understand is why Marsh kept fiddling with the car. What was it that he wanted? Seems to me he was in the clear if he left well enough alone.
Uh-huh. That's what tripped him up. Remember when he talked to Mrs. Burroughs on the phone? They said something about an important package.
Well, yes. I assumed it to be the 2,500 Gill told me about.
But of course it wasn't. There was a package of letters that Mr. Burroughs had gotten hold of.
I get it. Those letters were written by Marsh to Mrs. Burroughs.
Right.
And they would incriminate him. He found out about them after the murder.
Right again.
Oh.
He had to get them to make it perfect. Well, I guess I'll shove off. So long, and thanks. Oh, by the way, you may want to deposit, say, $2,500 to Mr. Burroughs' account.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Thanks.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Jackie?
Yes?
Our debts, there's still $2,500 that have to come from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
We went a long way around to get right back where we started from. We come through all that trouble and end up broke.
Yes, darling. That's the way it ends.
And so closes the story called Last Night, starring Margot and Kent Smith. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when John Sutton and George Zucco will star in the suspense play by John Dixon Carr called The Man Without a Body. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who with Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin, and Lucien Mahowick, conductor and composer, and Cornell Woolrich, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our starring Hollywood cast tonight is Mr. Laird Cregar, who will be seen shortly in the 20th Century Fox production of one of the great suspense stories of all time, The Lodger. Tonight, Mr. Cregar appears as a cynical gentleman who made an unusual bet with death. With Mr. Cregar is a cast of the screen's most distinguished and characteristic players, Miss Helen Vinson, Mr. Walter Kingsford, Mr. George Couloris, Mr. Harold Huber, and Mr. Ian Wolfe, here to bring us the suspense play called The Last Letter of Dr. Bronson. And so with the performance of Laird Creegar as he writes for us this last letter of Dr. Bronson, and with the performances of, in the order of their appearance, Walter Kingsford, Ian Wolfe, Harold Huber, Helen Vinson, and George Coloris, we again hope to keep you in Suspense.
My dear Dr. Mosher, forgive me if I dash this letter off rather hurriedly. There are but a very few minutes remaining for me. The few minutes between now and midnight. You have always protested my fascination with the subject of death. It irked you to hear me discuss the latest electrocution or hanging. I remember your sarcasm the day you found me staring down from the top of the Empire State Building, speculating on the thoughts of a man about to leap from that pinnacle. You alone, Mosher, know how this fascination led to my latest experiment. I should say, my last experiment. I promised you a complete account of it all. Here is that account. First of all, let me recall a conversation which we held here in my study a little over a year ago.
There you go again, Bronson. Death and murder. Really, you're unhealthy.
Please answer my question, Mosher. Why do men behave as they do? What keeps them from breaking loose? Why don't they kill one another as animals do?
Why, because they aren't animals.
But, my dear Mosher, being neither vegetable nor mineral, they must be animals.
But what I mean
That
is,
you do not know the answer. I do.
So?
I have been studying the question for some time, and I've concluded that there are 5 basic checks which serve to restrain man from murdering his fellow man.
Oh, really, Bronson?
The obvious corollary is that murder occurs only when some stronger drive overrides these 5 basic checks.
Oh, you make it sound very simple.
It is simple.
And what are these 5 basic checks?
Well, I'm not prepared to reveal the outcome of my study as yet. I must put my theory to the test.
That would seem to be a difficult undertaking.
Difficult, yes, but intriguing.
Oh, well, I take it you're about to embark upon another of your experiments.
Correct.
Bronson, why must you keep on? These studies invariably bring you some physical, or what is more dangerous, some nervous disaster.
And in turn, your handsome bill for putting me in shape to conduct the next.
Sooner or later, you will experiment yourself into a position beyond my power to aid you.
Let it be later, then. Meanwhile, I shall continue to pursue my sole interest in life.
And how do you propose to conduct this restraint from murder experiment?
Well, a murder is composed of 4 elements. The murderer, the motive, the opportunity, and the victim. My first step will be to select 5 men, each of whom will be restrained from murder by the particular check that I'm testing on him.
That's no easy task.
By no means. It will require an extensive search. But having found my men, I must then supply each with a motive. Greed, revenge, jealousy.
I see, and your next step must be to give each man an opportunity.
Precisely. An opportunity which precludes all checks but the one being tested.
Well, not knowing what your checks are, I can't help you there.
Well, that'll be relatively simple. And finally, I must supply an intended victim.
And you'll ask this victim to face 5 men, each standing to profit handsomely by murdering him?
Correct.
His only chance of survival being the correctness of your theory of checks in all 5 instances?
Yes.
And do you imagine you will discover a man with such utter confidence in your reckoning?
There is one such man.
Who?
Myself.
Bronson, this is folly.
No, Mosher. I never hesitate to risk high stakes on a sure thing, not even my life.
Now, look here, Bronson. You're a doctor yourself. You told me to speak to you like a Dutch uncle. Now, as your physician,
I haven't
advise...
consulted my physician.
But you will take precautions, provide yourself for emergencies.
I tell you, there's no danger.
Oh, well. Well, when will you begin your experiment?
Well, I suppose in about... Well, why wait? Why don't we begin right now? Mosher, I invite you to kill me.
What?
There's a revolver right here in my desk, and I want you to take this revolver...
Oh, you're joking, Bronson. What possible motive could I have for murdering you?
Motive? Why, we're known to be associated rather closely in our work. You'll come naturally into my entire practice. I'll put that in writing.
Why, it's preposterous.
Why? Why won't you kill me then, Mosher?
Why, there are dozens of reasons. In the first place, I'd go to the electric chair for it.
Thank you, Dr. Mosher. You've given me an admirable illustration of the first and most obvious of the 5 checks in my theory. Man refrains from murdering his fellow being because he himself will be killed by law. Remember, Moshe? Remember how it began? That was more than a year ago. Yes, I've spent more than a year in selecting my other 4 subjects, because the checks I wanted them to prove were not so simple. In selecting my people, it was necessary that I cultivate the friendship of each, so that when the time should come to confront him with my proposition, I should be certain of how he would act. The first of my 4 potential murders was a clerk named Totten. Totten was badly in debt, his wife in the hospital about to undergo an expensive operation, and he was a deeply religious man. We went to church together on Sunday evenings at St. Luke's, right around the corner from my apartment. One Sunday evening after the service, I asked him to come to my apartment, and we talked as we walked along.
You know, Dr. Bronson, I was talking about you to my wife the other day, before they took her to the hospital. I was saying what a great comfort it was to be with you these Sunday nights.
Now, come, Mr. Totten, you embarrass me.
No, I mean it. In the world today, too many people seem to feel that they no longer need their God.
Yes, but their lives are void of the great thing you have in your faith.
The church is a great comfort to me, and I do need something to cling to in times like these.
Mr. Totten, you could make rather good use of $5,000, couldn't you?
It isn't like you to make fun of my poverty.
No, I'm quite sincere.
You know what even $100 would mean to me, and at present more than ever.
Yes, with your wife's misfortune.
Oh, isn't this your apartment we're passing?
Oh, I want to go in the side way. We shall be unobserved.
Unobserved?
Oh, you'll understand presently. Please, come into my study. Here we are. And now if you'll take this chair opposite my desk.
Thank you.
Mr. Totten, you said that even $100 would be a great help to you. Here in my desk, I have this package containing $5,000.
Well, what could I do for you that would be worth all that money?
Let me explain. My doctor called on me yesterday, and he told me, well, to be quite frank with you, Mr. Totten, he said that I was slowly going mad.
Oh, no, that couldn't be.
I'm quite all right at present, but it's only a matter of time, and I'd rather not have to face it. I believe you can understand that.
But there must be something you can do, knowing in advance.
There is, and I want you to help me.
I don't understand.
Put on these gloves. Take them.
But why?
As soon as you have them on, I shall hand you this paper knife. Notice how very sharp it is. I grip it firmly, thus, and clearly impress my fingerprints on the handle. Finally, here on the desk, I am leaving this note, explaining that I have committed suicide.
Suicide?
When the knife is in your hand, I want you to drive it into my heart. Then you may leave by the same way we came in. You will be quite unnoticed, and with the $5,000 in your pocket.
You can't mean this.
But I do. You see, I don't have the nerve to... Well, I can't quite make the final move myself. You would greatly oblige me. And with the $5,000, you will be able to give your wife the treatment she needs. What do you say?
You can't die yet. You're not ready.
Would you have me wait until I've gone mad?
You can't take the matter of life and death into your own hands.
I am not asking you to pass judgment upon my actions. Whether I wish to live or die is my own concern, and my mind is resolved. Is that clear?
I'm sorry for you.
I'm merely asking you to do something for which I will pay you very well. You will, of course, be killing me. But if you could realize what life would be like for me, otherwise
I'm very sorry, but I can't oblige you.
If it's the law you fear...
No, it's not that. You seem to have arranged that perfectly.
Then what is it?
I'm an honest Christian, and I thought you were, Dr. Bronson. If you don't understand why I can't do this monstrous thing, I suggest you look up the 6th commandment. Good night.
So, Moshe, my second point was proved. Man refrains from killing because it is against his religious principles. The hands of the clock now read 15 minutes to midnight. 1/4 of an hour in which to complete this report. My third proposition called for an entirely different sort of man. In fact, the very reverse of Totten. A man who believed neither in heaven nor hell, and also a man of little intelligence. It required careful search. For a number of nights, I frequented the rougher districts of the city. At first, I had no luck. Then one night, I came upon my man very unexpectedly. I was walking along one of the darker streets. There was no one in view. He was slumped down beside an ash can. He'd been shot in the chest and left arm, severing an artery. He was bleeding profusely. I tore off his shirt and made a tourniquet for his arm. Oddly, no one came into the alley to investigate.
Never mind me. Get away.
Was this a gang shooting?
What do you think?
I think you're going to the hospital.
No. They'll blab to the cops.
Come on, I'll help you to your feet.
I ain't going.
You'll die, man, if you're not treated quickly.
I ain't going, I tell you. No cops gonna... No cops. They ain't gonna...
His name was Matt Doyle. I visited Doyle in the hospital almost every day. Several months later, I decided to put him to the test. I found Doyle in one of his hangouts and brought him to my apartment.
Hey, this sure is a fancy roost you got yourself, Doc.
I find it very pleasant. Have a cigarette?
Thanks.
Doyle, how many men have you killed? That's all right, Doyle. I understand. Now, suppose we get down to business.
Yeah. I've been wondering what you want me for.
I want you to do something for me, and I'm going to give you $5,000 to do it. Will you do what I ask you?
For $5,000? Spell it.
I want you to put on these gloves so there won't be any fingerprints. Then I'm going to hand you this knife, and you're going to kill me with it.
Huh?
I've arranged everything so it will appear to be suicide.
You nuts?
Not yet, but I will be before very long. That's why I want to die. All you have to do is stab me and slip out with this $5,000.
Is this on the level?
Absolutely.
This wad of dough is mine if I kill you?
That's right.
And nobody will know I done it?
No one.
These gloves is kind of big for me.
That's all right. They'll do.
Yeah. Yeah, want me to put on the other one?
It's safer.
Yeah, I guess it is. Gee.
What is it?
I was just thinking. $5,000. Oh, the boss has got to pay me more next. I never got... skip it.
I want you to understand exactly what you're doing, Doyle. Without any justifiable cause, merely for the sake of money, you are going to murder me. You understand that?
Yeah.
You've been hired to do this before?
Yeah. I suppose it don't hurt to talk about it now that you're
But you've never killed a friend, have you?
Yeah, I have. Anyway, they was my pals till they got in the boss's way, but when the boss said slip it to a Matt, then they was just another job to me.
But there's a little difference in this case, Doyle. I saved your life.
Yeah. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. Nope, I can't do it.
But I thought you said that
Here, take these gloves.
Afraid of the law?
No.
What's the matter, then? Is it because I'm your friend?
That's more than that. I can't bump you off, even if you want it.
It would be an act of true friendship.
I ain't so sure.
When a cat has fits, you put it out of its misery, don't you? That's what I want. Oblivion. Peace.
Sorry, Doc, I ain't the guy. It's like you said. You saved my life, so that's that.
I'm sorry. I wish you could help me.
Oh, me too, but not that. Now, if you got some other punk you want took care of...
There's no one. Thanks just the same.
Oh, don't mention it.
There was my third proposition. Man will not kill fellow man if a sufficient degree of gratitude has been invoked. Even a professional killer and one of the lowest examples of human life, such as Doyle, could not bring himself to murder his benefactor. My next subject was altogether different in temperament. With Judith Ainsley, I used a special technique. I first encountered Judith Ainsley when I operated on Barrett Sheffield, the actor. You will recall that Sheffield was brought to the hospital with a lung abscess. As I prepared to do the rib resection, I noticed that the nurse standing beside me was greatly agitated.
Retractors, Doctor.
Thank you.
Doctor, do you think this is advisable?
What?
His dyspnea is more pronounced. Listen.
Miss Ainsley, another hemostat, please.
But he's getting blue. Doctor, do you think you're really sure that he's cyanotic?
Miss Ainsley.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but if... Doctor.
Quickly, caffeine. Quickly! Stethoscope.
Here it is.
That's that.
Yes, that's that.
Miss Ainsley, what's the matter with you? You've been acting strangely all through this operation.
You killed him. You killed him. You shouldn't have gone ahead. You know that. I warned you.
I shall see to it, Miss Ainsley, that you are never assigned to one of my cases again. What's the matter with you, anyway? Have you never seen a pulmonary before? Or does it upset you to see a handsome actor like Barrett Sheffield die?
Yes, it did.
Oh?
Yes. We were going to be married next week.
If I ever saw hate, cold, undying hate, it was in that girl's eyes as she turned and left the operating room that day. I had made the most implacable enemy of my life. As I come to my third check, dear Mosher, it suddenly occurred to me that Judith Ainsley was the perfect subject. One day at the hospital, I inquired about Miss Ainsley and learned that she had done 4 years of medical and was now interning at Cedars of Lebanon in hope of picking up a resident fellowship. I went down to the hospital and sat in the doctor's lounge waiting for her. Presently, she came in with another intern. I stood up. She turned and looked at me. I saw again in her eyes that inexorable hate. She had never forgiven me for what she felt was my negligence in the death of the man she loved. I walked toward her.
Excuse me, please.
I see you remember me, Miss Ainsley.
Yes, will you excuse me,
Miss
please?
Ainsley, you may not believe this, but I've come here especially to talk to you today.
To talk to me, Dr. Bronson?
Yes. Come along with me, please. In this treatment room, please. We can talk privately.
Dr. Bronson, I don't think there could be anything you and I can say to each other.
Well, now, Miss Ainsley, that all depends. That all depends. Sit down, won't you? Miss Ainsley...
Dr. Ainsley, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. Doctor, I have a little proposition to make to you. First of all, there are 2 facts I'd like to be sure of. A, you are unable to set up your own practice because you don't have the money to get started. Is that right?
I don't see what business that is of yours, but it happens to be true.
Fine. Fact B, you still hate me and feel a strong desire to be revenged for the wrong which you consider I have done you.
Yes, I'm afraid that's true, Dr. Bronson.
Good.
Good?
Yes. You see, I want to pay someone to murder me, and I think you'd enjoy it more than anyone, and you need the money, too.
Dr. Bronson, I'm very busy. There's a patient in 302. Will you please...
Wait a moment, Dr. Ainsley. I'm perfectly serious. Absolutely serious.
You want to die?
Yes. You see, I'm going mad. I can't face it. I wish to end my life immediately. You're smiling. Good, you're interested then.
You going mental, Doctor? Paresis?
Yes. Hopeless. I've been to 5 or 6 men about it.
Are you far gone? Hallucinations? Delusions of grandeur?
Yes, advanced stages. Agony.
Yes, it must be quite a temptation to get it over with. I wonder what I would do if it happened to me.
I want you to understand, Doctor, that I'm not asking you to perform a crude murder. This would look like a simple error, unavoidable. There would not be the slightest aspect of homicidal intent.
Really? That's most interesting, Doctor. Go on.
My heart. I've had considerable damage. Coronary occlusion. Had to spend some 6 weeks on my back. Just got up last week. Naturally, I was given digitalis.
Oh, I see, Doctor. You've been heavily digitalized, and if someone were to give you an injection of calcium gluconate, you would have an immediate heart block, dead within a few minutes.
Exactly. I must compliment you, Dr. Ainsley. You've learned a great deal. What a pity you can't have your own practice. And that, of course, reminds me.
Ah, another inducement?
Of course. I plan to pay you the sum of $5,000 for your professional services in this matter. And I think, unless times have changed greatly since I've been in practice myself, you ought to be able to set up handsomely with that.
My own practice. You'd better be careful, Doctor. You may tempt me a little bit too far.
I thought you'd find it an attractive proposition. It will be only an error. I will say that I'm feeling badly again, a recurrence of my pericardial pains. I'll go back to bed and ask that you be assigned to my case. The rest is simple. No one would ever expect you to know that I had been digitalized.
Still, if I were on my toes, I would naturally go over your case history before giving medication of any kind.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true. Professional people might think you had been a little lax. Might not have the highest regard for a new doctor who launched her career with such an unprofessional incident. Just a slight stain on your reputation for just a short while.
You're very clever, Doctor. You knew that would do it, didn't you? I want to thank you. You've done me a great service.
You mean you'll do it?
You've reminded me that nothing, no money, revenge, nothing, can be worth the slightest suspicion in a doctor's career. I've worked too hard. I've waited too long for my practice. When I get it, it won't be soiled by any single act of carelessness. They'll never say that I lost any patient because of an error in judgment. You see, I once knew a doctor who did.
There, Moshe, is my fourth check. Man, or in this case, woman, refrains from killing because of the fear of loss of reputation. Now I come to the testing of my fifth subject. A man who would not murder because he couldn't bear the sight of blood, much less the responsibility for shedding it. Laderne was my man, and I found him shortly after my search began. On that day, I saw him turn a ghastly white as a fast-moving car almost ran over a small dog which had run into the street. It wasn't a particularly frightening sight, but Laderne clutched at his throat and fell in a dead faint. I, of course, made it my business to become acquainted with him. I hadn't seen him for more than 4 months, until tonight. He's changed, I noticed, as he took his place at my desk. He's thinner. His dark eyes seem blacker than ever. Laderne, I want you to do me a favor. It's a little peculiar, but I'm perfectly sincere about it.
Well?
Circumstances require that my life be ended, but I can't quite reach the point to kill myself. I've arranged everything necessary to give the appearance of suicide. Here is the farewell note which I have written.
I see.
And here is the knife with which, apparently, I shall have killed myself. Notice I am carefully putting my fingerprints on it.
Yes.
Here are the gloves for you to wear. And here is $5,000 for you if you will drive this knife into my heart. What do you say?
You've arranged everything?
Everything.
No one knows I'm here?
No one.
And you want me to kill you?
Yes. Of course, it will be a bit messy. When a person is stabbed, his blood usually splurts out. But if you keep to one side, I don't think much will get on you.
Why do you want to die?
My doctor says that I'm going insane and that I haven't got much longer.
That's strange.
About going mad?
About him saying that you're going mad.
Oh, yes. It was a shock.
No, I don't mean that.
What do you mean?
That's the same thing they told me.
Oh, that's strange. They what?
They told me over a year ago that I was going mad. I only laughed at them.
Over a year? Have you noticed any change?
Not much, at least no change for the worse.
Oh, that's good.
In fact, I'm really much better. I've been having fewer and fewer of those sick spells. You remember how I was the day that dog was almost run over?
You've gotten over those sick spells?
Haven't had one in 3 months.
Then there isn't any check.
Check? What check?
Nothing.
Oh. Well, this is going to be a pretty messy business. We might as well get it over with. Nice gloves you've got here. Nice and smooth on my hand.
Then you're going through with it?
Yes, can't let you down. Oh, never mind the knife. I've got my gun right here. Look, 38. Beauty, isn't it?
Yes. Then, if you'll give me back the knife...
No, I'll keep it for you. Yeah, I've used this gun a lot in the past 3 months. I've bumped off about 50 dogs.
You've done what?
Bronson, it's very interesting. I do it after midnight. It's fun watching the dogs. You have to know just where to hit them. It kills them instantly.
But the noise in here, aren't you afraid that somebody will...
No, silencer, look. I don't like to wake people up when I kill their mutts.
But they'll find the bullet. They'll trace to your gun. They're sure to get you. In a suicide, the weapon stays right beside the body where it falls.
Suicide? Who says this is suicide? It's murder. I'm going to murder you. That's what you asked me to do.
Look here, Laderne, this has gone far enough. I was only joking. I don't want you to kill me.
5,000, all here.
Listen to me, I was only joking.
You ready?
Laderne!
Shall I shoot now?
No, wait!
You want it through the heart or brain?
Not yet. Can't you wait? Just a little while.
Wait, what for?
Well, I've been conducting a little experiment. I'd like to write an account of it before I go.
Oh, what sort of an experiment?
I don't think you'd understand.
Oh, okay. I'll wait. Till midnight. Then I've got to go. There's a German police dog I've been wanting to get. A big, ugly brute. It'll be fun. Yes. I'll wait.
Thank you. The clock says 10 minutes past 11.
Yes. You've got 50 minutes. I'll wait by the window.
And so, Moshe, my experiment has ended. As you predicted, I have finally placed myself in a position beyond your power to aid. Strange, isn't it? But the one thing I didn't count on was the choosing of a subject who would not respond to my checks, who in fact had no checks at all, for insanity knows no restraint.
Bronson, midnight.
Oh, yes, Ledone, I'm hurrying. He is still at the window, and he is sure to shoot me. There is nothing I can do to say or stop him. I know that. I'm beginning to understand exactly what is going on in his twisted mind. I wonder why. Now I shall sign my name for the last time and lay down my pen. Then I shall look up and say, "All right, Ledone." All right, Ledone.
So closes the last letter of Dr. Bronson, tonight's tale of Suspense. In our Hollywood cast tonight, Laird Kriegar played Dr. Bronson. Walter Kingsford played Dr. Mosher. Ian Wolfe was Mr. Totten. Harold Huber played Doyle. Helen Vinson was Nurse Ainsley. And George Coloris played Lederne. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, when Robert Young will star in an adaptation of a story by James Thurber called A Friend to Alexander. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who with Robert Louis Cheon, guest director, Richard Paulette Craik, author, Lud Gluskin and Lucien Marowik, conductor and composer, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. At the end of May this year of our Lord 1977, another legend passed into history. The last of the great Orient Expresses, Europe's most famous railroad train, made its last run. This is a tale of two people who planned to be on that last run from Istanbul, Turkey to Paris, France, and who found out, with Robert Burns' mouse, that even the best laid plans are at the mercy of fate. Or, even worse, men of no conscience.
Put up your hands, please. And don't move.
Now, wait a minute. Whoever you are...
Shut up. Inside.
All right, but... Don't argue with him, Diana. That's a Stalonica 57 he's toting.
What's that, Bob?
A machine gun. Real bullets, too.
Our mystery drama, Last Train Out, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You must all be familiar with Diana Sherwood. Remember her as the wistful and winning child movie star of the 50s? Then her amazing turn away from success and riches to go to college and take her degree, and later go through a long apprenticeship as a reporter. Finally, the third stage, her return to the public in a new field, in television, as a news reporter and brilliant interviewer. Now, at the peak of her career, she's driving through eastern Turkey on special assignment with Bob Hart, her cameraman-producer, an assignment whose wrap-up is planned to take place on the Orient Express.
Can't you go a little faster, Bob?
Well, what's the hurry, Diana? We're still on vacation.
Oh, vacation. 3 short, glorious days.
Oh, I love you.
All the shows we've done together. All the corners of the world we've poked into. And you wait till here to tell me.
When in Rome. I got here. I learned to talk turkey.
Ooh, I'm not even going to notice that.
Don't. Just concentrate on me.
Oh, I intend to. For the rest of my life.
Hey, I'm going to hold you to that. I want to kiss you.
Not while you're driving.
Well, why not?
No, Bob, don't. Now you... Oh, look out, lame brain. Do you want to kill us?
No, ma'am, but what a way to die.
You just keep your eye on the road.
What road?
The one you're driving on.
Now, you call this a road? It's a goat track.
Well, you were the one who insisted on taking it.
Well, I wanted to be by the water. Very romantic at sundown.
And very late. We ought to get back to the main road as soon as possible. I think we really should be in Istanbul by now.
Why?
Because we have a whole section of the documentary to shoot on the Orient Express tomorrow. Remember?
Well, of course, darling. Hey, the road's getting better. I can give her the gun. Huh. You satisfied with what we filmed so far?
Oh, yes. And the train footage should just button it up right.
That's sad to think that romantic old train won't be running anymore.
Yes. A lot of things sad about Turkey.
Not for me. Because of us.
Well, that's private and personal.
Oh, no! What is it? Oh! Blow out! Hang on to me, Diana. Hang on!
Bob? Bob? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Ooh. It hit my head.
Oh, I know. It's bleeding. I can't seem to stop it.
It's kind of dark. Is that me or...
No. The sun's gone down.
Oh. How long have I been out?
About 15 minutes. Oh, I've been frantic. There hasn't been a sign of another car or anything.
Hey, wait a minute. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right.
You sure?
Oh, darling, I hung on to you, and when you rolled over, you took the worst of it. You saved my life. But you, I'm so worried.
Oh, honey, ease up. I'm not hurt that bad. Except for the whack on the head and a couple of bruises on my thigh. I'll do.
But you're bleeding.
Well, okay, I need a couple of stitches maybe, but the cut's not deep. Now, look at that. How did I get out of the car?
You were still half conscious. You were able to help me just enough to get you out.
Oh, how is the car?
Oh, pretty much of a wreck.
Thank heaven I left my cameras and equipment to be shipped from Ankara by air.
What are you trying to do?
Get up.
No, Bob, no.
Darling, I'm all right, and I want to take a look at the car.
Look, I don't want you to move. You might have a concussion.
Don't worry, Diana.
Oh, now, look, if I knew you were okay, you could sit here, and I could walk back to that village we just
Yeah,
had.
well, let's see if we can ride first. Oh, wow. Whew, it is a wipeout. Front axle's gone, the radiator's ruptured. Oh, and wait a minute.
What is it?
Wait, look up there at the top of the hill, through the trees. Someone just turned on a light.
Oh.
There's a house up there.
Yes, I see. Look, darling, you wait here, and I'll go up and see if they have a phone.
No, I'll do better than that. I'll come with you. This darn place is farther away than I thought. Well, we'll just cut across this terrace here. And we'll try the French windows. Hey, the room inside's lighted.
Oh, yes, but they have Austrian blinds.
And wait a minute. There's a chink here. Let me have a look. Yeah. Hey, it's crazy. That can't be.
What is it?
Now, keep your voice down. Take a look.
Two men. Let's knock.
Hold it. Take a look at the one sitting at the table.
Yes.
Who is he?
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, he looks like Sipiakov.
Looks like he's a dead ringer.
Oh, good Lord, Bob. We've really stumbled onto something.
Yeah. Well, hornet's nest. We're getting out of here.
With a story like this? Do you know who this man is?
Sure. Number 3 or 4 in the Politburo who came here on a little Russian-type lobby trip to Istanbul and mysteriously disappeared day before yesterday.
Or defected.
Well, whichever it was, he has Russia up in arms and the Western world on atomic pins and needles and the Turks in a blue funk. Now, let's not get mixed up in this, Diana. Come on, it's too big.
Don't move.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Whoever you...
We had an accident, and we were looking...
Be quiet. Inside.
All right, but I...
Don't argue with him. That's a Stalonica 57 he's toting.
A what?
A machine gun. Real bullets, too.
Move. What is the meaning of this, Sergei? Excuse me, Doctor, but I found them outside looking through the window.
Doctor? Oh, you're just what we're looking for. My friend is hurt.
Yes, so I see. That is a nasty cut. You will need some stitches.
No. All we need is a phone to get a mechanic and some transportation.
First of all, I must tend to your wound. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Bülent Agdus. And you, of course, are Mademoiselle Diana Sherwood, is it not?
You know me?
What educated man in Turkey does not know you, Mademoiselle? Especially since you have honored Turkey by coming here to do one of your fine documentaries about us. Excuse me. Sergei, put away the gun. But I found them spying on you. Sergei! As you ordered, Doctor. You will pardon me, Mademoiselle Sherwood, and...
this is my cameraman, Mr. Robert Hart.
Yes. If you will excuse me, this gentleman here with me was just leaving. Sergei, please see my patient to the door.
Look, if you just let us make a phone call, you can go ahead with your patient.
No, we were all finished. Sergei? Yes, Doctor. Good night, Mr. Cheeman. Now, just follow my instructions, and I'm sure you will find your condition will improve rapidly. No, don't say anything. I am more than glad to have been of help. Now then, won't you sit down, Mademoiselle Sherwood, for I have a look at the gentleman's injury?
Thank you. But while you're treating Bob, couldn't I phone for help?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, why not?
I have no phone.
A doctor?
This is my home, not my office. I value my privacy.
Well, you don't seem to get much of it. What about the patient who just left?
What about him, Mr. Hart?
I think what Bob meant is that if this isn't your office...
Shall we say that he is just an old friend who dropped by?
Oh, yeah, okay. Sure, we don't care about him, Dr. Akduz. Now, all we want to do is get to Istanbul by tonight.
I am afraid that would be very difficult. Please, let me offer an alternative. Why don't you allow me to invite you to be my guest for the night?
I'm afraid that isn't possible.
Oh, why not?
Well, Mr. Hart and I must leave Istanbul tomorrow on the Orient Express.
But the Express does not leave until evening. I really must insist that you be my guest.
Well, I don't think you understand exactly, Doctor. Miss Sherwood and I are on an assignment from International Broadcasting to deliver a documentary on your country.
Oh, I know. I am aware that you have been here already for over 2 weeks.
But the last part of our Turkish coverage is to film the Orient Express in transit.
Yeah, and, as I guess you know, it makes its last trip tomorrow night.
I am aware of that.
So, you see, we must get back tonight.
Oh, I quite understand. But as a doctor, I must tend to that wound of yours before anything.
Yes, Bob, please let him do that.
Okay, fine. As long as while he's patching me up, we make some kind of arrangement to get to Istanbul.
Without a car and no phone, I don't really see how it is possible. There is also the matter of crossing the Bosphorus to the Thracian side.
Well, just get us to the ferry.
But how?
Can't you have your man drive us in?
I'm afraid I can't.
Well, won't. If you ask me, your invitation to stay sounds more like an order.
Perhaps it is. Sergei! Yes, Doctor. Cover me, please.
The man behind the gun.
Yes, Mr. Hart, I'm afraid after all you are right. My invitation is really an order. You recognized my patient, did you not, Mr. Hart?
All right. What if I did?
It is absolutely vital that Comrade Serpiakov's whereabouts remain a secret until we get him to safety. So you will stay as my guests, both of you, until I do.
But, Dr. Actus, you can't keep us here indefinitely.
I have no intention of doing that. I can promise you, Mademoiselle Sherwood, that you would be free to leave here in the morning.
And to catch my train.
And to catch your train.
Me? The way you said that, what about Mr. Hart?
That is quite different. Mr. Hart will be staying a little longer.
What for?
Shall we say as evidence of your good faith?
My good faith in what?
In a little scheme which has occurred to me, and which, the more I examine it, seems the perfect answer to all our problems. Yes, indeed. I think my little scheme will solve this dilemma for all of us.
Diana and Bob exchange a glance. What is the smooth and oily Dr. Akdou's up to? One thing has been expressed in the look they have exchanged, a feeling that I'm sure I and you in the audience share, that the insinuating manner of this strange doctor, if indeed he is one, is only a mask that conceals a man who serves no principles except his own, a bad enemy, perhaps an even worse friend. I shall return shortly with Act Two. The three of them were frozen as we left them. Diana Sherwood and Bob Hart in the moment of exchanging their glance. Dr. Boulant Akdou's, his dark, beady eyes glistening wetly as he considers them both, a secret smile curling one side of his mouth. Now, as the film of our tale starts to unwind again, the protagonists move from their still frame to action.
I think my little scheme will solve this dilemma for all of us.
What dilemma?
Oh, come, Mr. Hart. It is useless to deny it. You have recognized that I am hiding under my roof the most wanted man in Turkey. Lavrenti Serpiakov is being hunted by every communist in Europe. I am committed to getting him to safety. Could I possibly allow either of you to leave here freely now that you know my secret?
But we'll be beyond Turkey by tomorrow night.
Preserving a discreet silence about the biggest news story on the continent at this moment? The answer is obvious. Oh, no. We are sitting, all three of us, on a bombshell.
Why all the intrigue and the cloak and dagger stuff? Look, why doesn't Serpiakov turn himself over to the Turkish authorities and ask for sanctuary?
The risk is too great. Turkey stands at a crossroads at this moment. Our neighbor to the north, Russia, dominates the Black Sea with her navy. She would demand his return at once, and we are not in any position to refuse.
Well, then go to the American consulate. They'd protect him.
If we ever got him there alive, perhaps. Another point not to be debated, the risk is also too great. An international situation might be created. No, the answer is clear and has been decided. Serpiakov must first be gotten out of Europe to a country where he will be totally safe.
Without a passport, without papers, without visas? No, it's crazy.
The problem was enormously difficult before. But now, fortunately, it is relatively simple, thanks to your coming here providentially, as you did.
Thanks to us?
Yes. Well, actually more directly to you, Mademoiselle Sherwood. You are going to be Serpiakov's safe conduct direct to America.
Me? Oh, I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Oh, I doubt it. I'm quite sure you are going to be perfectly agreeable, even anxious to help when I explain.
You'd better do that right now.
I'm afraid not quite yet. My professional ethics dictate another pursuit for me. You have a nasty cut and quite a few abrasions which need attention. If you would follow me across my hall to my clinic, we would put you in shape.
No. I want to know what you're up to first.
I think you will do it my way. Sergei!
Now, look, just a minute.
No, darling, please. The cut still hasn't stopped bleeding. It's got to be taken care of.
She is quite right, you know. The sooner I can suture it, the less scar it will leave in the future. Wait. Shall we go and try to get rid of the bad blood between us? There. I think that should do very nicely. No pain?
No pain. Now, I want to know what you're trying to get Diana mixed up in.
Yes. Well, I would prefer to explain that to both of you at the same time. Why don't we go back and join the lady so I can explain to you both what a blessing in disguise you have turned out to be. So, you would like to know my plan. Very well. Tomorrow evening, Miss Sherwood will leave as planned on the Orient Express. With her will go Serpiakov, traveling as Mr. Hart.
What do you mean, Serpiakov, traveling as Bob? How can you?
Very simply. You have just had a quite serious accident in your car. Very good. We will make it appear a good deal more serious. We will say that Mr. Hart has been injured quite severely about the face and the head. I, a doctor living closest to the scene of the accident, attended him. And quite naturally, since the damage is extensive, have had to bandage most of his head and face. Oh, can I freshen your drink, Mr. Hart?
Well, maybe you'd better.
You see, it occurred to me as soon as I saw you that both you and Serpiakov are approximately the same height and build. Another piece of luck.
This comrade of yours, does he speak American?
He won't have to. The mouth will be bandaged because some sutures had to be taken. We can even wire the jaws if broken. No. I see no flaws. I think personally it is an excellent plan. Once Serpiakov reaches Paris, arrangements already have been made by other interested parties which will clear him out of Europe safely.
Now, there is just one major flaw, Dr. Octus.
Yes? What is that?
What makes you so sure that I'll go along with your little scheme?
Oh, I have no doubts about that. I'm sure you can both guess why.
You'll be holding me as hostage.
Exactly. And besides, as a doctor, I will travel with her to Paris, ostensibly to take care of my patient.
But to make doubly sure I behave.
Shall we say, cooperate?
But what if I refuse?
How can you? These are desperate times, Miss Sherwood, and make no mistake, I am a desperate man. I lay my life on the line. And I value it highly enough so that I have no compunction about who dies to protect it. Besides, the end itself is good. Once Serpiakov is safe from reprisal, you will realize that he has information of incalculable value to the democracies, particularly yours and Mr. Hart's country.
All right. Doctor, you win. Do you think perhaps you can send one of your men to get our bags from the car?
I will have it taken care of right away. And may I say that I think you have both been very wise. Oh, one other thing. I don't know, of course, how far your regard for each other has taken you, but I am sure you will realize under the circumstances that you will be shown to separate rooms. The judgment is not one of moral principle, just mere precaution.
What? Yes? Yeah, who is it?
You have a visitor, mademoiselle.
Oh, just a minute. Who is it?
Open the door.
What visitor? Oh!
Serpiakov waits for no one.
What are you doing here?
Comrade Lavrenti Serpiakov, at your service.
The commissar has taken a fancy to you, mademoiselle.
Get out, Kulak. You have been paid. Leave us alone.
Bonjour, comrade. I wish you luck.
Get your hands off me.
Stay in my arms until we are sure he is gone.
What? He's gone.
Don't be too sure of that. And keep your voice low. He may even be watching.
How?
There is at least one keyhole in every door, and every wall has ears. Sergei is Russian. I do not trust him.
You expect me to trust you? Will you please let me go?
I'm sorry. The masquerade was necessary. I had to see you. I've heard of Dr. Akdu's plan.
Naturally. Where is the doctor now?
Istanbul. He is going to report the accident and set everything in motion.
So?
So, I've taken this opportunity to bribe the guard to see you.
Why would you have to bribe the guard?
Do you think I am any less prisoner than you or your friend Hart?
You? Prisoner? Of whom?
Of Dr. Akdus, of course.
I don't understand. He's the one who's helping you escape.
Escape? Once I believed in that, but no longer, because of what you Americans would call the double cross. You have given him the opportunity, you see.
I have.
Oh, not directly. You are the victims of circumstance, of course. But listen to me. If we go through with Akdu's plan, do you think for one moment I would ever get to Paris? I would be lucky to get as far as Stara Zagora or Sofia. Wherever the express stopped in Bulgaria, I guarantee the communist authorities will be alerted and ready to arrest me.
Who would alert them?
Akdus, of course. Do you not see the plan? It is so neat. I will be arrested for traveling under disguise on a false passport, so I can be removed from the train quite legally and quietly. Once back in communist hands, I leave it to you to imagine what will happen to me.
They wouldn't kill you.
No, I doubt it. We are not under Stalin anymore. All I lost in Siberia, as you see, my ring finger. No. Today we are more civilized. At best, I would simply become a non-person. No job, no means of support. A beggar. At worst, a patient committed to an institution. Both living deaths.
Why should Dr. Akdus want to turn you back to the communists? Isn't he helping you escape them?
Mademoiselle Sherwood, Dr. Akdus is not a man of conviction, except where he himself is concerned. He is an opportunist and a tool of the highest bidder. The only thing he ever wishes to protect is his neutral standing. I am worth more to the communists, but apparently it is only bad luck I fall into their hands. He has it both ways, the money, and if you call it that, his reputation. Do you understand?
Oh, I'm not sure. If you really are a prisoner, how could you come and visit me?
Number one, because I am not supposed to know that I am a prisoner. And number two, because among a certain class of men, money is the magic key to anything. Oh, with a diamond ring, which is worth more than I care to think of, I bribed Sergei.
Wasn't he suspicious about why you wanted to talk to me?
Not since he was half drunk from drinking with me. And because of the reason I gave him. You are beautiful enough for any Russian to understand that.
I see. Well, now that you have seen me, what purpose has been served?
I want you to trust me.
But I do not trust you.
I have no time to try to convince you. I have little time left. But I have a plan for all of us. The only one I can devise which I believe which will give us a chance to escape with our lives. Will you at least listen to that?
It was George Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham, who coined the phrase, "The plot thickens." His actual quote was, "Aye, now the plot thickens very much upon us," which indeed it does, and has, to a point where I'm afraid we must wait to see what happens until I return shortly with Act 3. The estimable Duke of Buckingham, whose thoughts we borrowed so shortly ago, had one other remark that history had recorded. The world is made up for the most part of fools and knaves. Now, while I don't share his pessimism, the world in which we have become engaged here may be a lot nearer to his than yours and mine. Let's return to it and find out just what it is that Comrade Sipiakov wishes Diana Sherwood to listen to.
Very well, Mr. Sipiakov. I'm listening.
If I can pass as Mr. Hart with the head covered with bandages, then so can he pass as me. It is only a matter of changing places.
How can you do that?
Leave that to me. What is important is that he must be ready when the moment comes. Here are bandages. You must get them to him.
How?
I must leave that up to you.
How can I trust you?
Look. You are a woman of the world, and you know that between the grindstones of power, individuals become dust and are lost in the wind. I know that if I follow the doctor's plan, I am doomed.
But if you don't?
I'm ready to take my chances. I have been ready to do that since I walked away from a lifetime spent in a cause in which I no longer believe.
All right. How will the change be made?
Just before they take me down to the ambulance.
Sir Yakov.
The devil. There is no time. You must let me know if you get these to Mr. Hart.
I am coming in. The doctor is returning.
Well, I'll do my best.
You must get word to me if he has them and will be ready.
We can't wait, comrade.
But how?
Hurry, think. Put your arms about me quickly. Think.
I'll drop my club by your door.
Good.
You will have to leave your love dreams for another time. The doctor is just returning.
I don't care about the doctor.
But I do. Come.
Your glove.
My glove before your door.
And I trust you slept well, Mademoiselle Sherwood?
I wouldn't put much trust in that, Dr. Octus.
Or in me? Such a pity. Now, I am allowing you to see Mr. Hart on your promise that you will try nothing foolish.
Well, I can promise you that, at least.
After all, everything is arranged. I have reassured your network people that you are, well as can be expected. You have been checked out of your hotel. The accident has been reported, the car paid for, and my private ambulance is waiting to take us all to the ferry across the Bosphorus and onto the train.
Oh.
With the exception of Mr. Hart, of course. His room is just around this corner here. Now, remember to be careful what you say.
I only want to tell him I love him. And please to follow orders.
Hamid, be careful with that gun. And open the door. I apologize for that fool. He is gun happy.
Must he be the one to guard Bob?
Unfortunately, my resources are not unlimited. But your intended husband will be quite safe if he is careful. Wait, open the door, Hamid.
May I see him alone?
Where a beautiful woman is concerned, I am a sentimentalist, but not a fool. After you, mademoiselle. But I will stay back by the door with Hamid.
Diana.
Oh, darling, how are you?
Tolerable. The room's okay, but up until now, the room service was lousy. Oh, honey, you all right?
Oh, yes.
What, you just stuff in my pocket?
I said everything's all right. Dr. Octus has given me every assurance that you'll be all right. In 36 hours, as soon as we reach Paris, you'll be set free to join me there.
You trust this bird?
What else can we do? I only have a minute, darling. Just hold me close. Closer. Before I go, ask for your tobacco pouch. Kiss me goodbye.
Oh, do I have to be asked? What's in it?
A note. Au revoir, darling. It won't be long.
Long enough. I just wish I had a smoke.
I am afraid I must break up this tender farewell. However, at least in exchange, I can offer you some cigarettes.
Yeah, thanks. But coming from you, they'd probably be poison. No, I'd prefer my pipe. Oh, I guess I lost my tobacco pouch in the accident.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I almost forgot. I was just bringing you that.
What are you doing with it?
I don't know. I must have picked it up after the accident or something. I found it in my sling bag. I think it's still here. Oh, yes. Well, glad to get rid of it. Smelling up my whole bag. Here.
Just one moment, please. I will take that. This would not be a gun by any chance, would it?
Well, why don't you open it and see?
One can't be too careful. Of course. A briar pipe and a beauty. And unlike the lady, I like the aroma of your tobacco mix. You must let me try it when we have more time. Oh, your pouch, Mr. Hart. And now, mademoiselle, we really must go. Hamid, the door.
Au revoir, darling. You sure you understand?
Don't worry. I'll follow instructions.
Don't leave this door until you are relieved, Hamid. Khalud Kemar will be here early in the afternoon with some men. Come, mademoiselle. We will go down and have some coffee while we are waiting for Sergei to bring the ambulance. But first, I must see Serpiakov for a moment. This is his door here. Excuse me. Serpiakov? It's Dr. Agduz. Open up. Oh, you dropped your glove, mademoiselle.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just dropped my glove.
Allow me.
I will get it, you drunken fool. You can hardly stand up. Didn't you drink any of that coffee I sent up?
I don't want coffee.
You'd better get hold of yourself. We're leaving within the hour. Do you understand?
I understand the lady dropped her glove.
All right. I said I would get it. Here. Oh, very well. Get as drunk as you want. It will save me using the anesthetic. But try to stay awake a few more minutes. I will be right up with the bandages.
I'll be waiting. Got everything ready. Is Mademoiselle...
You need have no worries about her. She sees things our way now. Am I right, Mademoiselle Sherwood?
Oh, yes, indeed. Comrade Serpiakov can be sure I intend to do my part. Dr. Octus, what's wrong?
Serpiakov, the drunken fool, passed out. I had to bring Hamid down with me. Sergei? Yes, doctor. You and Hamid get the stretcher and go upstairs to fetch him. We will have to carry him down.
Mr. Hart, it's not the invisible man, though I may look like it.
I am Serpiakov.
Oh, so I gathered from the headdress.
Come. It is time to change places. We must hurry.
Hey, how did you get past my guard?
He has gone downstairs to bring up the stretcher for me.
Leaving the door unlocked?
A fortunate oversight. Come. You must get to my room and stretch out on the bed. Remember, you are dead to the world.
And what about you?
I will take care of myself. When that fool with the gun who is supposed to guard you comes back, I will break his neck and escape. I still have other friends and other ways. It is the best way. Now hurry.
I'll hurry. But I'm not sure it's the best. Look out behind you.
What?
Hurry it up, Sergei. Get him in the ambulance.
What's wrong with him?
Serpiakov, dead to the world, drunk. Hurry, Sergei. Come on, Hamid. Lift your end of the stretcher higher. No, watch his hand.
His hand?
Yes. What is it, mademoiselle?
His left hand, the fourth finger.
Oh, yes, it is missing. That is an old accident. You are very observant. Thank you. I will take care of bandaging that on the way to the station. If someone had noticed that, Comrade Serpiakov would never have passed for Mr. Hart, would he? All right, Sergei. Hold it a moment. I'll see if that fool has sobered up enough to get him into the wheelchair.
Halt! Stand ready. Dr. Bülent Agnos?
Yes?
Lieutenant Ertan, Istanbul Police. Can you identify yourself?
Certainly. Here are my papers and the passport.
Quite correct. These are Renora. The lady?
Oh, my name is Diana Sherwood.
Oh, yes. Your television crew is expecting you on the train, mademoiselle. But where is Mr. Hart?
If you will come with me, Lieutenant, I will show you. Mr. Hart has met with an unfortunate accident in his car, from which Mademoiselle Sherwood managed to escape without serious injury. As you see, Mr. Hart was not so fortunate. He was quite severely injured.
You are quite sure that man under those bandages is Mr. Hart, Dr. Agnos?
Of course. Mademoiselle Sherwood can verify that.
I'm not asking you, mademoiselle. I'm asking you.
Very well. I am his doctor. Who would know better? Of course, this is Mr. Robert Hart.
I think that will do, Dr. Agnos. You are under arrest.
On what charge?
For the moment, falsifying a passport will do. I do not believe this man to be Mr. Hart. I believe him to be Commissar Lavrenti Serpiakov.
You must be crazy. Mademoiselle Sherwood, tell this idiot that we cannot be held up. That it is imperative for you to...
Lieutenant, he's right. I can't tell you how vital it is to Mr. Hart that we make this train.
Have no fear, mademoiselle. I think if we hurry, we can get to the police station, straighten things out, pick up the real Mr. Hart, and still make the Orient Express on time.
The real Mr. Hart?
Certainly. It was his telephone call that brought us here. And I'm sure by now he has reached the police station in safety.
Goodbye, Istanbul, Paris, here we come.
Bob Hart.
Yes, Diana Sherwood.
Will you stop being cool, collected, possessed, and pompous and explain to me just what happened?
Elementary, my dear Sherwood.
Bob, didn't you get my note in the tobacco pouch?
I did, and the bandages you stuffed in my pocket.
Well?
Well, when Serpiakov came to make the switch, I got to thinking, so I just cold-cocked him.
You what?
Yeah. Listen, up until your try, I figured my chances were 0. You know, Akduz was going to have me killed the moment his gunsel came back. So, I was all ready with my little weapon.
What weapon?
Bar of soap in my sock. Makes a perfect sandbag. You know, I saw it somewhere on the big glass tube. So, I conked Serpiakov with it, and I lugged him back to his room before the muscle boys realized anything was wrong.
And when the guard came back?
Well, I was pretty expert by then. I left the door open, and when Hamid poked his knucklehead in, pow! Yeah, well, then I called the police, and darling, here we are.
Oh, but why, Bob? Why? Why take all that risk when the other way...
Because, my love, Serpiakov would never have turned himself in. This boy wasn't reformed. He was running for his life. Anyway, I've always wanted to sandbag a real live communist. But most of all, because...
Because?
Because I didn't want to lose you. I knew the moment Akduz handed Serpiakov over to his fellow commissars, he'd have to waste you as well as me. And that's one way. I wasn't going to let this production end.
Oh, darling, I owe you my life.
As long as you feel that way, I'm taking it over from now on.
And that, as they say in the film business, is a wrap, which means the story is told. The last shot is taken. The film is in the can. The actors go home, the studio sets disappear, the lights go out, and the Orient Express fades out of reality and into the pages of history. I'll be back shortly. As it happens, Serpiakov did find temporary sanctuary in Turkey and eventually made it to America, and a kind of freedom he had never known. Dr. Akduz lost his freedom, of course, on multiple charges, including abduction and forcible detention against a person's will. And Mr. and Mrs. Hart, as Diana Sherwood very shortly became, got an exciting and dramatic ending for their documentary on Turkey. Our cast included Ann Williams, Earl Hammond, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Impossible to see anything. Heavy overcast below. Losing altitude fast. How about if I hold the button down on radio and leave it open to... Hey, hold it a minute. Cloud break. Yes, I'm over land. Holy Toledo, I'm right on top of you. Hold your hats and stand by. I remember the plane landing and then shearing sideways before I had time to cut the engines. I could feel her want a nose split and was fighting desperately to keep my control. I remember slithering sideways straight for the control tower and wresting her somehow out of the skid. And then she was tipping forward. There was a tremendous ripping crash.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Now on Radio 4, a contemporary adaptation of Agatha Christie's chilling short story, The Last Séance. Having lost her husband and only child in the Afghanistan war, a young woman turns to a couple with a strange gift for help. They offer her the chance of a miracle. But will the price be too much to bear?
We are beginning another front in our war against terrorism, so freedom can prevail over fear.
On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes against Al-Qaeda terrorist training camps in Afghanistan.
Reports from the Afghan capital Kabul say there have been several large explosions.
Play, darling. Go on playing. Everything will be all right.
But, Mama...
It will go away, darling. Keep playing, Mina. Play to make it go away.
But, Mama, I don't want...
Go on playing, darling. For Mama. Continue, please.
The Last Séance by Agatha Christie, in a new version by Paul Kember, with Adrian Dunbar, Dervla Kirwan, Andrew Sachs, and Rebecca Sayre.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome aboard this Ryanair flight from Dublin to London Heathrow. We'll be getting underway shortly, so could I ask you to
put your stewardess in the upright position for takeoff?
Thank you.
Be quiet, you blockheaded idiot.
I hope this one's not going to be snoring all the way. Look at him, drunken filth.
Sure, he's probably been up all night.
Aye, up the stewardess.
Shut up. Will you look at the poor sot? He's probably working himself to death. Look at the rash on his hands. He's red raw all over. Oh.
Huh?
Oh, my God. That's not a rash, Patrick. That's blood. And it's dripping onto him. Look, from the overhead locker. Stewardess! Stewardess!
Run it through the X-ray machine again there, Constable.
Oh, that's not a leg. My todger's a kipper.
Severed halfway up the thigh. That's been hacked off someone's body without their permission. Right, get that suitcase up on the table. Let's open it up. Now, have you had any lunch, Liam?
No, Sergeant. Where were you thinking of going?
No, I mean, I've not long eaten. See, you open it up. Slip the catch, son.
Oh, that's horrible, Grizzly!
That murdering drunken! Haul him in here!
It's a leg of beef, I'm telling you. I packed it at the abattoir myself. Come on,
Get me a sharp knife, and I'll cut each of you a slice of it for your Sunday lunch, right here and now, in front of your disbelieving eyes.
Aren't you the cool customer? You frighten the wits out of all and sundry, causing distress on a grand scale. Well, you can bog off, my mate. Constable, confiscate that beef. What? You're in for the high jump.
The high jump without a paddle, my old mucker.
What?
Declan Flanagan. Smuggling meat is an act which cannot go unpunished. You're a man of previous good character, but the moist, sweaty fear on the brows of your fellow passengers, and the terror that was driven into the very marrow of their bones cannot be ignored or forgiven. The god-awful stupidity of your mendacious actions leave me no alternative but to impose the heaviest sentence that the law will allow. You will be taken from here to a place of execution and hung by the neck until you're dead. And not only you, all your family, your aunts and uncles, nephews and nieces, and especially those as yet unborn!
What is it? What is it?
The baby. He was going to take away the baby.
The baby? The baby's not even born yet, Declan. Here, I brought you a cup of tea. What the hell are you going on about? And why were you in so late from the airport last night?
Oh, dear. Oh, Bridget, I had such a nightmare. It was horrible, horrible.
Yeah, well, calm down now and get this tea down.
Sure, there they were, Bridget. 6 big fellas. I looked the toughest of them cold in the eye, and I said to him, if that's not a leg of prime beef, get me a sharp knife now and I'll cut me own arm off to prove it to you.
So the beef, where is it now?
Well, I donated it to them.
Oh, dear God.
Well, they were such a fine bunch of lads.
Yeah, that was for her ladyship's dinner party. You promised her the best Irish beef. How much did you pay for it?
£80, near enough. Yeah.
You're going to have to go out and buy it all again now, out of your own pocket. How much is that likely to cost?
Double that, I'm afraid.
What a big dollop of... And what happens if you go to court? How much are you likely to be fined?
It could be 200 or 300 quid.
Oh, that's great! Just when we need every penny we can get for the baby.
Ah, you love me, really. So you do. Come here and give me a squeeze. We'll get the money from somewhere.
Where, in heaven's name?
Like my old daddy always says, something is bound to turn up.
It can't be something like this. Jeez, the state of me. You deal with it.
My name is Rasha. I've come from the agency about the cleaning job.
Come in. The agency should have rung my secretary to warn me. I was in the middle of an important meeting, but seeing as you're here, sit down.
What is the job exactly?
We're looking for a temporary replacement to undertake some light cleaning duties and help me around the house until my good wife has her baby. My wife and I normally work as a team. I'm the butler and she is the housekeeper. Our job is to keep all stresses and strains of daily life away from her ladyship upstairs. Are you familiar with this in your country? We call it a brush. Back home, you're probably used to using one of those twiggy things for cleaning the floor.
Mostly we use vacuum cleaners. Please don't worry. I studied engineering at university and I was a translator for the United Nations, so my English is good.
Oh. Well, do you not think you might be a little overqualified for the job as a cleaner?
I am a refugee. I need to work. I need to rebuild my life.
Well, I'm a good judge of character, and I have a good feeling about you, so the job is yours.
Thank you very much.
Well, there's no need to kiss me, but you can if you want.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Weiss?
Yes, come in.
I've come to have some shoes made.
Please, come in. You see, because of the nature of your injury, you drag your feet. That's a giveaway. What we can do is build a shoe that enables your foot to bend here at the toe like this. Huh? See, there'll be movement, so you'll be able to use the foot more naturally. You'll be able to walk better.
Normally?
Well, more or less, over time.
And nobody will be able to tell it is an orthopedic shoe. Yes, orthopedic shoe.
Our aim is always to try and make a shoe that...
tells a lie?
One which simply doesn't shout the truth.
So, this is a sort of magic shoe? A miracle shoe.
Oh, no. I'm no magician. I'm just someone with a little accumulated skill and experience. You are the miracle. Huh? The fact that you survived, your willpower, your strength and determination. Now, if you'd please stand and walk up and down for me. Yes, good. Thank you. Now, if you'd be kind enough to step onto this pad.
Why?
Well, so I can draw a line around your foot to get an outline of it. It's not a landmine. It won't explode, I promise.
This must be a very bad job you have, to meet every day with victims of wars and torture and hatred.
I see surprisingly few victims of hatred, I would say. No, in my experience, it's the people who love who do the damage. Can you please remove your burqa and then your shoes?
You think love kills?
Oh, love of country, of nation, of comrades, of family, of children. Yes, it's love I fear. And the need of others to protect those they love. Yes. Love of our own can make unconscionable killers of us all. I think you're making me talk so that you don't have to remove your shoe.
I am Humpty Dumpty. I had a great fall.
I can't do my job unless I see your feet.
I am ashamed.
Oh, please, don't be. I can't promise you beautiful feet, but I can promise you beautiful shoes. After that, it's up to you.
There's nothing like a bit of the old elbow grease to get the silver shining. Look at that. You're doing very well. I can almost see my future in it, eh? Are you, sure I can't tempt you with a glass? Cheer you up a bit?
I don't drink, thank you. Her ladyship doesn't mind that you smoke her husband's cigars?
As long as I'm discreet and I enjoy his late lordship's things in moderation, she turns a blind eye.
What? Why do you say that?
Turns a blind eye.
Why do you say this? Why do you say this to me?
Well, it just means she ignores it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause offence.
Please, don't ever use these words to me again.
Sure, look... you all right? Are you sure you don't want to be just trotting off home now?
My home is 3,500 miles away. I have no wish to go back there. I have no toes.
What?
I didn't want to tell you before in case you did not give me the job, but I want to be honest with you. I don't want you to think I lied to you. I lost my toes. I have only 3 left.
Where did you lose them? Did you take them out for a walk and then forget where you left them?
They were crushed. My apartment, it was demolished by a shell.
Oh dear, you have been through it, haven't you?
And you? This is your first child.
First of a long line, I'd like to think.
You are very lucky. You must love your baby. You must protect it, always.
So I will. And you? Have you children yourself?
I had a daughter. She died.
Oh, I'm sorry, Em. So this is why you came to England?
Yes. And why did you come? You are a refugee too?
Well, yeah, I suppose we are in a way. We left Ireland because of my wife. You see, she has this gift, ability, call it what you will.
Gift?
Yeah. It was always getting her into trouble. Some people used to call her a witch. 100 years ago, we'd have been travelling around the country roads and the fairgrounds doing shows, you know. We'd have made a good living, but, well, people don't like that kind of thing nowadays, you know. I think it's spooky.
Spooky?
Weird, strange, frightening, you know, not normal.
I don't understand. What does she do, your wife?
Come on, I'll show you.
This is a dungeon or a prison?
No, relax. This is England, not Afghanistan. This is where they used to keep the horses in the winter in the old days.
Why did you bring me down here?
This would be the perfect place.
For what?
For a séance. Her ladyship wouldn't like it, so we'd have to keep it hush-hush.
Séance?
My wife is able to call up the spirits of those departed. She can make contact with them, talk to them. She puts people in touch with Their loved ones who have died.
No, this is not possible.
Oh, it's possible. I've seen her do it many times.
The dead are dead. This is not good. This is for the devil. No good will come of this.
She could summon up your daughter from the other world.
I don't believe. This is some kind of trick.
No trick. It's too serious for tricks.
She could bring back my daughter?
Not your daughter, no. The spirit of your daughter.
That is impossible.
It has to be done with extreme caution. It's a very dangerous thing to do, but it can be done. Bridget can do it.
And what would you want in return?
Well, she swore she'd never do another séance on account of it taking so much out of her. But I'll be honest with you. Things are a little tight just now, what with the baby and all. We could do with a little extra cash.
£1,000 is all I have. It is my life savings.
Really? 1,000?
I would give it all to you, to be able to see my daughter again. Would she do it for me, your wife? Would she let me see my daughter? Please, ask her. I beg you.
Do you have a picture of your daughter? I'll talk to my wife, and I'll see what I can do.
No, I won't do it.
She's willing to pay.
Will you look at the lump in front of me? I'm pregnant, haven't you noticed?
It's a lot of money.
I don't care about the money.
It'd be enough to pay off the fine and buy new clothes for the baby.
You said I'd never have to do another séance after the last time.
I'm sure you don't. Just this one final time.
This is what you always say, the final time, but it's not like a tap that you can turn on and off. It's a dangerous thing.
Actually, haven't you done it dozens of times?
I've come to dread it. And there's something about her that really disturbs me. I have a bad feeling about that woman.
That's only because you think she's a thing about me, huh? Sure, you're letting jealousy cloud your better judgment.
Declan, she frightens me. There's something missing about her. She's not a whole person. Oh, Declan, you clumsy idiot. That is even more money down the drain.
God almighty, Bridget. Why did you say that? About her not being whole?
Because I sense it.
You're uncanny. She's not whole. She's got lots of toes missing. She told me so herself. Maybe you're right. Maybe she's best left alone.
Did you ask your wife?
What?
About the séance.
I did, yeah, but, she's very tired at the moment with the baby on the way and all.
Can I talk to her?
I don't think that's a good idea, no.
Please, I beg you. I am a mother. You are going to be a mother. Just let me tell you about my daughter. Then, if you don't want to, fine. But please, let me tell you.
All right.
My daughter was 12 years old. We were at home, at our flat in Kabul, in Afghanistan. Her father had been killed in the war, so she was all I had. She had helped me to prepare kofta, which she liked very much. While we waited for it to cook, she practiced her flute. All I wanted for her was a normal life. I had dreams for her because she was too young to dream them herself. I had heard the sirens in the distance and some shelling. That was nothing new. You manage the fear. But it's always there, weakening your resolve. She was playing when the shells started to fall closer. She looked at me with those eyes children have, that look that can cause you so much pain. She looked at me as if somehow I could take the explosions away. Play on, darling, I said. Play on. I could see fear in her eyes, as if she knew what was about to happen. Do you think we know the moment we are about to die?
I think we sometimes do, yes.
I think she knew. Play on, darling, I said. I thought she could play away her fear. And suddenly there was no more playing. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't move. I was trapped under fallen walls. I looked around for my daughter. I listened and I heard her crying. Mama, Mama, over and over.
Mama.
Getting closer, closer.
Mama.
There was shouting outside in the street and flashing lights bouncing on what was left of the ceiling. And I saw my daughter walking towards me, slowly, her hands out, feeling her way.
Mama.
She kept calling. I reached out to touch her.
Mina.
To touch my baby.
Mama.
But her face was covered in blood.
Mama!
And her eyes were missing.
Mina, darling.
They had gone.
Mama, where are you?
There was just blood all over her face.
I'm here.
I reached out desperate to hold her, but she couldn't hear me.
I'm here.
The blast had
Mama!
burst her eardrums.
I'm here, darling.
I called again and again. I'm here. Darling, Mama's here.
I'm here.
But she turned and began to walk away.
Mina, darling.
Away from her Mama who could have saved her. There was a hole in the floor. She fell to her death.
You poor woman.
If I had stopped her playing, she might have lived. I want to see her again. To tell her how sorry I am for my mistake. For her to know I didn't abandon her. Please, let me see her. Let me say sorry to her. You have that power.
I can summon up the spirit, but whether she would be able to hear you, I have no way of knowing.
Please, let me try. Please.
I don't want you to do it, Bridget. I don't think it's a good idea.
You thought it was a very good idea before.
Well, I've changed my mind. When that woman talks about her daughter, there's something fearful about the power of the emotion inside her. I'm not sure she's in control of herself.
I feel calm. I have this overwhelming sense that after this evening, everything will change. I want to get it over with. I'm tired of the burden of it. Just, Declan, go and get her.
I want to cancel it.
No, this is going to be the last séance. I can feel it. I can feel it so strongly. You'll see.
I hope you're right.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Oh, what a smile. You're very happy today.
Yes. I'm going to see someone special to me.
Oh, good. Is there perhaps a new man in your life?
Oh, no. Someone much more special. I'm going to see my daughter.
Your daughter? Forgive me, I thought your daughter was dead.
She's going to come alive again. Are my shoes ready?
Well, for the fitting, yes. I'm sure you want them to be comfortable.
I have to have them today, finished. I am going to a séance. I am going to see my daughter. I want to walk normally for her. I need my shoes. Please.
Yes. Of course. But please, be careful that these people are not tricking you. These people take advantage, especially of someone in your situation.
I thank you.
Oh.
Thank you so much. I am no longer Humpty Dumpty.
Well, remember, all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. And if the king couldn't manage it, take precautions to protect yourself.
951,000. That's grand. Now, if I come up on the lottery, I'll give you half of this back, and that's a promise. Now, do you have the picture of your daughter?
Yes.
She was beautiful. Beautiful girl, so she was. Look, I'm going to withdraw while Declan sets up. I need to be alone with the photograph for a while. When I come back, it will be through the back door. You won't see me, but I'll be behind the curtain. Don't worry. Everything's going to be just fine.
You feeling all right? Here, Have a glass of water.
I'm just a little nervous. I'll be fine.
Now, just let me explain. My wife, the medium, will slip in behind this curtain and she'll go into a trance very soon. Now, if you could sit in this chair, please. I must stress, you must not touch the medium or talk to her, and under no circumstances must you touch the spirit. To do so would be extremely dangerous for the medium. It could even cause her death.
I understand.
Now, I'm just going to light a couple of candles and we'll get underway.
And where will you be?
Standing behind you.
No. This dark room, it makes me frightened. I have seen people go into places like this and not come out alive. Can you please stand behind that door?
What? You want me in the horse's pen? What for?
It is my daughter who is coming into this room, and it is a mother's duty to protect her child. I don't want any more harm to come to her.
I think you're being a bit paranoid.
Okay. If I'm not going to feel safe, we cancel the whole thing. I want my money back.
All right. Calm down. Considering everything you've been through and all, you know, it's absolutely fine. I really don't think you need to lock it, you know.
Now I feel safe.
Right. Can you turn off the lights? The medium is now taking up her position and will now be going into a deep trance. It may take some time. So please, be patient. Absolute quiet.
Look. The mist.
No, don't move. Be absolutely still. Let it swirl around and condense. It will gradually assume a shape. Look. The shape of a child.
That's my baby. That's my Mina. That's my baby.
Now, quiet. Don't frighten her away.
Her face. Her hair. Look. Those eyes. There is nothing wrong with her eyes.
That's right. Her body was damaged, but not her spirit.
Can she hear me?
We don't know.
Mommy? Mina? Darling?
Where are you?
I'm here, darling. She's looking around. She's looking for me.
Mama.
This way. This way, darling. I love you, darling.
Mama, where are you?
Don't go away. No, don't walk away.
Mama,
please.
Where have you gone?
Please, darling.
Mama.
No. Sit down.
Where are you?
Mina.
Sit down. I beg, this is dangerous.
My baby needs me.
Sit down.
Where are you?
Sit.
My daughter needs my arms around her.
Oh, don't touch her. You could kill the medium. You'll kill my wife. Get back.
I want my child.
Yes.
I must have my baby. She is mine. She needs me.
Where are you?
I have you, darling.
Mama!
Put her down.
I have you safe. I'll never let you go again.
Come back. Where are you going? You said you're going to run. Come back. Bridget, I'm sorry. It's all gone wrong, Bridget. I'm here. Can you hear me? I can't reach you, but I'm here, sweetheart. Bridget.
Where's the baby? Oh, God! Oh! Where's my baby?
In Agatha Christie's The Last Seance, Adrian Dunbar played Declan, Dervla Kirwan played Bridget, Andrew Sachs was Mr. Weiss, and Rebecca Sayre was Russia. Patrick was played by Rupert Degas, Colleen by Kate Hamer, the Sergeant by Paul Kember, and Mina by Montana Thompson. The Last Seance was adapted by Paul Kember, produced by Bruce Hyman, and directed by Dirk Maggs. It was an above-the-title production for BBC Radio.
Saturday Night Theatre. Maurice Denham, James Bolam and Anna Cropper in The Last Chapter by Michael Gilbert.
But I should bloody well think so, too. Do you realize how long we've been waiting for this book? 2 years. That's what I said, 2 years. If you don't believe me, look up your records. I know. He's a bloody awkward customer. He promises and he doesn't do it. Sit down, Loftus.
Thank you.
I'm most terribly sorry for you, really I am. That splashing noise you can hear is my tears falling all over the desk. Well, you're an agent. That's how you earn your 10%, isn't it? If you like that cigarette, you'll have to smoke it in the passage, I'm afraid.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I'm listening. I've been listening for 6 months, but my paper can't print excuses. I want the bloody book. We've paid for it. And what happens if I call the whole thing off? Exactly. He can't pay back the advance because he's spent it. Do you know what a court of law would call that? They'd call it fraud. F-R-A-U-D. All right. 1 month. 30 days until the end of August, but not a day more. Not an hour more. Not a single bloody minute more. Did I sound angry?
You did.
I am. That was Bannister's agent.
Ben Bannister?
None other. We've bought the serial rights in his book of reminiscences.
Oh, they should make good reading.
Well, they might if he'd write them.
Won't he?
Months now they've been feeding it the same sort of crap. It's nearly finished. It's all but finished. It practically is finished. Just the last chapter to come, and then you can have it.
If it's just the last bit, couldn't we publish what he has written?
Well, in the ordinary way, we might. Matson, tell her she can jump off Beachy Head. But in Ben's case, no. Ben's an odd character. On the surface, he's tough as old boots. But like a lot of these rugged characters, he's a lot softer inside. He doesn't like hurting people. I've got a feeling he doesn't want to write that chapter.
But why is the last chapter so important?
Why? Because it's that sort of book. If he was writing a detective story, it'd be the chapter that answered all the questions. The chapter that told you who the villain was. Only this is real life, and maybe the villain's still alive, and Ben doesn't want to hurt his feelings.
Then I suppose we've got to wait until all the villains are dead.
Wait nothing. We've paid money for this book, a hell of a lot of money. If we can't get a book, we're going to get a story. Why won't Ben write the last chapter? Who's he protecting? What's it all about? You get the idea?
Yes, I think so.
Go down and talk to him. Find out what's holding him. Of course, his agent may be telling the truth. They're all terrible liars. He may have written the book at all.
Well, do you think he'll talk to me?
If he won't, twist his arm.
Well, judging from his reputation, I don't suppose he'll be a very easy man to intimidate.
If he intimidates you, that'll be a story, too.
Yes, I suppose it will. I'll go down first thing tomorrow.
Go this evening. Remember what Nelson said? Lose not an hour. He hangs out in an old gamekeeper's cottage. The local squire lets him use it, I believe. They were in some hush-hush outfit together during the war. I've got his name somewhere here. Oh, yes. Naylor Smith, J.P.D.C.M.C. Durnfield Manor, Durnfield, Wilts. If Ben won't talk, maybe Squire Naylor Smith will.
Has he got a wife?
Who are you talking about, Ben or Naylor Smith?
I mean, Bannister.
Well, the answer's no in either case. Naylor Smith's a widower, and so's Ben. His wife died soon after the war. She was a French girl he met in the resistance.
Any children?
Children? Matson? Listen, darling, the answer's no. It always has been, it is now, and it always will be. N-O, no. Children, yes. It comes to my mind he's got a daughter somewhere. She's a student. She was involved in one of their nonsenses. Come to think of it, if she's inherited Ben's temperament, the authorities had better watch out.
Good evening, sir.
Oh. Hello, officer. I didn't see you.
I saw you. You nearly went back into the ditch.
Well, it isn't a very wide road, is it?
No.
I was backing to get my headlights on that signpost.
Ah.
I wanted to see which of them pointed to Durnfield.
They both do.
That's helpful.
Well, that way you go through Durnfield Village. That way you go through Durnfield Street. Which were you wanting?
I don't want either of them, actually. I wanted Durnfield Manor.
Mr. Naylor Smith's place?
That's right. Only I don't want that either.
Ah.
I want the gamekeeper's cottage.
Oh, Mr. Bannister.
That's right. Do you know him?
Oh, we all know Mr. Bannister, yes, we all know him. He's what you might call a character.
So I'd heard. Which of these roads...
Well, you could take either of them.
Oh.
The right-hand one goes through the village, like I said, then on a mile, and you find the lodge gates. Down the drive, past the house. You'll have to leave your car there, walk the last 100 yards to the cottage, right?
Quite clear, thank you.
You could take the left fork. That'll bring you up to the back of the cottage, but it's not so easy to find. Not in the dark.
No, thanks. I'll take the high road.
Ah.
Good night, officer.
Good night, sir.
This must be it. I hope he doesn't think I'm a burglar and take a pot at me. It's damn dark. Oh, damn! Only the owl. The watchman of the night. I wonder if there's anyone at home. Doesn't look like it. No lights. Stupid bird. Hop off and catch yourself a mouse. Is that a light? No, it's a fire. Well, he must be coming back if he's lit a fire. I wonder if he's left the door open. Hello? Mr. Bannister? Anyone at home? Well, hello there, boy. Hello, Vin. Hello. Well, you're not a very good watchdog, are you, old boy? Suppose I'd been a burglar. He's dead. Take a grip of yourself, Loftus. Probably quite some simple explanation. The dog was dying. Old age had a fit. Bannister's gone to fetch help. And that was probably him I heard driving away just now. He'll be back quite soon. Don't suppose he'd mind if I lit that lamp for a start. Matches. Oh, that's better. Now we can see. Now we can see. Mr. Bannister? Mr. Bannister? God, he's dead, too. Let's get out of here, quick. Don't be such a damn fool. He may not be dead. He may need help. Anyway, it's no good running away. The policeman knows you were coming here. You're involved, whether you like it or not. Someone coming. Might be the killer coming back.
Who are you?
I might ask you the same.
This is Daddy's cottage.
Oh?
Where is he?
Are you Miss Bannister?
Who are you?
My name's Loftus, Gordon Loftus. I work for the Daily News. They sent me down here to ask about your father's book.
Is that your car in the drive outside the manor house?
That's right. I parked it there and walked down the path.
Well, where's Daddy? What on earth's wrong with the dog?
I'm afraid this is going to be a terrible shock for you.
What?
I don't think you ought to look.
Get out of the way.
What are we going to do?
There's a telephone up at the house. Get hold of the police.
What about...
I'll stay here with him.
Are you sure?
I shall be all right. Go on. Go on, I tell you.
I don't think Miss Bannister was very happy about that verdict, Inspector.
Oh, why was that, sir?
Obviously because she didn't believe it was suicide.
Oh, this is where you found him, isn't it?
I saw the dog first on the floor, mouth open, showing all its teeth. And then Bannister slumped in the chair with the same sort of ghastly smile on his face. I shan't forget it in a hurry.
Well, that's the way cyanide works. Mercifully, it's quick.
You're very certain it was suicide?
That's what I think. And that's what the jury thought.
Hmm.
You don't think different by any chance, do you, Mr. Loftus?
Not sure.
Now, look. We know he was worried and depressed. The neighbours said so. The doctor said so. In bad health and worried about it. He'd been to see his doctor 3 times in the last month, right?
Well, lots of men over 60 start worrying about their health. But they don't commit suicide.
Well, some of them do.
It's a bit thin, isn't it?
If that were the only thing, I'd agree. But you heard the evidence. Cyanide. That's what killed him, and his dog, too. Now, cyanide's a thing which agents used to carry when they were parachuted into occupied France, I believe.
I believe they did, yes.
And if it was kept in an airtight capsule, it could keep for, well, 20, 30, 40 years.
Well, that's what they said.
And if he did it himself, that old dog makes sense. He was very attached to that dog. It's understandable he wouldn't want anyone else to have him. He'd take the dog along with him.
That's a pagan idea, but... All right, yes, it is feasible.
And if you're thinking someone else killed him, why should they kill the dog?
Obviously, because if they hadn't, Corporal would have killed them.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Bannister. I didn't see you there. What was that you said?
I said that anyone who wanted to kill my father would have had to kill Corporal first. He was a guard dog, trained to protect my father. If he'd seen him lying on the floor, dead or dying in agony, he'd have gone for the murderer. Even if he hadn't killed him, he'd never have allowed him out of the room.
Well, madam, it's a theory.
And because it doesn't fit in with your idea of suicide, I suppose that's all it is. Just a theory.
I'm quite prepared to keep an open mind about it, Miss Bannister.
No, not. That's the very last thing you're prepared to do. Once the police have adopted an official theory and have persuaded a coroner's jury to endorse it, that theory gets promoted. It becomes the truth.
I can quite understand your being up.
Oh, stop bothering me. Look, go away and shoot him, motorist. You've finished, haven't you? The case is closed. You've no more business here at all.
That's quite all right. I'll wish you good morning.
Poor man. You weren't very nice to him.
Suppose not. I don't like dishonest policemen.
Dishonest?
Well, you heard the way the evidence was rigged at the inquest.
Well, I thought most of it was pretty factual. The squire saw your father walking down to the cottage around 7:30. I found him at 9:15. And the doctor put the time of death between 8 and 9, which fitted in with both times.
Oh, beautifully.
And nobody else had been seen near the cottage.
They'd been heard, though.
Heard?
By you.
By me? Oh, that car, you mean? Well, I did mention that, you know.
You did. And when the coroner asked the inspector about it, what did he say? He said it was probably a car on the back road which had slowed down and was picking up speed again. You see, it didn't fit in with the suicide theory to have a car actually parked in the lay-by 50 yards from the cottage. So it became a passing car. That's what I mean by being dishonest.
Look here, Miss Bannister.
Laurie.
Laurie. Do you really think... Well, I mean, if it wasn't suicide, it could hardly have been an accident.
Oh, stop hedging. I think it was murder.
I see.
I think Daddy was killed and poor old Corporal at the same time.
But why?
Because someone was afraid of what Daddy had written in the last chapter of his book.
Had written?
Oh, yes. It was finished all right. He told me so when I phoned him that day. I was coming down for the weekend.
You sure? Sure he really had finished it?
Daddy wouldn't lie to me. Why should he? He hadn't liked writing that chapter. It had upset him badly. I could tell that when I talked to him. Well, he actually tried to stop me from coming down. So you see.
Well, I'm not sure.
It's perfectly obvious. Look, here's the book. All except the last chapter. Right up to the moment when he was betrayed to the Gestapo and taken to their headquarters at Rouen. And some of the things that they did to him. Makes you sick to read about it. And to my mother.
What?
They cut off 3 fingers off her right hand. One by one.
God.
To try and make her talk. It was because of the things they did to her, I think, that she died before she was 30. And if it hadn't been for the RAF, they'd both have been finished off. The fight of honours came in that night at rooftop level and tore the place apart. Almost the only people who survived were the prisoners, because they were down in the cellars. Well, Daddy carried my mother out of the ruins, and they hobbled off into the countryside. They stayed hidden until our armies arrived.
My God, what a story.
Yes, it's quite a story. But it's a story without a finish, because whilst they were in that foul prison, they must have found out who the traitor was. And that's what the last chapter was about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, whatever you do, don't say it's a theory. If you do, I shall hit you. It isn't a theory, it's the truth. And if you don't think it's the truth, answer me one question. What's happened to that chapter?
Well, isn't it?
No, it isn't here. I've turned the place upside down. I thought Daddy might have posted it to me, or to the agent or publisher. He hadn't. It wasn't even burnt. Well, you can't burn 20 or 30 pages of manuscript without leaving some trace.
Do you know, I'm beginning to think that perhaps there might be something in it.
It's so easy. Drive up by the back road, park the car out of sight, walk up here, knock on the door.
But in the circumstances, wouldn't your father have been a bit embarrassed to see it?
Possibly. Knowing Daddy, I'm quite certain he wouldn't have allowed any degree of embarrassment to stop him from offering a drink. He'd have offered the devil a drink if he'd turned up unexpectedly. Well, he'd have a capsule ready to slip into Daddy's drink, and a poisoned lump of meat for poor old Corporal, drive off with a chapter in your pocket, and your reputation safe. The reputation you've been carefully building up for a quarter of a century. A reputation which was going to be shown up as a rotten sham, based on lies and cowardice and the torture and death of men and women who trusted you. There are people who kill for that.
What are you going to do?
Find out who did it. If I can. And you're going to help me, aren't you?
Am I?
It's your assignment. You've taken it on. Well, the paper wouldn't like you to back out.
I suppose they wouldn't, really. Well, just how do you propose to start?
That's easy. The first thing we want to find out is who was involved in Daddy's wartime schemes and is still alive now. And we can start right here with Squire Nellie Smith. He was in the same outfit.
Right now, you mean?
Well, why not? He's at home. I saw his car outside when I came past. By the way, I wonder where he was that evening.
What do you mean?
When you parked your car in the drive, did you see his car?
No. And come to think of it, the house was dark, too.
But when you went up to telephone, he was back then, wasn't he?
Oh, what's so odd about that? He'd been out somewhere and got back, that's all.
I don't know that I can tell you much more, Laurie. I told it all to the police. I saw your father when I was going out at this county agricultural nonsense in Durnfield. I told the police 7:45. It was only a guess. Might have been 5 minutes either side, you know.
Did Daddy say anything to you when you saw him?
Say anything? No, I don't think he said anything. Just waved. He was walking down to the cottage.
Do you tell the police he'd been depressed lately?
Oh, did I?
Well, that's what you said at the inquest, Mr. Nellie Smith.
At the inquest, yes. Sort of terrible acoustics in that hall. Half the time I couldn't hear what that coroner chap was saying.
But you did think he'd been depressed?
Yes. Yes, he'd been down in the mouth.
Did he say why?
I think it was the war. He never really got over it, you know. I think writing that book was a mistake.
Oh? Why?
Oh, it brought it all back.
But did he give any particular reason for being especially depressed lately?
No, can't say he did. Matter of fact, we didn't see a great deal of each other at all. When I offered him the cottage, I remember him saying, "All right, Tony, as long as we don't live in each other's laps." And all the time he lived there, I don't suppose he came up to dinner twice.
Did he talk to you about his book?
Well, I knew he was writing it. Between you and me, I thought he was dragging his feet a bit.
Oh? He didn't say anything about being in difficulties over the last chapter.
You like something to wet your whistle, Laura?
No, thank you. I was asking if he said anything about...
What about your friend?
Oh, well,
I usually take a whiskey about now.
Oh, thank you very much.
Soda or water? Oh, by the way, I didn't quite catch your name when Laurie introduced us.
Oh, water, please. Loftus, Gordon Loftus.
Ah, you knew Ben?
I knew of him. Everyone did. I never met him.
Oh, anyway. Then you're a friend of Laurie's, I imagine.
Mr. Loftus is a journalist. He works for the paper that was going to serialize Daddy's book.
Oh, I see. I suppose you'll be able to cash in on this development. I can't say I approve of that sort of publicity. It seems wrong to me, but perhaps I'm old-fashioned.
You've got this quite wrong. No one's cashing in on anything. At the moment, the book's incomplete. The last chapter's missing.
Oh, sad. Never had time to finish it. Still, I shouldn't think it'll matter too much. The paper will find someone to... what's the word you chaps use when someone writes someone else's book for them?
Ghost.
Ghost. That's right, ghost. Ghosts.
Well, a ghostwriter could only operate if he knew what he was meant to write. In this case, it wouldn't be possible. The facts are missing.
How's that?
Daddy knew the name of the person who'd given them all away to the Germans. That was what was going to the last bit.
Are you sure of that?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you who it was?
He never talked about the war at all. When Mummy was alive, it would have hurt. After she died, he seemed to want to forget it. All I knew I found out by reading his book. That's full of hints and riddles.
And you think the answer would have been in the last chapter?
Yes.
If he'd written it?
Oh, he wrote it all right.
Well, then what happened to it?
It was stolen by the man who killed him.
Then I should think it's been destroyed by now, wouldn't you?
Possibly. Or possibly not.
Well, what do you want me to do?
To help.
How?
Well, you were in the same, what do you call it, department, outfit, gang?
Well, we called it the circus, actually.
Well, you knew what was going on. You knew who could have given away things to the Germans. There wouldn't have been many people involved, I imagine. And a lot of them will be dead by now.
Ghosts.
What's that?
That's what you're asking me to do, Laurie. Raise a lot of ghosts who've lain quiet in their graves for 25 years.
Yes, I suppose I am.
Well, as you probably know, I was in charge of a section. It had some official name or number, I really forget what. We called it the circus. We were the English terminal of a bigger French outfit called Équipe Max, which operated in the same maritime area. Not a very healthy part of the world in May 1944. Crawling with Gestapo, Vichy French militia, agents, double agents, plain traitors, a lot. Now, Équipe Max was about 30 Frenchmen and a woman. It had one single vital job. On D-Day, it had to disrupt the whole German communication center in the Rouen area. Blow up wireless masts, cut wires, wreck teleprinters. It had been preparing for it for months. The Germans had come to suspect it existed, but they hadn't been able to penetrate it. Our job was to supply the French team with anything they wanted and send 2 or 3 men over when the time came. And coordinate the military side of the operation. Do you get the picture?
Yes, sir, it's quite clear. Who was involved at this end?
No, just the 3 of us. 4, if you count Jessica.
Jessica?
The Second Lieutenant Jessica Rayburn, our wireless operator.
Who were the other 3?
Well, I was in charge as a temporary major. And then there was Captain Applin, Randolph Applin, and, of course, your father. He'd actually been over in France for the last 6 months. And 6 months was a hell of a long time to last at that game. You needed luck and judgment. Have another.
Oh, thank you, a small one.
You sure you weren't, Lorraine?
No, thanks.
Oh, we operated from a small reception center. Just a couple of rooms in a Nissen hut, really. On the outskirts of an airfield, north of London. Jessica was the operator who handled our confidential signals traffic.
Oh, damn. Please, would you mind shutting the door?
Parfaitement, mademoiselle.
Ben! Wait. When did he get back?
In the early hours of the morning. They've been debriefing me ever since. Wouldn't even allow me time to shave.
Oh, it's lovely to see you. How about I'm out?
Venez ici, mademoiselle.
Oh, you haven't shaved, have you?
It's lucky your Gerard isn't in England. If he caught me doing that, it'd be pistols for 2 at 10 yards.
You're quite safe. That was Gerard.
Who was?
Sending that message.
Did he announce himself, then? It's bad security.
No, of course not, but I knew.
How?
When you've been taking down moss for someone for 6 months, you can tell his touch. It's like handwriting. It's quite unmistakable.
Handwriting? Nonsense. It's love.
Silly.
There's Gerard sitting at his little transmitter in a hayloft in Normandy. He touches the key. It's not a Morse message he sends.
It's a message of the heart. A subtle transmission to one recipient alone.
6 months in France hasn't cured you of talking nonsense, I see.
It's cured me of a lot of other things.
Such as?
Illusions, Jessica. I've seen men and women stripped down to the bone. I've seen that when it comes to the point, the only thing that counts with anyone is self-interest.
With most people, Ben, not all.
With all men and most women. The north of France just now is a sweet little slice of hell.
Oh, no.
The French know we're coming, but they don't know when, so they're playing it off both ends of the pack. The Germans know in their hearts that when we do come, they'll be booted out of France. So the last phony pair of kid gloves has come off. They're playing it really tough now.
Oh.
2 weeks ago, they strung up 12 workmen outside the power plant at Rennes because a dynamo broke down. They thought it was sabotage. It turned out to be a dud part from Germany, but it was too late to cut the 12 men down.
Oh, poor Ben. You must be glad to be out of it.
I'd be a lot happier if I could have brought my wife with me.
Ben, you didn't. Marianne?
Yes.
When?
On Easter Sunday.
Oh, Ben, I'm glad for you, for both of you.
It wasn't exactly a white wedding. We were married by the curé in a small village outside Bayeux. Half the villagers turned up to wash, and the other half were lying out around the village washing for Germans. We spent our honeymoon in a hut in the Marquis, specially built for us by the resistance.
Oh, sweet.
There was an alarm on the second night, and we had to run for it.
Well, I'm glad it was the second night.
You've got a very nice mind, Jessica. I don't think we'll tell the others about it, not just yet.
All right.
Where is Randy, anyway?
Captain Atlin's somewhere about nursing a hangover. I haven't seen Major Smith this morning.
They don't hit it off very well together, do they?
I'm afraid they don't.
Well, they'll have to make an effort if they're going to work together in the field.
Are they going over? How soon?
No one knows exactly when D-Day is going to be. But I'll wager we'll be over there before the end of next month.
Oh.
Oh, hello, Randy.
By God, it's Ben. Well, that's one cheerful sight on a bloody awful morning. And whilst I think of it, congratulations.
Oh, so you've heard.
Of course I've heard. It was gazetted last week.
Oh, that.
The modest hero, on being informed that he'd been awarded a second bar to his military cross, remarked, "Oh, that."
How splendid. I missed it.
The snag is it's making our commanding officer bloody jealous. He'd give anything in the world for a gong, and here's Ben got 3. It's not fair.
How is Tony?
Oh, his normal, bright, bloody little self. What else?
Have you cured him of saying pardon yet?
Oh, Lord, yes. We've progressed well beyond that stage. He's a quick learner, is our Tony. When he was on leave, he saw a film called Wings Over the Reich. Now everything's a wizard prang, shot down in flames. Next thing, you'll be telling Jessica she's got a trim little undercarriage.
Oh, I think you're very unkind to Major Smith.
You don't have to live with him, my poppet.
I should hope not.
I wasn't referring to Tony's sex life. Always supposing he has one. If he got into bed with a girl, do you think he'd have a handbook with him called Hints for the Upper-Class Lover? Talking about sex life, I hope you've been keeping an eye on Gerard, Ben.
Oh.
You know what these fiery Frenchmen are like.
Gerard has been behaving himself like a perfect gentleman.
Not a single glance to les belles jeunes filles.
Not a glance. All his thoughts are for Jessica.
See.
They regularly tap out tender messages to each other.
I've never tried making love by Morse code. Must be quite an experience.
Now you're both talking nonsense.
Good morning, Major. How's the war going this morning?
Were you aware that there is an air raid alert in progress?
The Song of the Sirens did penetrate my drink-sodden old eardrums.
It lays down quite clearly in station standing orders that when an alert is sounded, all personnel will carry steel helmets and respirators. If you don't do it, how can you expect the men to?
I don't expect them to. It's a damn silly order, and if I saw anyone not obeying it, I'd look the other way.
Hello, Ben. I heard you got back.
Oh, how?
Oh, well, I was powwowing with the DDA to the DDMI this morning, and he told me you'd arrived.
Touched down.
Come again?
Touched down. In the Air Force, we don't say arrived, Major. We say touched down.
No, I wasn't aware that we'd been seconded to the Air Force.
Oh, let it go.
You chaps spend all your time quarreling.
There isn't much else to do at the moment.
There soon will be.
Ah?
Oh?
Didn't the DDA to the DDMI tell you?
No, he didn't say anything.
I gather that Mission Zero is to be placed on 24 hours' notice to leave for France. That'll be you, Tony, and Randy, plus a signaller. I expect Sergeant Truman will be told off for that job.
Look, is this just a latrinogram, or is it true gen?
Top quality gen.
Then I think he might have told me first. Between you and I...
You and me.
Oh, Shut up, Randy.
No, How do you know this is official?
Because I've been told to put you both in the picture as quickly as possible.
I see.
No good wriggling, Tony. 0 hour is upon us.
I don't find that remark funny.
Actually, it wasn't meant to be.
You two should make a wonderful team in the field.
I don't imagine we shall see a great deal of each other. I shall be organizing the base.
It's clear to me from that remark, Tony, that you've no idea what's really going on.
Huh?
Well, when you talk about a base, it presupposes an orderly arrangement with the enemy in front of you and your own troops behind you. It's not like that with the Equipe Max. The enemy's all round you. He's also in the middle of you.
What do you mean the Equipe Max has been penetrated?
That's something we'd all like to know. The next door outfit, the Equipe Domodossola, was broken up last month.
Was it indeed?
Well, no one knows where the leak occurred. Some say it was a girl who was not in the Equipe but knew a member of it and knew the work he was doing. She was indiscreet. The Gestapo forced her to reveal his name.
God.
He was taken secretly after dark and tortured all that night. They had to break him down quick, you see, because all these teams are organized in the same way. One man only knows 3 other names.
What happened to him? The man they caught?
I know what they did to him, but it'd only upset you if I told you. He was dead by morning. But he'd spoken the 3 names that mattered. They, too, were taken. From that point, the disintegration of the ring was certain. It took a month.
But does no one know all the names in a team?
Well, no one who can be made to talk, only the top brass in London.
But the...
Go on, Tony. Say it.
No, I was only going to point out that we here know all the names and details of the Equipe Max. In the circumstances, mightn't it be rather dangerous to allow us to go into the field? I agree, of course, that the military side of the operation has got to be organized. It occurred to me to wonder whether it couldn't be, well, just as efficiently organized from here.
The Equipe Max has been set up to undertake one very important, very dangerous task. Every man and woman in it will be risking their lives. When troops are asked to do that, they like to see their officers alongside them.
Do you think the sight of Tony will really improve their morale? After all, he won't be wearing his sandals.
Look, you've gone too far.
Easy, Tony. He's only pulling your leg. And the answer to your question is this little gadget.
Huh?
It is. You can wear it quite comfortably attached to your back teeth. I don't wear one because I'm always afraid I might chew it up by accident, but a lot of our chaps do.
Well, what's in it?
It's cyanide. It'll kill you in 6 seconds.
Enchanting.
What is it, Jessica? Another routine message with love and kisses from Gerard?
It was from Gerard, but it's not routine. I know that. Can't tell you what it is until I've decoded it.
You never get tired.
X repeat X. What can he mean by that? Oh, I see. What'd you say?
I've been watching you do this for 10 days. You seem to work a 20-hour day. You must get tired sometimes.
I'm sure the people in the field get a lot tighter than I do. I can tell exactly what sort of day Gerard's been having from the way he transmits. I can tell whether he's fresh or tired or cheerful because things are going well or depressed or scared.
Oh, that's permanent, believe me. You're scared all the time.
Once, I even knew he'd been drinking too much.
Don't tell me you could smell his breath over the air.
There was a sort of flourish, a panache about his sending.
You'd better watch out for it when you're married.
Oh.
What is it?
You'd better read it.
Not too good.
Oh, you've both got faces like a wet Monday. Something wrong?
Read this.
I think the Major ought to see this message at once.
Do you think Gerard may be exaggerating? Lost his nerve or something?
Gerard's not given to panicking. If he says the Gestapo's sniffing around the Equipe Max, they're sniffing. It's May 25th. No moon. Something tells me you'll be off tonight.
Then you must let me have the pleasure of telling Tony.
You don't think he'll like it?
Like it? He'll love it. He'll love it so much he'll wet his pants.
When it comes to the point, he'll probably be as good as any of us.
Care to bet on it? I'll give you long odds. I've been studying Tony's running form. He joined up in 1940. In 1942, his regiment was ordered to North Africa. A week before it went, Tony transfers to 5 Corps in England. Hmm. 1943, 5 Corps goes to Italy. Tony transfers to this outfit. 2 very neat pieces of evasive action. Do you realize he sat out 4 years of this war without hearing a shot fired in anger? Oh. Hello, Tony. We've got some news for you.
I'll tell him. We've had this from the Equipe Max. Some bad trouble is blowing up.
Oh?
It looks as if they're going to want your help.
When?
We're in the middle of the no-moon period. Jessica could send a message now, and if we get a positive response, you could go tonight.
Can the RAF be ready in time?
They've had a plane standing by for the last 3 days.
Then I'd better warn Sergeant Truman.
Well, he took that on the chin.
He's gone off to pack. And you know what his kit will consist of? 1 cyanide capsule on each tooth and a box of spares in his pocket.
Hadn't you better be getting your own stuff together?
I suppose I had. Next time you're chatting on that machine of yours to J.R., darling, tell him to put a hot water bottle in my bed.
I don't know which of them I find least attractive. But I can tell you this, Jessie. If they keep up this feuding, when they get to France, they'll be written off pretty fast. All right, that's their lookout. But they may get a lot of other people killed, too. In which case, I think they'd better not come back.
Oh, do turn that thing off.
Oh. What time is it, Jessie?
5 to 1. They should be there by now, shouldn't they?
If everything's gone according to plan, which it never does. Yes, they should be dropping now.
What's it like? I've often wondered.
It's a wonderful sensation when the parachute opens. A feeling of complete release. For a whole minute you don't belong to earth or air. There's no sensation of falling. Actually, it's more like flying.
That'll be them now.
What is it? Party arrived. Reception safely completed. What's that?
That's Gerard's call sign.
Well, that's all right, then. Jessie, what's wrong?
It's Gerard's call sign, but it wasn't Gerard transmitting. It was someone pretending to be him.
God. That means the Gestapo's moved in.
Of course, you understand I didn't hear about a lot of that until much later. Some of it only after the war. When I got the full picture of what was happening whilst the 3 of us were floating down into occupied France.
Floating down into the outstretched hands of the Gestapo, I imagine, sir.
Well, if it hadn't been for an extraordinary stroke of luck, that's exactly what we should have done. They'd located Gerard with their direction finders, caught him actually transmitting, extracted the details of our rendezvous from him. Poor devil.
You call that luck?
No. The luck came when our pilot made a nonsense of his map reading and put us down in the wrong place. It wasn't exactly a comfortable landing. We came down among a lot of brick stacks. Sergeant Truman, at the top of a chimney, he was killed. Aplin broke an ankle. I landed a little further on. I was only winded. Managed to get to a farm.
What happened to Aplin?
Well, when he could move, he made his way back towards Cherbourg. He was picked up soon after the D-Day landing.
He didn't try to get in touch with you?
He may have tried. All I can say is that he didn't succeed.
So you were on your own?
Yes. A day or two later, Max got through to me. That's when I heard about Gerard being captured. Well, Max wasn't too worried. Gerard didn't know any names. His job was simply to transmit.
That meant that you were in a position to pick up the pieces and get on with the job?
Yes, no doubt I should have been. But there was a further, and I must say, somewhat unfortunate development. It was your father, Laurie. He arrived in France. Came over against the wishes of our superiors, and I'm not at all sure it wasn't against orders.
He was never a great one for taking orders.
Look, in this case, if you'll excuse me saying so, Dave Orchers and so on, it might have been a good thing if he had.
Look, you can say what you like. It won't hurt him now.
Look, it's your feelings I was thinking about.
Don't fuss yourself about my feelings. What we want are facts.
No, of course.
After all, most of the people concerned are dead, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And what we say won't worry them.
Oh, no, naturally.
And you needn't worry about my feelings, so say what you like.
Well, as I was saying, your father insisted on coming over. It was quite natural. No doubt he was worried about your mother.
No doubt.
But there was no time to make proper arrangements for his reception. Ben landed blind. He was caught almost immediately and taken off to their Gestapo prison at Rouen.
Did you see him before he was captured?
No, I was lying doggo at this farm. As soon as the news of Ben's capture came through, everyone went to ground. It wasn't that they thought he would talk. They knew him too well, but there comes a time, and even the bravest man...
I know what they did to him. It's in his book. I know what they did to my mother, too. They didn't talk. Neither of them talked.
No.
Do you mean no, or are you just saying it to please me?
I mean no. They would neither of them have talked. They weren't that sort of person.
But someone talked, didn't they?
Yes.
How can you be sure of that, Lloyd?
Obviously. Because in one night, about a week later, every man and woman working for a keep max was pulled out of their beds and shot. That's right, isn't it? That's what happened.
Yes.
Good God. Did anyone ever find out?
Several people were suspected. French collaborators. No one ever knew for certain.
That's where you're wrong.
Oh, you mean...
Daddy knew.
How could he have known if he was in prison?
He knew because the Gestapo told him. It was their technique. They enjoyed gloating over him and demonstrating their power and omniscience. It was part of the process of breaking him down. Of course, they didn't mind him knowing. They were going to liquidate him anyway. And they would have done if the RAF hadn't laid on this raid and blasted the whole vile place out of existence.
Did he tell you all this, Laurie?
He told me what he knew. But he wouldn't even tell me who it was. You were saying that during all this time you were lying doggo.
Oh, we all kept our heads down for a bit, and then I managed to get out and about and do a sort of organization behind the lines, and the Keep Max was gone, but there were other teams doing useful work, disrupting communications, sabotage, that sort of thing. No, we carried on like that for 3 months until the final breakout.
Which teams?
Pardon? What did you say?
You said there were other teams. They all had code names, didn't they?
Oh, well, yes. There was, let me think, there was the Croix de Lorraine team and the Hercule organization in the Amiens area. Those were the main ones.
And you worked with them?
Yes.
What did you actually do?
Well, it's a difficult question to answer in a few words. I suppose you might say that I coordinated their efforts.
Successfully?
I think we had a fair degree of success, yes.
You mean they gave you a military cross?
Now, just a minute. I've been thinking this out. If the Gestapo suddenly swooped down and pulled in everyone, it can't have been a process of gradual breaking down. They must have had an actual list, all the names.
Obviously.
How many people knew all the names, apart from your father?
It's a fair question.
Well, 2 or 3 people in London, high-ups.
But the Germans couldn't have brought pressure on people like that. Who both knew and was in the reach of the Gestapo?
Well, really, I suppose the only person, actually, was Applin.
Oh, but there was one other person, wasn't there?
No, if you're implying that...
I wasn't implying anything. I was stating a fact. There was at least one other person who knew all the names.
Look, ever since you came in here, you've been making hints and suggestions. If you have any accusation to make, I suggest you make it in plain terms.
Of course.
Well, then?
I was thinking of Second Lieutenant Jessica Rayburn.
Jessica? But she wasn't in France at all.
No, but Gerard was. The Gestapo were holding him, and she was in love with him.
Yes, but how... No, I don't see it.
You're not trying very hard, are you? The Germans had a private line of communication over the wireless directly to her and to no one else. All they had to say was, give us the names, and we'll treat Gerard gently, and you can have him back in one piece after the war.
Good God.
Of course, they broke their word. They always did. But she wasn't to know that.
What actually happened to her?
Jessica? After the war, I didn't see a lot of her. When she heard about Gerard's death, she seemed to freeze up. She became very detached, almost inhuman. It's difficult to describe it.
As far as I'm concerned, you don't have to describe it. I knew the lady well.
You know her?
I spent 4 unhappy years at St. Monica's School for Girls, I beg your pardon, for young ladies at Amesbury. Miss Jessica Rayburn, CBE, was the headmistress and one of the principal causes of my unhappiness.
Matson. Oh, good morning, sir. Oh, I agree, it could be big, very big indeed. The suicide verdict killed the inquest, but if we could prove that the verdict was wrong, get it reopened, we shouldn't be sitting on half a story then. We should have a story and a half. Yes, I've got young Loftus here with me now. I'll warn him about that. I couldn't agree more. You've got to be damn careful. All the people involved are pretty important. One's a deputy lieutenant of the county and a JP. One's the headmistress of a large girls' school and, I understand, next in line for the headship of an Oxford college. And the third, well, that's Randolph Applin. If not the biggest fish, certainly the richest. Yes, I'll impress that on him.
You've located Applin, then?
And Randy didn't take a lot of locating. He's not the shrinking violet type who hides his light under a bushel. He owns at least 3 very successful gambling clubs.
Oh?
Officially, they're members' clubs, but the only real qualification for membership is a full wallet.
Are they crooked?
The police say no. The play is straight. It's the debt collecting that's a bit rough.
How rough?
Well, I suppose you had a bad evening and wrote out a check for your losses. And suppose it occurred to you in the cold light of morning to stop the check. A bit later on, you might receive a visitor who would persuade you to change your mind.
You mean he employs a lot of thugs who'd come and beat you up?
Right.
He sounds rather a rough customer himself.
Yes. You'll have to be pretty careful when you interview him. Well, we could hardly expect Miss Bannister to do it, could we?
But surely the police...
Unofficially, I gather the police are very interested in Randolph Applin, but officially they haven't got enough evidence yet to justify an inquiry. On the other hand, it would seem quite natural for you, with this story to follow up, to go and have a word with him, wouldn't it?
I suppose so, yes.
Right, well, the Riverboat Club is the one the Major uses as his headquarters. It's on the Thames above Staines. It's got the extra advantage from his point of view that it's on an island, a private island. That means he can carry on his operations with a minimum of interference.
With the minimum of interference. Charming.
I suggest you go along this evening. Get in as an ordinary gambler. You can draw £20 out of the petty cash float. Right?
All right. Yeah. Yes, all right.
Miss Ponsonby, you might check up that we've got the normal accident insurance on Loftus, would you? Gordon Loftus. That's right.
Rien va plus.
Not in here. Ah, private. Oh, let's try in here.
Hi.
What? Oh, I didn't see you there.
No? Can't you read? Perhaps you're blind or something. You're not blind, are you?
No.
Oh, what that notice says is private. Strictly private. That means keep out. Admission by appointment only, see?
Yes, I can see that.
Oh, what do you want anyway?
I had a complaint to make.
Oh, a complaint, eh?
It seemed to me to be odd that zero should come up 3 times running, particularly with so much money on the board.
Oh, you think the wheel's bent or something?
I thought it needed looking into.
Which table?
Which table?
That's right. Which table was it zero come up 3 times?
Oh, the one in the middle, the main one.
Harry? Leslie here. I've got a geezer here complaining you've been having too much zero. Yeah. Oh, I just wondered. No bother, I can handle it. Now, you've been telling fibs, mister. The big table hasn't had a zero all evening. Oh, what's the game?
I'll tell Major Applin when I see him.
Yeah, but will you see him? That's the point, lad. Who are you?
Nothing to do with you. Now, kindly step out of the way.
You're not a policeman, are you?
I'm...
No. I thought not. You look stupid, but not quite that stupid. Hey, wait, I've got it. You're a private eye. Like on the films, with all them lovely girls. Hey, what I can't make out is this. If they've got all them lovely girls, why waste their time detecting? You ever think of that?
Will you get out of the way? We had a private detective here last winter. He fell in the river. Laugh? Mind you, it wasn't too funny because it was Christmas Eve and the river was full of sodding great lumps of ice.
Now, look here.
The water's a bit warmer tonight. All the same, it's 100-yard swim, best part of. Wouldn't do that sharp suit of yours much good. So if I was you, lad...
Get out of my way.
You know something? I've changed my mind about you. I don't think you can be a private detective. You wouldn't lay yourself open like that if you was. I'll give you a tip. When you're aiming to hit someone, don't signal your intentions. Just let it come out of the blue. Like this.
Leslie?
Yes, Major.
Who is it?
There's been a number of different theories about that, Major.
Well, who are you? What do you want?
Newspaper man.
Which paper?
Daily News.
Got anything to prove it?
Wallet.
Daily News. Second largest circulation in Great Britain. Oh, that's no way to handle our public relations, Leslie. Come inside, Mr. Lofters. Have a drink.
Well,
That's right. I don't want to take too much notice of Leslie. He's just a natural delinquent. Here you are. Unhappy home background, I wouldn't wonder.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Loftus?
Yes.
We're not afraid of publicity here. Nothing to hide. Everything's fair, square, and above board. Nothing to shock the vicar. We had a vicar in here the other night. Took a packet opposite Shemmy, too.
As a matter of fact, it wasn't your club I wanted to talk to you about, Major Applin.
Oh?
It was about your wartime experiences.
Oh.
I don't know if you read in the papers about Ben Bannister.
Oh, poor old Ben, yes. I read about it.
And the thing is, some people had a sort of idea that it might not have been suicide.
No? Odd sort of accident.
Not an accident.
No? Well, perhaps you better tell me what this is all in aid of. For a start, just how do you come into it?
I was sent down by my paper to see about a book he was writing.
Are you the chap who found the body?
Yes, I found it. Miss Bannister turned up a few minutes later.
Laurie? Oh, she's quite a girl. Mind of her own. I bet it's her idea someone knocked off her old man. Am I right?
In a way, yes.
And she thinks it's something to do with what happened in the war? Someone who didn't want her dad to blow the gaff in that book of his?
As a matter of fact, he had blown the gaff. He'd finished the book, but someone seems to have walked off for the last chapter.
How do you know he'd finished it?
He told his daughter so.
Did he show her the finished job?
No, but he said he'd done it.
Ah. Well, I'll tell you what I think, Loftus. I think Laurie's got a bee in her bonnet. She's an odd girl. Odd upbringing. Wasn't spanked enough when she was young.
She's certainly a very determined
I mean, let's get the thing into perspective. Agreed, none of us came very well out of that last show. Well, except Ben and his missus, of course. But the war's been over a bloody long time. It's ancient history.
I wonder if you could tell me what actually happened to you.
You won't get much copy out of my story, son. I broke my ankle coming down, had to be ferried back to safety, mostly in the backs of carts. Once I travelled under a load of turnips, and I can tell you it's a bloody uncomfortable way of travelling. No, I had my belly full of cloak and dagger. I got back to a nice, safe job in the sappers and finished the war helping to run the docks at Hamburg. And wasn't that a place for piling up the crackle? If I could have got home half the stuff I laid my hands on, I could have filled a ship. On second thoughts, you better leave that out of your report. It might be misunderstood.
One thing I couldn't understand was how you came to miss Major Smith. I mean, you both jumped out of the same plane.
I jumped. He was pushed. And it took a bloody long time to push him.
How do you know that?
I talked to the dispatcher who kicked him out. Mind you, I wasn't surprised. Tony was one great big bluff. Well, he got away with it, so good luck to him. It's funny when you come to think of it, Loftus. In the Kaiser's War, the people who did best, so I've heard, were the hard-faced businessmen who stayed at home. The losers were the poor bastards who went out to the trenches and got killed. Hitler's war, it was just the other way round. The people who really made something out of the war were the Tony Smiths. Look what his MC and his phony war record did for him. Got him a seat on the board. Before the war, he was a salesman. Then it hoisted him up to be chairman. And it got him a rich wife. And that's when plain Mr. Smith became Naylor Bloody Smith. She had the tact to break her neck out hunting 2 years after they were married. So now he's got an estate in the country and every letter after his name you can think of, from J.P. to B.F.
You seem to have kept in pretty close touch with his career, Major.
I haven't seen him for years. You can't help reading about him in the glosses.
You said his war record was phony.
That's right.
Your theory is that during these 3 months he was behind the lines, he simply laid low, saved his own skin. And all the organising resistance groups was lies.
That's roughly it.
Did it occur to you that he might have been picked up by the Gestapo and bought his safety by giving away the whole Keep Max?
And?
And Ben found out about it and was going to tell the truth in his book? Wouldn't Squire Naylor Smith, DLJP, have gone to any lengths to stop that?
I don't believe he'd have the guts. Anyway, you'll never prove it now. All the German records at Rouen were destroyed. All the Frenchmen who might have known are dead, and most of the English, too.
But not all.
Thinking of anyone in particular?
I was thinking of your wireless operator, Second Lieutenant Jessica Rayburn.
Jessica? Good Lord. I haven't seen her or thought about her for 25 years. She was a nice girl. I wonder what's become of her.
Come in. Good gracious, it's Laurie. What a nice surprise. Come in. Do sit down.
Thank you, Miss Rayburn.
I've read about your father. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Do you mind if I smoke?
Please do. Did he ever talk to you about the war?
Hardly ever. I did know that you were colleagues.
Oh, colleague is rather too grand a word. I was the maid of all work in his outfit.
I suppose that's why he sent me to school here. It seemed most unsuitable in every other way.
You wouldn't have fitted comfortably into any school, Laurie.
What makes you think that?
You're a natural nonconformist.
Perhaps. Oh, by the way, I met Miss Cross on the way in.
Oh, yes.
I liked her.
I must tell her.
She said that St. Monica's might have to be looking for a new headmistress soon. Is that true?
It's true, but I wasn't aware that it was public knowledge.
These things get out. Is it right that you're a 9 for Oxford?
Unofficially, I believe that the decision has already been made.
In your favour?
I understand so.
I wonder how you'll make out with the students.
Do you think we shall come into conflict?
Oh, sure to. I know what I'm talking about. I took part in more student demonstrations than any other girl in my year. The high point was when I was arrested for assaulting a police inspector. You don't approve?
It's not the sort of item I should include in our news of old girls' activities. But I suppose that a certain amount of dissent is a healthy symptom.
That sounds fine, but you wait till they start throwing tomatoes.
One must learn to dodge.
And fill the petrol tank of your car with treacle.
Goodness, do they still do that nowadays? Well, it was nice of you to come and warn me. I must have a lock fitted to the petrol cap. Yes?
There was something else I wanted to talk about.
Yes?
It was about Daddy's death.
Oh?
You read about the inquest?
Yes. Oh, why will they always put that in about the balance of the mind being disturbed? It's upsetting. It's usually meaningless.
It means even less in this case.
Oh?
Since he didn't commit suicide at all.
Is that your idea, or is it official?
Oh, unofficial. The police think it was suicide. They managed to force their ideas on the inquest.
Really? I should have said it was the only possible verdict, but then the newspapers may not have had all the facts.
They didn't mention the most important fact, that Daddy was writing a book about his wartime experiences.
Oh?
But that the last chapter, the one he'd just finished, was missing.
And you think someone stole it, is that your idea?
Yes.
And killed your father to get it?
Yes.
And poisoned his dog?
How did you know his dog was poisoned?
It's in half the newspaper accounts. Now, Laurie, you have got to stop this nonsense at once.
It's not nonsense.
You have been telling yourself stories, making up mysteries where no sort of mystery exists.
If there's no mystery, where's the last chapter?
I should think that the likeliest explanation is that he never wrote it.
I know that he wrote it. He told me he had. Why should he lie to me?
Well, very well, then he destroyed it.
How?
Burnt it?
In that tiny grate, 20 or 30 pages without leaving a sign.
Well, threw it away. Now, Laurie, you have got to stop this. If you don't, someone's going to get hurt. Badly hurt.
I'll stop when I'm convinced that it was suicide, not before.
I once wrote on your report, Laurie has a good and tenacious brain. She is as yet incapable of that logical and disciplined thought which is the hallmark of a scholar.
Do you remember all your reports?
I remember that one because I thought very deeply before I wrote it. Let me give you some advice. Before you take any further steps in the matter, do some thinking. Think about the dog.
About Corporal?
Was that his name? Yes, about Corporal.
By the way, there was one other thing.
Yes?
When I was talking to Miss Cross just now, she was saying how sorry she was about my father and when it had happened. And when I mentioned the date, she said, oh, yes, she remembered that evening particularly. She remembered it because you'd cancelled a staff meeting at the last moment.
Yes?
They saw you drive off in your car and wondered what could have called you away so suddenly.
Private business, Laurie. Private business. Now, do remember what I said. Think about the dog.
Here you are, Loftus. That's from our man in Paris. You can keep it. It's a copy of what he found in the archives of the War Ministry.
The Croix de Lorraine?
Yes, they were operating in the hills south of Rouen. The other one is the Hercules organization from Amiens. Interesting reading, don't you think?
Very.
They were the two names Naylor Smith mentioned.
I'm sure they were. I wrote them down.
Yes, well, you can see for yourself. Nothing about Naylor Smith in either of them. Not a word.
Oh.
Okay, it's only negative evidence, I agree. Naylor Smith may have been working away in the background like a beaver. A pretty invisible beaver. But as it happens, we've just unearthed another bit of evidence. Something a lot more up-to-date and more definite.
Yes?
Simmons has been down at Durnfield ferreting about, talking to the locals. He's found two characters who actually saw Naylor Smith's car come out of the drive around 7:30. They were in the hedge opposite, and I think they may have been setting snares. They're a bit coy by that bit.
But that just confirms what he told us. He drove into Durnfield for a farmers' union meeting.
Quite so. And to get to Durnfield, you turn left out of the gate, don't you?
Yeah?
Well, he didn't. He turned right. Now, quite definite about that. On the other hand, if you turn right, it takes you to the back way, which leads to the cottage.
I suppose he might have had some other job he wanted to do before the meeting.
There was no meeting.
What?
There was to have been, but he put it off.
Oughtn't we to tell the police?
All in good time, Loftus, all in good time. They could have found out for themselves if they'd done the job properly. At the moment, it's our information, exclusive. But I think we might ask Naylor Smith to comment on it. Don't you?
Would there be anything more, sir? Sir, anything more?
No, sorry, Mrs. Buck. No, nothing more. Did I hear a car drive up just now?
Oh, it's that young man, the one from the newspaper.
Oh, yes, I remember. Well, where is he?
He went off down the path.
Oh. Expect he was going to the cottage to have a word with Miss Bannister.
Well, no, if there isn't anything else, sir, I was thinking of slipping down to the village to see my daughter. She hasn't been too well lately.
Yeah, that's quite all right, Mrs. Buck. Oh, off you go.
Oh, thank you, sir.
It'll have to be the 12 paw.
So he was lying.
Not just lying about there being a meeting, he cancelled it himself.
When?
At the last moment, he telephoned the other committee members.
Did he give any reason?
He said he was feeling under the weather. The doctor had advised him to stay indoors.
And that was a lie, too?
I think so.
Well, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with him.
And anyway, he did go out.
But not to Durnfield?
No.
So it's pretty clear where he did go. He drove round, parked his car in the lay-by, and walked up here.
You told me that although your father and he were neighbours, they didn't visit much.
No.
So, to put it mildly, your father would have been a bit surprised to see Naylor Smith walk in unannounced at that time of night. Now, what would he do?
Knowing Daddy, offer him a drink.
Exactly. And when your father's out of the room, fetching water for the whiskey or whatever, nothing easier than to break a capsule of cyanide into the glass and put a piece of poisoned meat into poor old Corporal's dish.
Yes, but why take the car? He could just as easily have walked down.
I fancy we shall find that he was setting up some sort of an alibi. He couldn't fake the NFU committee meeting. It involved too many people. That's why he had to put it off.
Then who's the alibi?
We don't know, yet, because he hasn't had to use it. But I don't mind betting that if suspicion swings in his direction, he'll trot it out fast enough. I had to put the meeting off, you're saying. Because I was meeting someone or other someplace miles away on the other side of Durnfield. 8 o'clock.
You sound pretty sure about this.
I am sure, quite sure. Well, theoretically sure.
Meaning?
Meaning, Laurie, that I believe it with my head, but not with my heart. He's the obvious person. He had the means and the motive and the opportunity, and what's more, he's been telling lies.
Well?
I just don't think he's the type.
You mean he hasn't got the guts?
He hasn't the shape of a killer.
To save his precious phony reputation, he'd kill for that.
If you're right.
I know I'm right.
What are we going to do about it? Tell the police what we think? Would they act on it?
I'm damn certain they wouldn't. Squire Naylor Smith, a pillar of the county. If he wrote out a confession and swore it in front of a notary public, they wouldn't believe it.
So we do nothing.
Couldn't you get your paper to publish what we found out? Well, not make any definite accusations, but sort of let the facts speak for themselves.
Never do it. Too scared of libel.
Then suppose we tell him.
Well, what good would that do?
Provoke some sort of reaction, don't you think?
Did it occur to you that it might provoke a reaction that was altogether too violent for our comfort?
Too violent?
If he's killed once to protect himself, has it occurred to you that he might kill again?
He's not that sort of man. You said so yourself.
We were wrong about him once. We could be wrong again.
Oh, talk sense. He was able to kill Daddy because Daddy trusted him. We don't trust him. We'd be in our guard if he offered us a drink. What is it?
It's all right. I thought I heard something. Go on. If he offered us a drink.
We'd refuse it, that's all.
Well, I wasn't thinking about poison. I was thinking of something more direct. He's got plenty of guns in that room of his. Suppose he decided to come down here and stage a little accident.
Oh, he'd never dare.
Or a little suicide scene, perhaps? Love nest in the gamekeeper's cottage?
Look, you may be enjoying this. I'm not.
What's up?
I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
Oh, back to London, somewhere where there are plenty of people.
I shouldn't.
Shouldn't what?
Go outside. I thought I heard someone moving a moment ago. I heard it again just now. There is someone out there.
Are you sure?
Don't whisper. Talk in a natural voice. Yes, I'm quite sure. What I heard was a foot hitting that scraper thing. I nearly fell over it myself the first time I came here. Someone standing quite quietly outside that door. He's listening to us. I shouldn't think he can hear what we're saying, and as long as we go on talking naturally, there's a chance he won't come in. There's only one thing for it. We've got to rush him. Now, can you reach that poker? Be careful. Good. Now give it to me. Now, as soon as I'm in position, you've got to get up quietly, go across and open the door. But until then, keep talking.
God, I can't think of anything to say. 1, 2, 3. 3 blind mice. They all ran after the farmer's wife. She cut off their tails with a... God, but I'm scared.
Now.
Hold it! Something bothering you, Mr. Loftus? Oh, sorry to startle you, Miss Bannister.
Inspector, that man behind you. Watch out for him.
Oh?
He's dangerous.
I'm sorry to hear that. Have you two met before?
We've met all right. He's called Leslie. I don't know his other name. He works for Major Applin, the nightclub owner. He's a criminal.
There now. It just shows how easy it is to jump to conclusions, doesn't it, Miss Bannister?
Look, what's going on, Inspector? Who is this man? What are you two doing here?
One question at a time, eh? Now, this young man is Detective Constable Locke of the Criminal Investigation Department. Seconded as of now to the Wiltshire Constabulary to assist them in their investigations.
Leslie?
I'm sorry I had to be a bit rough with you, Mr. Loftus. Well, since I was acting as Major Applin's bodyguard, well, I had to act the part, see?
Did you have to be quite so enthusiastic?
Well, it took me 6 months to work my way into that job. Couldn't spoil the ship for a hape at the tar.
Next question. You were wondering why we were listening outside your door. Well, the answer to that is quite simple, too. We heard a man's voice, but we couldn't quite make out who it was. We wanted to be sure it wasn't Mr. Naylor Smith.
Oh, why?
Well, I thought the time had come for a frank exchange of views, madam. Last time I spoke to you here, you expressed dissatisfaction about the verdict at the inquest of your father.
I was dissatisfied then, and I'm a great deal more dissatisfied now.
Oh, why would that be?
Because Mr. Naylor Smith lied about his movements that night. He said that he was going to a farmers' union meeting in Downfield. There was no meeting, and he didn't go to Downfield. Did you know that?
Oh, yes, we knew that.
How?
Look, you carry on, madam. Finish your side of it first. Then I'll give you ours, and we'll see how they fit.
Well, we found out, not for certain, but almost for certain, that he was guilty of a piece of despicable cowardice during the war. We think that my father knew this and had decided, at last, that the truth ought to be told.
And that would have been in the last chapter of that book he was writing?
Yes.
The chapter that disappeared?
Yes.
Ah, pity.
What's a pity?
Well, it's neat. It's logical. It's not... Well, it's convincing. But it isn't true.
But surely you must...
Naylor Smith wasn't down here that evening between 8 and 9. He wasn't anywhere near here.
He was 20 miles away in a pub at Latchingford called the White Hart.
Didn't I say he'd dream up a phony alibi?
Who says he was there?
I do, miss.
You?
Yeah, one of my jobs, you see, was driving the Major, particularly when he was out on a dodgy trip. Something he didn't want other people to know too much about, see?
Do you mean to say that...
That's right, miss. It was the Major who was meeting Mr. poor old sucker Smith at the White Hart. By appointment, and not for the first time either, I gather.
The fact is, Applin had been blackmailing him for years. What you found out about his wartime career was true. Not that he betrayed his comrades. I don't think that came into it. But the fact that he didn't really do anything at all. The story he told when he got back, well, it was a lot of wish-wash. He ought never to have had that medal, that's for sure.
See, from what I gathered from the Major, he used to laugh about it a good deal. Smithy hid up in a farm. The trouble was all the young men on the farm had been conscripted by the Germans for forced labour. So they dressed him up as a woman.
What?
Yeah, it makes you smile, doesn't it? Applin went back to the farm afterwards, got the whole story, and a photograph of Smithy in a skirt. Now, that was one of the things he was going to circulate if Smithy didn't cough up.
Good God.
It wasn't as if Applin actually needed the money. He didn't. But he hated Smithy's guts. Squire Naylor Smith, DL.J.P. M.C., the big county magnate. And what Applin really enjoyed was watching him squirm.
Sadistic beast.
Don't worry, madam. He'll soon be laughing on the other side of his face. With what Lockyer has picked up about his business methods, we reckon we can put him away safe enough.
The only thing is, if he goes down, won't he take damn good care that Squire Naylor Smith goes down with him? After all, he'd have nothing to lose.
I'm afraid that's a risk we'll have to take. Yeah. That sounded like a shot. Come on. What happened, sir? We heard a shot. I'm sorry, terribly sorry. Well, what happened? Cleaning the gun, must have been loaded. Went off.
I see.
There's no harm done, Inspector. Damaged that wall a bit.
That was lucky for you, sir, wasn't it?
No. I'm a lorry, Loftus. A silly thing to do. Gun went off.
You'll excuse my saying so, but I should have thought you'd have had enough experience with guns not to do a thing like that.
Yes. Can't account for it.
Perhaps your mind was on other things.
Yes.
Like Major Applin.
The Major who? I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the name.
Applin. You spent quite a bit of time together in 1944.
Oh, Applin. Randy Applin, yes. Would you care for a drink, Inspector?
Not just now, sir.
Loftus? No? Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know your name.
This is Detective Constable Locke.
Oh.
And he won't have a drink either.
Oh, well, perhaps you'll excuse me if I do. I'm still feeling a bit shaken. Applin, yes. Yes, of course, I remember Applin. Quite a character, Randy Applin.
I thought you might remember him, sir, particularly as you met him so recently.
Met him?
10 days ago, at the White Hart at Latchingford. I don't know if you happened to catch sight of the man who was driving his car on that occasion.
Or was it...
That's right, sir. Of course, I had a cap on then. Makes a difference, a cap.
Why are you telling me this?
Because, sir, I think you can help us, and we can help you.
Help me?
If you'll let us.
How?
It's come to our knowledge that Applin was extorting money from you. Considerable sums. Has been for some time. Well, he's going down. Not for that alone. Other things, too. But this is one thing that will come out, that's for certain.
I see.
And it seems to me that the best thing for you to do, in a manner of speaking, is to take the bull by the horns.
I'm not sure that I follow you.
If you are willing to give evidence against Applin on the charge of extortion, it seems to me that you'd come out of it very well, sir. The court would protect you. No names, no photographs, in fact, no identification at all. Mr. X, you know the form.
You're being very frank, Inspector.
Then you'll help us?
Must I give you my answer now?
We'd like to move in on Applin tomorrow.
Then I'll give you my answer tomorrow.
Fair enough. We shall be at the police station. I'm going back there now.
No, don't go, Laurie, or you, Loftus. There's something I want to say to you. Hang on whilst I show these gentlemen out.
The gun, Laurie. Pass it over here, quick. Both barrels are loaded, only one fired. I think we'll have the other cartridge out safer like that.
He couldn't be going...
Maybe not. All the same, better take no chances.
Won't you sit down? Are you sure you won't have a drink?
Oh, not as sure as I was, sir.
All right. I asked you to stay behind because there was something I had to say to you. I judge from what the inspector said that you know why Applin was blackmailing me.
He was blackmailing you because he hated you.
Did he? Yes, I suppose he did. I certainly hated him because he knew the truth about me. And that is very simple. I'm a coward. Always have been. Expect I always will be. In the ordinary way, you know. It's a thing a man conceals easily enough. Not from himself, perhaps, but from other people. If you don't hunt and you go to a good dentist and keep clear of barroom brawls, you can build up a very convincing model of a man. It's only a dummy, but with a bit of luck, the truth need never come out. But you can't do it in wartime. Not entirely. You could dodge and duck, but it catches up with you in the end. Caught up with me in France. Well, what makes you really afraid is the pictures you see inside your own mind. I could see that Gestapo whip, shining with blood, cutting into a naked back, and then pulling away with little bits of flesh and skin sticking to it.
Don't.
You know, that's why when it came to the point, I couldn't even shoot myself. The last moment I saw my own head with the jaw blown away and the blood running out of the empty eye sockets.
Oh, that's horrible. Stop it.
Look, if you understand that, you'll understand what I've been living with for the last 25 years. And you may begin to understand my admiration for your father, who was the bravest man I ever knew. He wasn't stupid like Applin. He had plenty of imagination. But he had it under control. And he was modest with it. You know what he said when I offered him the cottage to live in? As long as we don't see too much of each other, he said we should get on comfortably enough. Two old paper tigers.
He said that?
Yes. Of course, he was joking. Hello? Oh, yes. It's Inspector Vickers. He seems to want to talk to you, Laurie.
Yes? Who? Are you absolutely sure? I see. Well, thank you for telling me.
Well, what did you want?
I think he wanted to apologize for disbelieving you.
Me?
Remember you said you heard a car starting up and moving away from behind the cottage that night?
Well?
They found someone who saw it, and they've got the number. KKJ 116E.
So they'll be able to trace the owner.
I know who the owner is. That's Miss Raven's car.
Oh, Jessica? What on earth would she be doing there?
I did wonder why she'd cut that staff meeting.
That's 9:30 now. Do you think she'll come?
She'll come.
When you telephoned her, what did you say?
I just said there'd been some important developments about Daddy's death, and could she come over as quickly as possible?
What did she say?
Well, first she said, oh. Then she said, all right, I'll be there at 8:30.
Still can't believe it.
Why not?
The woman.
Oh, I don't find that difficult. When it comes to the point, women are a lot more ruthless than men. And she's got the most to lose.
More than Squire Naylor Smith?
Oh, for him it was a loss of face. For her, it meant losing the one job she'd set her mind on.
Would she have lost it?
You know what college authorities are like. One breath of scandal, even old scandal, and they pull down the shutters.
How do you suppose she found out about the book being finished?
No difficulty. Daddy would have told her. He wouldn't spring it on her. He was much too fair.
Had she been here before?
Yes, when I was at school. I thought she came over to discuss my bad character. It was probably to talk about old times.
So she'd know where to put the car. And the back way in.
Yes, and Corporal knew her and trusted her. In fact, they both did. That's her. You still don't believe it, do you?
It's such a cold-blooded thing.
She's a cold-blooded person.
What do you think she'll do when she knows we know?
I have no idea.
Well, Laurie?
Won't you come in?
And
My name is Gordon Loftus.
I gather there's something you want to tell me. Something urgent.
Yes.
Well?
I want to know why you killed my father.
Aren't you telescoping two questions? First, did I kill your father? And second, if I killed him, why did I do it?
We know you did it. You put off your meeting that night and you drove over and left your car exactly where you've left it just now. Then you came up here and...
Go on.
You killed them, both of them. You poisoned Corporal to prevent him attacking you, and you poisoned Daddy.
Do you mind if I sit down? Now, which of them am I supposed to have poisoned first? Your father or the dog? Cyanide acts instantaneously. If the dog was lying dead, do you imagine your father would have quietly accepted a drink?
In that case...
If, on the other hand, your father had died first, the dog wouldn't have eaten his food. He'd have attacked me, you said so yourself. Or do you perhaps suggest that I stage-managed the affair with such exquisite precision that the dog consumed a slice of poisoned meat and your father drank a poisoned drink at precisely the same moment? It won't work, Laurie. Think again.
It's no good, whatever you say. I know you did it.
I see. Credo quia impossibile. Then perhaps we can move on to the second part of your proposition. Why should I kill your father, who was, incidentally, one of my oldest friends?
You killed him because he told you what he put in the last chapter of his book.
Which was?
The name of the person who betrayed Max and his helpers to the Gestapo.
And that was supposed to be me, was it?
Yes.
Although I never left England.
Oh, we know all about that. You sent the names over the air to the Gestapo man who'd taken Gerard's place. You did it because you thought you could save Gerard's life.
I wonder. Yes, really, I do wonder.
What?
If it had been put to me, just like that, I wonder whether I would have done it. In the light of after knowledge, of course, the answer is no, you never could trust the Gestapo, but at the time, I was very fond of Gerard. Yes, I might have been tempted. But since it wasn't put to me, the question doesn't arise. I think you'd better know what happened that night.
I think I had.
But I think I should tell you alone.
No, I'm afraid I can't agree to that.
What I have to tell Laurie is for her alone. Well, what are you afraid of? Do you think I shall try to poison her, too?
I think she might feel more comfortable if I stayed.
I can assure you that she won't.
I shall be all right, Gordon.
Well, you can stay quite close, Mr. Loftus. In the kitchen. If you hear her scream, you can come rushing in. I'm sure you'd enjoy that.
Laurie, are you sure?
I'll be all right. Really. Well?
I came here that night in answer to a telephone call from your father. He was obviously upset, almost incoherent. But one thing was clear. He wanted me. So I put off my meeting and drove over. When I came into this room, the first thing I saw was the dog lying dead on the floor. The next thing I saw was your father, in that chair you're sitting in. He was dead, too.
It's a lie. You're making it up.
I'm afraid it is the truth, and I know who killed him. There's not the least mystery about it. There never has been.
Go on.
Are you sure you want to know?
Of course I do.
You don't think, perhaps, that after 25 years one should let the dead bury their dead?
I'm going to know, and I'm going to see that everyone else knows.
Youth, so clear-sighted. Black or white, right or wrong. Let justice be done, though the sky fall. Never mind how uncomfortable it may be for the people it falls on.
It's no use. You can't talk your way out of this.
Yes, I see. Actions, not words.
What's that?
The last chapter of your father's book.
So it was you who stole it?
Stole, Laurie. Since it was lying on the table in this envelope addressed to me in your father's own handwriting, I hardly think we can call it stealing. You'll find what you're looking for on page 8. I've marked the place.
not true. It can't be true.
Truth, as the ancients pointed out, is a lady. She lives at the bottom of a well. She comes up very rarely. But when she does appear, there is no mistaking her face.
It was him. It was Daddy himself who betrayed Max and all his people.
Yes.
I don't believe it.
Nothing the Gestapo could do to him would make him utter a single word. I'm as sure of that as you are. But they had one weapon even he couldn't face. They tortured his wife in front of him. And they went on until he broke down. That's the secret he's been carrying with him all these years. In the end, he couldn't live with it any longer. So he wrote it all down in these last few pages to let the world know. Maybe also to clear anyone else who might be under suspicion. That'd be like him, too. And when he'd done it, when he'd written the last word, he ended a life which had become a burden to him. And he took old Corporal along with him for company.
Laurie, what is it?
Oh, go away.
What's she done to you?
Please, will you go away?
Very well. That's what you want?
Poor young man. He'll never know how near he was to the scoop of a lifetime. Well, Laurie, do we observe your father's wishes? Do we tell the truth, hurt who it may? Do we tell the world?
No.
Let justice be done, though the sky falls.
This is quite different.
Then might I suggest we have a good fire here. If we tore the sheets up and fed them in, one at a time.
Poor old Daddy.
The last chapter was written by Michael Gilbert. Maurice Denham played the part of Naylor Smith, James Bolam, Gordon Loftus, and Anna Cropper, Laurie. Batson was played by Alan Barry, the policeman, Geoffrey Collins, Inspector Viggers, Peter Tuddenham, Jessica Rayburn, Kathleen Helm, Ben Bannister, John Pullin, Randolph Aplin, Alan Cuthbertson, Leslie, Nigel Anthony. The production was by Nestor Payne.
This is Jackson Beck in the CBS broadcasting booth way up at the top of the great amphitheater of Pompeii. It's Navy Day here in Pompeii, this blistering hot 26th day of August in the year 79. Navy Day, and no doubt about it. The mighty Roman fleet, fresh from its recent Mediterranean maneuvers, is anchored right out here in the Bay of Naples. And every Navy man that could get liberty is jam-packed into this amphitheater. Practically the whole population of Pompeii, 20,000 people, have turned out to honor the watchdogs of the empire, the mighty Roman fleet commanded by Pliny the Elder. Yes, it's a great day for Pompeii. From my vantage point way up high, I can see this big bowl full of Pompeians spread out before me, and they're having a whale of a time. The games haven't started yet.
August 26,
up rapidly.
79 A.D., the last day of Pompeii. CBS is there.
CBS takes you back 1,869 years to a city in the shadow of an epic catastrophe. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
August 26, 79 A.D., the amphitheater in Pompeii, and Jackson Beck
today finds the Roman fleet in Pompeii's backyard. And the Pompeians have been looking forward to this holiday for a long time. The customers are still pouring into the amphitheater with their admission tickets of bone and bronze. The ushers are showing the crowd to their seats, patricians to the ringside seats, the freedmen to the middle sections, and the ladies way up in the gallery especially reserved for them. The big show in the arena here this afternoon, of course, is the fight between the gladiators Pugnax, P-U-G-N-A-X, Pugnax, and Moranus, M-U-R-R-A-N-U-S. That's Pugnax and Moranus. But also on the program is the execution of a family of Nazarenes who will be thrown to the lions. And after that, more contests, games, wild animal hunts, and a whopping big review of the fleet with all hands on deck. To cover these exciting events in Pompeii here today, CBS has special events reporters Ken Roberts down there at the ringside, Michael Fitzmaurice up in the ladies' gallery, lucky dog, Cameron Blake at the entrance to the arena, John Daly out in the bay with the fleet, and yours truly, Jackson Beck, perched up here in our CBS observation booth overlooking the whole amphitheater, right up near the gods themselves. And speaking of gods, I'll wager most of them are sitting right up on top of old Mount Vesuvius out there, sipping their nectar, savoring their ambrosia, and enjoying the fine spectacle right along with us poor mortals. Yeah. My calm, cool technician, Philip Airhorn, tells me that Ken Roberts is ready to introduce some of the celebrities who are here today, so we'll switch you to Ken Roberts down there at the ringside. What it is. Very funny. On the dais, the seat of honor for our noted guest today, there is the Senator Lavenius Regulus, the former city officials Caius Quinicius Vargas and Marcus Porcius, the banker M. Cadrius Marcellus, and of course the Aedile Proculus Proprius, one of the leading magistrates of Pompeii, through whose personal courtesy this spectacle honoring the deity has been arranged. The Aedile is very popular with the people. Yes, indeed, Your Honor, Pompeii is one of the most delightful summer resorts in the whole Roman Empire. Of course, but the cool winds aren't blowing today. What's wrong? By Jove, 'tis a marvelous day. All honor to the Roman fleet and to my excellent friend, the Admiral Pliny the Elder. Ah, my good people, would that you were with us on this magnificent occasion. Join with us on this day of joy. Never has Pompeii been so honored. Your Honor, do you think the heat will affect the match between Pugnax and Moranus? Not a bit, not a bit. The heat, I vow, is most unusual. Certainly all the world has heard of the salubrious, the exhilarating climate of our fair city of Pompeii. Naturally, but what about... Yes, today is very unusual. Statius, noble author, has said, and I quote him, all things conspire to make life pleasant in Pompeii, where the summers are cool and the winters warm, and where the sea dies away gently as it kisses the shore. By Jupiter, that's well said. Don't you think so? I do, Your Honor. And for the truth, I vow, would that every Roman could enjoy our exquisite weather. And I say to all of them, come to Pompeii. Yes, come to the biggest little colony in the Roman Empire. Yes, Your Honor. Enjoy our entertainment, our baths. They are without equal. But, Your Honor, what about the earthquake that caused so much damage a few years ago? Yes, most unusual. But we are rebuilding. By Jove, that earthquake was truly a blessing from the gods, I say. For upon the old, we are setting up the new. Come, everyone. Come and live life to its fullest among the pleasures of Pompeii. I love you all. Your Honor, whom do you favor in the main contest this afternoon, Pugnax or Moranus? As sponsor of the event, it would be injudicious for me to take sides. But by Jupiter, I do favor Moranus. And I placed a small wager with the senator on the goal. But I'm impartial. May the strongest man win. Thank you, Proprius Proculus. Thank you. Another well-known personality on the dais is the famous comedian and buffoon Horconius Rufus. Rufus, who is that divine goddess who accompanied you into the amphitheater?
By my troth, that is no divine goddess. That is she to whom I am wedded.
The title of the performance you're now giving at the theater.
Why, we are doing Pappas the Doctor Thrown Out. But today is a Roman holiday. Today we do not wear the mask and wig. No talk of the theater now. Let us enjoy this wonderful spectacle. And in truth, I am so glad to be here. Really, I'm awfully glad to be here. You know... A most curious event occurred to me on my way to the amphitheater today.
Oh, really? Would you tell us about it?
I'd be very glad to tell you about it. I was being carried in my litter past the Forum. Forum? That's another name for a meeting of my wife's dear family conferring on the problem of how to squander my wealth. I was being carried past the Forum, and there I saw this unusual spectacle. It seems that a slave was carrying an umbrella for his master.
Suddenly, the slave stopped walking, and his master continued on out from under the umbrella, and by the gods, he did not get wet. No? No, for by Jupiter flew the it wasn't raining.
Tell me, Rufus, are you wagering on today's contest?
Oh, forsooth I am, Burley, I am. I shall wager 2 talents on Pugnax and 2 talents on Marina.
But that way you'll only break even.
The consummation's about me to be wished, for indeed I can use the money. I say now, who will take these wages? You, Your Honor. What you say?
Thank you, Antonius Rufus. The purpose is just time announcing the entrance of the gladiators to the arena. For a description of the procession of gladiators, we return you to Jackson Beck up at the top of the amphitheater.
The procession is about to enter the arena from the north portal. I can see the musicians, and behind them, here they come, the gladiators, unarmed, marching in solemn, stately tread into the arena. The crowd is hypnotized by the sight of these men marching slowly to what will certainly be death for many in the ranks. The faces of the gladiators are set in expressions that range from almost inhuman ferocity to utter stoicism. In contrast, the bloodlust of the spectators has charged their faces with almost livid anticipation. All eyes, of course, are on Pugnax and Marinus. Pugnax looks surprisingly young. His body is well-muscled, but not brawny. He looks as lithe as a panther. Marinus, on the other hand, is a picture of savage brutality. His body is covered with hair, and his arms hang from his sides like battle axes. Behind the gladiators, a chariot is bringing up the end of the procession, and chained to the sides of the chariot is that Nazarene family that will be thrown to the lions. There are 3 of them, father, mother, and daughter. The daughter, a girl of about 15. The Nazarenes, you know, are that peculiar sect which of late has been causing so much unrest in the empire since their leader was executed in the Palestine colony by authority of Pontius Pilate. This particular family is well known in Pompeii. The father, Marcus Tullius, was formerly a member of the priesthood of Isis. The prisoners are marching with their heads thrown high, faces that reflect a strange, mystical kind of ecstasy. Now the gladiators have reached the dais. And now the procession is starting its march back out of the arena, which is fairly large, measuring about 400 feet in length and 300 in width. And now Mike Fitzmaurice is waiting to interview another celebrity down in the ladies' gallery. So let's go down there and see who it is.
Here at our CBS microphone with me is one of the most beautiful and famous women in all the empire.
Angel.
A favorite of the emperor, the celebrated entertainer, the delightful Umbricia Januaria. Januaria, what brings you from Rome to Pompeii?
The heat, by Lucifer. It's murderous in Rome.
Hard, huh?
Like a baker's oven, but Pompeii is worse. It is like Hades, but no matter. I would travel through brimstone to the ends of the empire to watch Marinus battle. Magnificent, magnificent Marinus.
You're staying here at your villa, of course.
Hardly a villa, Angel. Nearly 15 chambers and an atrium and a peristyle of only 84 columns. Just a modest little place, but away from the city. When will this contest begin? It's simply stifling in this gallery, and these women, they smell abundantly of the farm. Gloria, move that fan faster, girl. Move it, move it.
I noticed you're wearing your hair up this summer, Januaria. Is that the latest fashion in Rome?
Yes, the Empress styled it. Do you approve?
It's very attractive with the ringlets piled high on the head that way.
Angel.
By the way, how is the Empress?
Lovely. She gets more beautiful as she grows older.
So I hear. I see you're wearing your robe in stroller fashion, almost to the ground.
Yes, you like the sandals? They're more popular than booties this year among the better class of women. Gloria, move that fan faster, or I'll jab you with this hairpin. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the earrings of worked gold are also being worn.
That's very interesting. Who do you like in the big contest today, Januaria? Pugnax or Marinus?
Marinus. By Apollo, there is a man. Muscles like granite boulders.
Have you seen him fight before?
Ah, lion any time. Nobody lunges a triton into his opponent's belly more magnificently than he. I remember the last time he fought. It was against the Saxon. Why, he skewered him with the agility of a fawn dancing on a buttercup. The man is a veritable mountain of Vesuvius.
Thank you, Umbricio Januari. Now over to Ken Roberts, who has moved from the days to the freedman section. Standing beside me in the freedman section is one of those famous gladiators of all time. A man whose name and glorious career is known to all of you. A man who really needs no introduction. The champion of champions, one of the few gladiators ever to retire undefeated from the list. A former slave, but discharged with honor. And now a freedman and a Roman citizen. Detriades of Macedonia. Greetings. Well, what have you been doing since your retirement, Detriades?
Oh, I've become an innkeeper. My inn is at the sign of the Wild Dog. At the Herculaneum Gate. I have a very fine inn.
I'm sure it is. Who is your favorite today, Pugnax or Morenus?
Both are names, I vow.
They don't compare with the gladiators of your time?
Why, Zeus, in my time, they would not be fed to the lions. In the good old days...
Thank you, Society. The trumpet is sounding. The big fight is ready to start. So over to Jackson Beck in the observation booth for a blow-by-blow description of this great contest.
Now the fighters have reached the large ring drawn on the floor of the arena by the ringmaster. They must battle within the confines of that circle. Now they're in the circle. The battle has begun. A sense of expectancy has come over the crowd. All eyes are on the combatants. The two fighters are circling, measuring each other, cautious, careful. Morenus has taken up a position in the center of the circle. Pugnax slowly walking around him. Neither fighter's yet made a move. Pugnax lunges with his sword, but Morenus steps aside with the agility of a deer. Pugnax quickly recovers. His eyes never moving from that net in his opponent's right hand. They circle again. Pugnax punches again and he misses. And the impetus of his stroke has thrown him forward. There goes the net, and he's trapped. Pugnax is in the net. He's smashing him out like a wild animal. Morenus approaches. His face is burning with a deadly eagerness. Now he raises his titan. He has pinned Pugnax to the ground. The wounded gladiator is still fighting. He's still trying to get out of that net. Blood is gushing from the wound in his side. And now Pugnax drops his hand suddenly in a token of defeat. Morenus steps back. Pugnax lifting his hands now toward the crowd. He's asking for pity, for mercy. The men want full shield, but the women, look at those women. They'll not let Pugnax die, not young, virile, handsome Pugnax. The 8-aisle signal comes up. Right. Right, grant mercy for the fallen Pugnax. Listen to those frenzied shrieks of those women. Morenus, snarling disappointment, is stepping back. He lowers his titan, sneers, scowls, but he must stand back. Now the attendants are rushing into the arena to carry out the wounded Pugnax. Morenus salutes the crowd with a clenched fist. Now he's walking from the field. Well, that was a short fight. Rather disappointing to the crowd. The execution of the Nazarenes is the next event. The Lions will be led into the arena in a moment, so over to Cameron Blake at the arena entrance. The Lions are being let out of their cages now. Here the cage door is being opened. Here come the lions. They're passing through a barred passageway into the arena. There are 8 lions. These beasts have been starved for 48 hours. They are hungry, vicious, panting for the taste of flesh. Here come the Nazarenes from the dungeons. Marcus Tullius, his wife and daughter. They're practically naked. The guards are bringing them up. Marcus holds his wife's hand in his own as if to give her strength and courage. The woman is leaning on her daughter, a beautiful child of 15. They're comforting each other. Marcus Tullius, will you speak to us?
I will pray for you, my son.
This is a bitter end for a former priest of Isis.
When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Are you quoting the words of your leader?
These are the words of Paul, of sacred memory. It was he who converted us in Rome. It was he who...
Trumpets are sounding. The guards are pushing the 3 Nazarenes into the arena. He's trying to embrace. The mother is faint and courageous. She does not weep. Daughter and husband support her. The old man is praying aloud. They're brave, these Nazarenes. Here comes the iron gate, closing the way into the arena. There is no escape for them now. Back to Jackson Beck in the observation booth. The Nazarenes are alone in the arena now with the lions. They're standing together. Their lips are moving in prayer. Now the animals have sighted them. They're bounding forward. They're ready. What in the world is that? How the like... Why, God, it's Vesuvius! Our Vesuvius has exploded! The whole mountain is on fire! Vesuvius is erupting! Flashes like lightning are coming from the peak. The air is suddenly become black with
are jumping, falling into the arena. The lions are loose among them. This is horrible. The cloud of smoke is becoming denser. Very dense. I can hardly see anything. The smoke. The people are in the...
This is CBS in Rome. The special Navy Day broadcast from Pompeii this 26th of August in the year 79 has been interrupted because of transmission difficulties. Just before the failure occurred, Jackson Beck reported from the amphitheater that Mount Vesuvius, just outside the city of Pompeii, had suddenly exploded. We're trying to reestablish contact with Pompeii. Meanwhile, we invite you to listen to one of the Emperor Titus's favorite singers, Marcia Campagna, singing Beloved the Pearl.
Speaking. We have just received word this 26th of August in the year 79 from Naples, confirming the fact that Mount Vesuvius has erupted and Pompeii, the most beautiful resort city in this time of the seasons, is on fire. One moment, please. Another report has just been handed to me. The town of Herculaneum, 8 miles west of Pompeii and on the western slope of Vesuvius, has also been inundated with a flood of fiery mud. CBS will do its best to provide the fullest possible coverage of this sudden and completely unexpected catastrophe this 26th day of August in the year 79, the first year of the reign of the Emperor Titus. Fortunately, we were broadcasting from Pompeii when Vesuvius exploded. Our CBS mobile unit was at the amphitheater, and we may be able to reestablish contact with it again. John Daly, aboard the fleet in the Bay of Naples, is equipped with a shortwave transmitter, and... just a moment. I have just been informed that John Daly is ready to broadcast from the Roman Imperial Fleet. So over to John Daly.
This is John Daly on the deck of Admiral Pliny flagship, the Augustus Rex. Vesuvius has exploded. Pompeii has disappeared under an inferno of flaming rock and a hail of scalding fiery steam. We can't see anything but flame and smoke rising above shattered Pompeii. The crew of the Admiral's ship have begun to launch barges to head for Pompeii to rescue any inhabitants that may reach the beaches. The Admiral himself has gone ashore, and I hope to be able to board one of the barges with my shortwave equipment shortly and get to the beach. The terrible catastrophe came without warning to us on the fleet out here in the bay. It was just past noon Roman time. As you heard the broadcast of the gladiatorial contest, we out here heard a terrific roar. We all turned to look and saw Vesuvius on fire. A tremendous column of smoke was shooting up from the summit, a cloud-like mass that burst upwards and outwards like a huge pine tree. It burned fiery red in spots, and in other spots it was black, blue, violet, all the colors of the rainbow. Huge chunks of rock and earth were tossed about in the air like pebbles, and everywhere a torrent of blazing embers was flying off into space. For a few seconds, this entire ghastly mass seemed suspended in the sky, and then, like a fiery blanket, it fell upon Pompeii and nearby Herculaneum. Wait just a moment. The barge on which I'm going ashore is ready. I'll try to get back on the air when I reach the beach. This is John Daly. I return you to CBS Roll.
This is Harry Marble in Rome this August 26th in the year 79. Our CBS mobile unit, which was at the amphitheater in Pompeii, broadcasting the Navy Day spectacle when Mount Vesuvius erupted, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. So we switch you now to Jackson Beck, somewhere in Pompeii.
This is Jackson Beck. This is Jackson Beck. I hope I'm getting through. I'm in the partly soundproof CBS mobile unit moving slowly along Sabian Street, passing the new Temple of Jupiter. You can probably hear the sound of the unit wheels and the steady thump of cinders, rock, and flaming ash on the top. Outside, through the windows, I can see people screaming and shouting. Buildings are burning and crashing in flames. Ken Roberts is in the mobile unit with me, so is Mike McMorris. But we don't know what has become of Cameron Blake. We lost track of him when the panic started at the gladiatorial combat. We're making our way as fast as we can through the beaches, but the going is slow. Tortuously slow. The roads are jammed with thousands of escaping men, women, and children. They're all trying to get in here with us. It's pitch black outside, almost like night. Some people are carrying torches. By their eerie lights, the horrified faces on the road are silhouetted with dark, wild fear. This is the first tragedy in the reign of the Roman Emperor Titus, who was crowned only 2 months ago. The smoke is intense. Most people have thrown their tunics over their heads and are trying to crawl as close to the ground as possible, trying to get under the murk. Smoke. Now, wait a minute. That sound on the roof of our mobile unit. Yes, I can see it now. It's rain. Rain. It's beginning to rain. The rain is mixing with the ashes and embers. The road outside is becoming a hissing, scalding, searing, flaming inferno. Excuse me. The steam and smoke is leaking through. It's unbearable. Hot. I can't talk. I can't. Perhaps Ted Roberts will fit. So they're coughing too. Waving their hands. Oh, we can't continue. We can't. I return you to CBS Rome. CBS Rome.
This is Harry Marble in Rome. A report from Misenum says that the estimated deaths are at least 2,000. The Admiral of the Fleet, Pliny the Elder, is missing. Our reporter, Cameron Blake, has succeeded in re-establishing contact. Go ahead, Cameron Blake. This is Cameron Blake. I'm in a room filled with people who have sought refuge from the steady falling downpour of flaming ash, which is continuing to pour from the angry open mouth of Vesuvius and is swiftly reducing this once beautiful summer colony of Pompeii to smoking ruin. This looks like the last day of Pompeii. The Pompeians are almost insensible with fear. Those of us here escaped the amphitheater through a side entrance to the dungeons where the lions were kept. As we ran through the streets, we stumbled over the dead and the dying. The scene was a holocaust. There was a madness about it all. A rich merchant stumbling along with whatever treasures he could salvage from his wrecked and burning house, beads and baubles around his neck, money bags clutched to his waist. Behind him, his slaves carried a smoldering litter. We passed the young boy and girl, clutched tightly together, dead. Somebody just tell us the roof is on fire. I've got to get out of here fast. This is Cameron Blake. The exit is close. We're trapped. There's absolutely no chance for escape. The smoke and the heat are unbearable. I'm crouching on the floor of the roof. The roof is collapsing. Come down it. This is Harry Marble again. The signal from Pompeii has failed. We have only one last recourse now for any news from the burning city, and that is John Daly reporting from the beach by way of the Navy transmitter aboard the fleet. Go ahead, John Daly.
Between the shore and the barges, taking aboard as many as they could. barges to right and to the left of me from the other ships, they're also filled with survivors. And we'll be coming back for more. Ken Roberts, Jackson Beck, and Michael Fitzmaurice are in one of those barges. They're safe, but we still have no word of Cameron Blake. It's impossible to believe that here on this land a thriving city existed a bare few minutes ago. It's nothing now but a funeral fire, a mass of flaming, burning, gutted ruins. Now we're beyond the ashes, beyond the embers. The sea is rough, but it's escape. We can breathe again. We're safe. But Pompeii, lusty, glamorous, luxurious Pompeii that only a few short minutes ago was vibrant and alive, Pompeii is dead and gone. As I look above and beyond the ruins, I can barely make out the form of Vesuvius. It is still erupting. Flames, like lightning, roar from its summit. The thick, suffocating cloud of hot ash hangs like a cloud over the entire area.
August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and Pompeii dies.
You have been listening to The Last Day of Pompeii, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Last Day of Pompeii was written by Irv Kunick. Next week,
June 22nd, 1757. Clive of India wins the Battle of Plassey. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week for Columbia Broadcasting System.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense.
Dimension
Can you predict the future? Can you tell what will happen in 100 years? Or in 10? Or in the next minute? Can you look beyond the known dimensions of time and space? into the unknown, Dimension X. Tonight we have a strange story to tell. A sweet, blood-curdling little story that is really only 2 sentences long. The last man on Earth sat alone in a room. There was a knock on the door. Think it over. Suppose you were the last man alive on Earth, in the universe for that matter. The last man sitting alone in a room, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. What knocked on the door? You wonder, don't you? Your mind, faced with the unknown, supplies something vaguely horrible. But it isn't horrible, really. You'll see. The last man on Earth sat alone in a room. There was a knock on the door.
What? Oh, what's that?
Good morning, man.
What? Who are you?
You have regained consciousness.
Well, who are you?
I am Azan.
Maybe if I close my eyes, it'll go away.
I will not go away, man.
No, I guess I am awake. Who? What are you?
I am Azan.
Well, what's that?
Azan is intelligent life.
What happened? Where are you from?
From Planet 7 in the 3rd galaxy in the 4th quadrant.
Where?
It is not necessary to repeat information which is correct in the original statement.
Planet 7? You mean I'm not on Earth?
You are still on your planet.
Well, then what are you doing here?
The Zans have annexed your world.
You mean you've conquered Earth?
Yes, that is correct. We will now prepare your planet for habitation by the Zan.
Well, how about the people?
There is no longer any use for large numbers of lower life forms. Therefore, we have dispensed with them.
Dispensed with? You mean you've... When did all this happen?
2 days ago. You have been unconscious until now.
You really mean I'm the last man on Earth?
That is correct. Identify yourself now.
What?
Kindly provide data as to your position in the elementary social order of your planet.
Well, I'm Walter Phelan, Associate Professor of Anthropology at Nathan University. How is it you speak English?
We have deciphered your written and recorded records. It is not difficult to reconstruct your language, very type of auditory communication.
Oh.
Is there anything you want to complete your natural habitat?
You mean I'm a prisoner?
That is correct. What will you want further in your room?
Well, do I have to stay here?
Yes.
The rest of my life?
Forever.
Well, then you better bring in my books. I gotta call you something. Do you mind if I call you, George?
It is immaterial.
All right, then, George. You know, I can't really believe this.
That is a characteristic of low-life form.
I'm trying to take this in without going off balance completely.
I will be back, Associate Professor of Anthropology.
It's all right, George. Just call me Walter.
Very well, Walter. I will be back with your books.
All right, George. I'll be seeing you around.
You will not be around, Walter. You will be here.
Yes, the last man on Earth sat alone in a room. A rather peculiar room. He just noticed how peculiar it was, and he'd been studying out the reason for its peculiarity. His conclusion didn't horrify him, but it annoyed him. There was a knock on the door.
Come in. Oh, hello, George.
Hello, Walter.
What can I do for you?
Point 1, you will please henceforth sit with your chair pointed the other way.
I thought so. That plain wall is different from the other sides, isn't it?
That is correct. It is transparent.
That's what I thought. I'm in a zoo, right?
That is correct.
I knew it. And if I persist in sitting with my back to it, what then? You'll kill me, I ask, hopefully?
No, we will not kill you.
That's too bad. George, I'll face the bars and perform for the people. I mean for the Zans. How many other animals do you have here in the zoo, George?
216, a male and female each of 108 kinds.
Male and female of all the animals?
There is a female of your species among the collection.
Anyone I know? Never mind. It doesn't matter anyway. Well, George, you started out with point 1. I suppose there's a point 2 kicking around somewhere. What is it?
Something we do not understand. 2 of the other animals sleep and do not wake. They are cold. What is wrong with them, Walter?
Well, they must be dead.
Dead? That means stopped. But nothing stopped them. Each was alone.
Sure, they just died.
But I have told you they were alone. Nothing stopped them.
George, do you mean to tell me that you don't know what natural death is?
Death is when a being is killed, stopped from living.
Maybe these animals just died of old age.
Old age? I do not understand.
George, how old are you?
Your planet went around the sun about 7,000 times since I was born.
What? 7,000 years?
Yes, I'm still young.
Now, look, George, you've got something to learn about this planet you've hijacked. Here on Earth, we've got somebody that's a stranger where you come from. Down here, our people and animals live until the Grim Reaper stops them.
This, Grim Reaper stopped the 2 animals?
That's right.
He will stop more?
Oh, he gets us all, George.
This is a new factor we have not considered.
But you can consider it. Because when the Grim Reaper gets through, there won't be very much left of your zoo.
You mean he will stop more animals soon?
Well, with your lifespan, it won't seem like a minute, and we'll all be gone. Oh, it looks like you made a mistake, George. I don't think there's very much you can do about it.
That is not correct. The Zan is a logical being. We will take action.
Where are you taking me, George?
We will be there shortly.
You mean, it's moving day?
That is correct. We are here now. You will live here now, Walter. It is a larger room.
Well, be it ever so humble.
Go inside.
Be careful with those books, George. Don't lose... Excuse me.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Well, I guess George didn't explain. George tries to be polite, but he hasn't quite caught on yet. I'm Walter Phelan.
My name is Grace Evans, Mr. Phelan. What is all this about? Why did they bring me here?
I think I know why.
Why?
You see, I've been talking to George.
George?
Well, that's what I call them, all of them. There's no way to tell them apart anyway. There aren't many of them here, yet. They come from outside the solar system, sort of an advanced scouting party.
Yes, I saw their spaceship. It's as big as a mountain.
They're moving in on us. They cleaned off the Earth with some kind of vibration that destroys all sorts of animal life. They killed everybody.
Oh, no. I was afraid.
Well, the cheerful note is that you and I and 200-odd other animals were picked up beforehand as specimens for the zoo. You know that this is a zoo, don't you?
Yes. I suspected it. But I don't remember anything about being captured. I just woke up here.
Well, they solved a lot of problems for us. Housing, shortages, wars. I don't suppose the human race, you and I, that is, have to worry about anything now.
It's awful.
Only they made one mistake. They overestimated us.
I don't understand.
They thought we were immortal.
That we were what?
Immortal, like they are. Oh, they can be killed. The Zans don't know what natural death is. They didn't know anyway until they lost 2 of us yesterday.
You mean there are more than 2 of us?
No more of our species. These were merely brother animals. A rabbit and a canary. And by the Zans' way of figuring time, the rest of us are only good for a few minutes apiece anyway. That's a joke on them. They figured they had permanent specimens here in their zoo.
But didn't they know that we'd all die eventually?
No, I don't think so. See, George told me he was 7,000 years old, and he's supposed to be young. When they learned how quickly we die, well, they were probably shocked to the core. If they have cause.
How can you talk that way about it?
Academic detachment. I learned it at faculty teas. At any rate, they've decided to reorganize their zoo 2 by 2.
Oh.
Sure, they figure we'll last longer collectively, if not individually.
But if they think... That is, if you think for 1 minute...
No, don't worry. I don't.
But are they going to keep us locked up together in this one little room?
I'm afraid so.
It's horrible.
I agree with you perfectly, my dear. But all personal considerations aside, the least favor we can do the human race is to let it end with us. I don't see much point in continuing it just for an exhibition in a zoo.
How can you just sit here and lecture?
Habit.
But we've got to do something.
Why?
I don't know. It just seems we owe it to the human race to do something.
You got a suggestion?
There must be some way. They can be killed, you said.
I think that anything that would kill one of us would kill one of them. You see, I figured it out, I think. George cut his... Well, I suppose you'd call it his hand when he brought in my books. It started to bleed, red blood, but I could see the cut closing just as he stood there. And by the time he left, it was healed.
Don't understand.
Don't you see, whatever factor there is in man that makes him grow old is missing in the Zan. They just go on and on and on until they're stopped.
Yeah. But suppose we killed one. There must be some way.
Well, but what would be the use? They wouldn't even punish us. They'd just give us our food through a trap door and put a sign out saying, "Beware of the man, dangerous."
I don't think they'd have to bother in your case. I don't see anything funny.
I'm sorry. Just reminds me of Martha.
Martha?
My wife. She died 2 years ago.
I'm sorry.
No, not at all. Oh, that'll be George with my books. Come in. Hello, George.
Hello, Walter. Point 1, I have brought your books.
Point 1, Well, what else is on your mind?
Point 2, another creature sleeps and will not wake. A small feathered one called a duck.
It happens, George. I warned you. Old man Death, the Grim Reaper. I told you all about him.
Walter, the Council of Zan has met. It has been decided logically that the only intelligent life to escape the vibration is you. Therefore, the logical conclusion is you are stopping these animals by some means unknown to us.
George, you're off your trolley.
You will tell me now how this is done.
You boys afraid you're going to lose the whole zoo?
It is necessary to save the remaining specimens as long as possible. If we do not get information, we may be forced to dispense with your species entirely.
Now, wait a minute.
This means you, Walter, and the female.
Now, wait a minute, George. Don't go off half-cocked. Let me take a look at these animals that won't wake up.
I will take you there now. Go first, Walter.
After you, my dear George.
This is the weasel.
You should have got him in the winter, George. The fur's worth more then. Then it's an ermine.
This is the reptile cage. Here are the ducks. This is the male. The female has been stopped.
Lucky girl. What's the matter, fella? You lonely down there?
Walter, you will tell me how you stopped the female duck.
You got me, George. I didn't do it. Maybe she died of the Dutch elm blight.
Walter, you are not being logical. We have concluded you are stopping these animals. Tell us how it is done.
I told you, George, I haven't the foggiest notion.
Very well. We will have to take further action.
Well, what are you going to do, George?
We have methods of action you will know soon. We will go back now to your room.
What happened, Mr. Phelan?
You can call me Walter. After all, George does, and we have more in common.
Oh, please, what happened?
Just a duck, a dead duck. George thinks I killed her by remote control. He thinks I'm holding out on him.
Good.
What?
Well, at least we can get back at them. At least we can do something to them.
Well, why? After all, George isn't a bad fellow, if you like an ant mentality.
How can you say that? They've wiped out the whole human race. They've murdered everybody.
I suppose they have, but we can't change that now, so why think about it?
Well, we can't just sit here and do nothing.
I fail to see how we can do anything else.
Oh, of all the men in the world they had to pick. Don't you want to fight back? Don't you want to keep on fighting until the end?
It hadn't occurred to me.
But we've got to, Walter.
Why?
Well, I can't really explain, but... Walter, if there was any good in man at all, it was that he kept on, struggling against nature and in the end even against himself. But at least he kept on fighting for what he thought was right, and we're all that's left. Walter, we just can't can't end it by giving up. We've got to keep on fighting.
You know, you do remind me of Martha.
Oh, look, there isn't much left for us, but we could beat them in this one small thing. We can pretend that there's a secret about death, and we could refuse to tell them anything.
There isn't anything to tell.
Well, they don't know that. Promise me you won't give in.
I suppose the worst they can do is to kill us.
Oh, Walter.
All right, Miss Evans. Hello, George.
Hello, Walter. Now, you will tell us how these animals are stopped?
George, this may come as a great shock to you, but I've decided not to tell you.
Why?
Oh, call it a romantic attachment to lost causes. My grandfather was a Confederate officer.
Walter, you are not being logical, but that is expected in lower life forms. You will come with me now, Walter,
Where are you taking him?
to the second level. Come now, Walter.
You won't tell them.
I can't guarantee anything, but as of now, I don't intend to.
We've got to fight. Remember that, Walter. We've got to go out fighting.
I think you're right.
Come now, Walter.
Goodbye.
It's been a pleasure, Miss Evans.
I am waiting. Come now, Walter.
After you, my dear George.
You will tell us now, Walter? That was the first level of vibration. There are many more. However, we have calculated that none of them exceed your threshold of unconsciousness.
Oh, very clever, George.
Of course. You will tell us now, how do you stop these animals? You will tell us now?
As of now, no. However, I'm not very brave, if that encourages you, George.
You are not being logical, Walter.
You're telling me.
We will now use vibration level 2. You will tell us now?
You know, George, I can't figure it out myself, but I'm stubborn. Maybe it has something to do about the dignity of man, the civilization such as it was that you wiped out.
I do not understand.
I didn't think you would. So go ahead. Vibrate.
Vibration level 2. It will be very painful, Walter. Walter? Walter? You are still conscious.
Let me alone, George.
You will tell us now. You will tell us how you stop the animals.
Let me alone.
We have had vibration levels 1 through 10. There are still 15 more before your threshold of unconsciousness.
No, let me alone.
Walter, listen to me. Another creature sleeps and will not wake. We must know now.
That's tough. You better start vibrating again, George.
No.
What?
It would not be logical. We have calculated that no further level of vibration will overcome your irrational psychological block. We conclude you will not tell.
You mean you're going to let me go?
That is correct.
That's real nice of you, George. I appreciate it.
We have calculated that the resistance of the female of your species will be lower. We will now place her under the vibrations.
Oh, no, George, you can't do that.
Why not, Walter? It is the logical plan.
No, she couldn't take it.
Yes, that is what we expect. Therefore, we will go and bring the woman here.
No, now listen to me, George. There is no secret. Do you understand that? There's no secret. Those animals died from natural causes. And I'm telling you the truth.
That is not a logical answer. We will get the woman.
Well, I've told you the truth. Can't you understand?
We must know now. The female animal caged next to the duck has been stopped. We must preserve the survivor.
The animal next to the duck?
We will bring the woman here. She will tell us after the vibration.
No, listen, George. George, do you want the truth? You want to know how to save the mates of the animals that have been stopped?
You will tell us now?
Yes, I'll tell you. Take me to that stopped animal, and I'll tell you how to save its mate.
Very well, Walter. You are being logical now. We will go.
Walter, are you all right?
Yeah, just let me catch my breath a minute.
What happened?
Well, after a while, I told them what they wanted to know.
You didn't.
Sure, as George pointed out, it seemed to be the logical thing at the time.
You gave up?
I suppose you can call it that. Look, I'm very bad. Something might turn up, Martha.
But they've beaten us completely then. There isn't anything we can do. Most of the human race. And we give up. We don't even die fighting. You call me?
Oh, I must have said Martha. I'm sorry.
The Council of the Zon has met.
Something wrong? She was my wife. She died 2 years ago. What were you saying?
Nothing. Nothing. It doesn't matter. It's too late. Too late. The whole...
What now, George?
Zon has been stopped.
What?
Zon is dead?
That is correct.
You didn't believe me, George. But you can die. You can really die. You'll have to get used to that if you're going to stay here.
The Council has decided. A, you have in some way stopped this Zon. B, you and the woman must be eliminated.
No, you got it wrong, George. I didn't stop that Zon. It's just death. It gets all of us here.
You will be eliminated now.
But, George, it won't do any good to kill us. It won't save you.
Everything that lives on Earth must die.
That is not logical.
But it's true.
The Council has decided. This time, you will have the full vibration.
This time? Walter, what did they do to you?
They have a rather effective third degree.
They tortured you, Walter?
Yes.
And Walter, it was all my fault.
I wouldn't even have tried without you. I suppose we have a last chance now to end with some dignity.
I think you're a very brave man.
Well, there isn't much else to do. Do we go now, George?
Now, Walter.
Wait, what's that?
I have been told another Zon has died.
Now will you believe me?
The Council of the Zon meets now.
2 gone already, and you were with me, George. You know I didn't kill this one.
What stopped him then?
I told you it's old man death. You came to the wrong planet, George. Your immortality doesn't go down here. He can stop you, but you can't stop him. And you'll all die if you stick around. And now what?
The Council has decided this is a place of death. We will leave your planet.
Leave? You mean you're giving up?
It is not safe for the Zon.
Walter, they're leaving. They're really going.
Go on then, George, and don't hurry back.
It would not be logical to do so. We are leaving the Earth now. Goodbye, Walter.
Goodbye, George. Well, they're all aboard now.
Oh, it's so wonderful to feel the wind and the sun again.
Close the hatches.
Walter, is it safe for us to be out here?
Sure, they're not interested in us any longer. They only want to get away. And I want to see this Grace, the Zon leaving Earth forever. Now they're blasting off.
There they go.
Yes, it's over now. Well, I suppose we might as well go back in.
I still don't understand, Walter. What made them go?
Oh, I just told them the facts of life.
Of death, you mean?
No, of life. After all, I thought George was old enough to know at 7,000 years he was getting to be a pretty big boy.
I wish you'd stop joking and tell me what happened.
Look out for the step. Well, do you remember when the first animals died?
Yes, the rabbit and the canary.
And their mates just started to pine and waste away?
Yes.
Well, that worried the Zon. They wanted to keep the last specimens alive if they could. So finally I broke down and told them about affection.
Affection?
Mm-hmm. And then I introduced Donald.
Donald? Who's that?
There we are.
Oh.
Come here. Grace, I want you to meet Donald.
Oh, Walter, please. What does affection have to do with it?
Well, that's what the Zon wanted to know. I told him it was love that made the world go round, that having lost his mate, Donald would die immediately unless he had affection and constant petting.
Petting?
Mm-hmm. I even showed him how. Come here, fella. Come here. Yes, I held Donald in my arms and petted him a while, and then I let the Zon take over with the animal in the next cage.
What animal?
take a look. Hey, watch out. Don't go
Walter.
too close.
It's a rattlesnake.
Yes, it's a rattlesnake. The Zon's metabolism made it impossible for them to die of old age, but I had a hunch they could be poisoned.
Then it was the snake that killed the two Zon.
They never even knew what bit them.
Then you outwitted them, Walter.
I suppose.
And I thought you'd just given up. Oh, Walter, I'm so proud of you.
You don't have to be. I had given up. I probably wouldn't have fought at all if you hadn't pushed me.
Well,
we've got a world to plan, a whole new world, Grace.
I know.
We'll have to decide which animals to let out of the zoo and which ones would be safer to keep in. But first, there's a much bigger problem.
What's that?
The human race.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got to make a decision about that. It's a pretty important one.
Yes. But...
It hasn't been a bad race. Of course, it may go backward for a while until it gets its breath, but... Well, we can save the books and all the most important things and get it started ahead once more.
Please, Walter.
It's the Garden of Eden.
Don't be
all over again.
Don't be ridiculous, Walter.
Funny. You even blush like Martha. Oh, only you're stronger than she was. And prettier, too.
I wish you'd forget about Martha.
I think I will, my dear, if you'll only give me a little time.
Now, Walter Phelan, you listen to me. If you think for 1 minute that we...
I thought it would never happen to me again. But it is love that makes the world go round. And so, Grace, if you could only...
I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth.
But that's exactly what I am.
I don't care. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm going out.
Well, all right, my dear, but think it over and please come back.
You see, I told you. It wasn't really so horrible, our story. Remember how it goes? The last man on Earth sat alone in a room. And then there was a knock on the door.
Come in. Oh, come in. Come in. My dear.
You see, it wasn't horrible at all.
You have just heard the Frederick Brown story entitled Knock, an adventure in time, space, and the unknown world of the future, the world of Dimension
Now, about next week. Next week, we tell the story of a robot. But a robot that was almost human.
Tonight's adventure in Dimension X was adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Arnold Moss was heard as Walter Phelan, Louis Van Ruten as the Zon, and Joan Alexander as Grace Evans. Your narrator was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman, engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Tomorrow, hear Sam Spade. Now it's Truth or Consequences on NBC.